Hello there, everybody. Welcome in. Happy Saturday. How's everyone doing? Iron Spider-Man, welcome in, dude. GG's on first. And Nimbus, GG's on second. Welcome in. I have a feeling drinking this coffee is going to make my throat very dry. I apologize. Right, we're playing a new game today, BluePrince. It's very puzzle heavy, apparently. It feels as if it's like a giant building full of puzzles, and I've played games of this ilk before, where it's a house, but it's actually a giant Rubik's Cube of puzzles and stuff, and I really like that shit. So, but it could be something completely different, I don't know. Maybe it's a horror game, but I don't know. I think it's a puzzle game. Anyway, I'm going to play with a mouse and keyboard, because I'm lucky enough to have a PC and a console now, so I can swap between controller games and mouse and keyboard games. Gives my thumbs a rest. Navin, GG's on third, welcome in. Right. So you guys should be able to hear the game. It's on the right screen. I set it all up yesterday. So you guys should be able to hear everything. If it's too loud or too quiet, please let me know. Raw Fury. What a name for a studio. Right, so we are 1440, 60 FPS. We should be good to go. How's it going? It's going pretty well, dude. Yeah. Went out for a nice little walk. Very foggy this morning. It looked like Silent Hill, of course. Yeah, went for a walk. Got a few bits and pieces to sustain myself during the stream. I may have to go and get a drink of some sort other than coffee. But yes, new game day. Started the stream, and you guys were here like straight away, which is really heartwarming, honestly. It's one of the really, really important things for me. One of the things that keeps me going is knowing that when I go live, people show up immediately and start redeeming the stuff that at the beginning of the stream. Tonda Ross. It's a good name. But unfortunately yesterday I had a doctor's appointment and now I have to get a blood work. Ah, I'm sorry to hear about that, dude. Yeah, the fucking, like, I,
Herbert S. Sinclair of the Mount Holly Estate at Reddington, do publish and declare this instrument my last will and testament, and hereby revoke all wills and codicils heretofore made by me. I give and bequeath to my grandnephew, Simon P. Jones, son of my dear niece, Mary Matthew, all of my right, title, and interest in and to the house and land which I own near Mount Holly. The above provision and bequest is contingent on my aforementioned grandnephew discovering the location of the 46th room of my 45-room estate.
okay.
The location of the room has been kept a secret from all the staff and servants of the manor, but I am confident that any heir worthy of the Sinclair legacy should have no trouble uncovering its whereabouts within a timely manner. Should my grandnephew fail to uncover this room or provide proof of his discovery to the executors of my will, then this gift shall lapse. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand this 18th day of March, 1993.
1993?
S. Sinclair.
I mean, we weren't recording things on fucking gramophone in 1993. That's a bit strong. That's a bit strong. 1893, maybe. But yeah, 1993. But Spider-Man, yeah, I'm sorry to hear about that, dude. Sorry to hear about that, dude. I know going in for a fucking blood test and they take a bunch of blood and they do a bunch of tests and they fucking say you got to come back and do another one and they fucking poke holes in your arm. And I was wondering why I got a bit of a fucking spot here the other day, but this was the arm that I got absolutely butchered in. So I had a fucking blood test done. Well, I've had about 7 blood tests this year. I had a few last year before. I've had about 6 or 7 blood tests this year. And every time it's a young, capable nurse, they use the butterfly sort of tab needle. I barely feel it, and they take blood, and it's fine. But the last time I had a blood test was this very elderly woman, and I could see her hands had like liver spots all over them. So she was very, very old, right? So I think she might be coming to the end of her career, and she couldn't find the vein for love nor money. And she was using a giant, great big fucking needle that was, yeah, not very pleasant. And the third time she tried, she fucking shoved it right into the fucking skin and moved it around, digging around for a fucking vein, and finally got a vein. But she bruised the fucking... I mean, the other 2 times I've had blood taken, well, the other 2 or 3 times I've had blood taken before, there's been no bruise, like nothing, it's fine. Like, maybe a little bit of discoloration, but she absolutely fucking butchered me. So yeah, from now on, if they say we need to do more blood tests, I'm like, right, I've had 4 or 5 done in the last few months. I had a couple done at the beginning of the year. I had a couple done last year. You know, I've done lots of blood tests at this point. So from now on, if I'm going to have a blood test, I want a nurse that's, you know, younger. In case I don't want the same nurse as last time. Because I'm sorry, she didn't know what she was doing, and she might know what she wanted to do, but she couldn't do it. So I'm sorry. And you know, if I'm going to have to do this multiple times, I'm not having a crap nurse. I'm sorry. You know, if you go in, you have a blood test and it's bad, oh well, you know, not the end of the world. But yeah, chances are I'm going to have like another 3 or 4. Searching the estate can be exhausting. Each time you enter a room, you will lose 1 step. When you no longer have any steps left, you will be too tired to continue searching the manor, and you must call it a day. Oh, okay. So we can only do it. Oh, okay. Interesting. Right. Ski Fox, welcome in. How does being bread feel like? It's a little bit crusty, I'm not going to lie. But no, I think that everybody likes bread. So I was like, if I call myself bread, everyone has to like me. But no, welcome in. But yes, Mo, welcome in. Good to see you. I was in 2006. I was in 2003. Manor, you'll feel at home. Duke Crumbs. Krill, welcome in. Good to see you, dude. Going to get it done before Christmas at some point. Yeah, if you can get it out of the way before Christmas, then you haven't got to fucking worry about it over New Year's and everything. So why I'm covering my eyes with a mask so I don't see the needle. Yeah, this is it. The thing is, like, not seeing the needle, because these days, like I say, the butterfly valve is like, you know, really tiny little needle, right? And, you know, the nurses I've had before are really good. I mean, it's a tiny little pinching sensation. I barely feel anything. But this elderly woman, I think her eyesight, she had glasses, but her eyesight was going, because she was using a great big fucking syringe needle that was like fitted onto a valve rather than the tiny little tabbed one. And yeah, it was fucking brutal. The thing is, she had the needle, and I saw, because obviously a needle is a metal tube and they cut it at an angle, I could see the oval shape of the end of the needle. That's how fucking big the needle. I could see the end of it with the hole. I could see that with the naked eye. That's how fucking big this needle was. And I was like, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not having that again. So yeah, I mean, the trouble is I went to go see a doctor, specialist person, and they said I need something, and they haven't called me back for like a month. So I might have to call them. When I call them, if I go back in there and they say, yeah, we need to do more blood tests, I'm like, right, I'm not having the nurse I had last time. I'm sorry. She was too old. She didn't know what she was doing. She couldn't find the vein, and she fucking butchered my arms, made me look like a fucking drug addict, and I was bruised for fucking weeks. So no, I'm not having it again. Sorry. I don't mind people poking me with things. I don't really like needles. I don't like sharp, stabby pain. I know it's a bit weird. I've got flash tunnels and stuff, but yeah, if I'm going to have an injection of some sort, you know, in the arm or whatever, it's fine. I can deal with it. But yeah, what I can't deal with is, oh, I didn't get it. Oh, I didn't get it. Oh, I didn't get it. Oh, I've almost got it. I've almost got it. There it is. Because it fucking, they dig around. It's like, for fuck's sake, woman. Like, there's literally, like, you can put your finger there. Like, there's like you can put your finger and you can feel that there's like a bit you can push down that's like springy, because it's like a vein, and you just go in there. But yeah, anyway. Maybe it was the wrong needle. Even Crumbs looked like he was a train spot. No, it was a fucking hench needle, man. Needles that are like the patch with micro needles you just have to slam above the place. Yeah, I mean, I've seen things you can like just put, like you just put something on your skin, you just attach it, and then like it just drains a little bit of blood with no needle whatsoever. Well, there must be something, but yeah. No injection, just no needles. Seeing them makes me dizzy and lightheaded, but I thug it out. Good for you, dude. Good for you. I don't. I only eat whole grain bread. Only whole grain. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, you're allowed to have whole grain bread if you want. We love all breads here. I haven't had any blood work since 2023. Yeah, it's been, yeah, Gramophone is superior audio storage. Or superior. It's crackly as fuck. But yeah, sorry to hear about that, dude. I hope that improves. The new vaccines are going to be a microneedle patch, and they have a very hard time to give kids the vaccine. Yeah, exactly. This is it. And do you know what? Like, I remember at first when they said, "Oh, there's a COVID vaccine. It's going to sort of, this comes in 2 jabs, blah 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 blah," and people were all over the internet like, "I'm not going to take the vaccine. I don't trust it," and blah blah blah. And then people were saying vaccines give you autism and everything. It's like, listen, dude. Like, if you're a pussy and you're scared of needles, just say you're a pussy and you're scared of needles. Don't try and fucking undermine the entire idea of intravenous delivery of medication. Don't try and say that, don't try and undermine it because you're scared of it. If you're scared of it, you're scared of it, but don't try and undermine it for your ego, because that's what it was. It was just people open only in the event of my death. Simon, welcome to Mount Holly. You may not remember, but I have fond memories of your many visits here as a young boy, and I hope these rooms provide you with as much amusement as it did in those lost summer days. By the time you read this, I will assume you are fully aware of my last wishes and all the details of the bequest. Please do not mistake my intentions in giving you this challenge as a lack of confidence. Assure you. Confidence. Assure you? Oh, sorry, that's not my crosshair, sorry, that's a fucking I. I assure you nothing could have been further from my mind when I chose you as my heir. With that said, there are a few ground rules of this commission covered in the fine print of my will that I feel I should bring to your attention. No tools or items may be brought into the estate from the outside. Tools or items found on the estate may not be taken off the estate. You may not stay overnight. I do not suspect any of these stipulations should prove an impediment for someone as resourceful as yourself, but it is very important to me that you start fresh each morning and not rely on the successes of the previous day. Okay. One final word of advice, do not assume the rooms you find today will be the same rooms you find tomorrow. These grounds have provided me a home for the last half-century, and even I am uncertain which room lies beyond any particular door. Your grandmother used to say, don't go where the path leads, abandon the path and go where you want it to lead. Okay, so don't allow the house to lead you somewhere. Hey, look, we found the blueprints. Game over, let's go. Just kidding. Nimbus, thank you for the alert, dude. I appreciate that. Cortisone needle for Lisa's cancer tumor, though, dude. I thought her arm would be cut off by the needle. It's so damn big. Oh, yeah. Sometimes the chemical is so thick it needs to have a thicker needle. But yeah. Also, how likely is it for Dispatch to win Game of the Year? Because I heard it's really good. I'm not too sure. But yeah, I think Expedition 33 needs to win because I've seen a couple of people playing Dispatch, like 3, and I hear it's pretty good. Doesn't seem like the sort of thing I'd be interested in, but it seems to be pretty good. But I saw everybody played Clair Obscur. And basically everyone fucking loved it. So this is the thing. And the fact that it wasn't nominated for Best Music at the Grammys is, I think it was the Grammys. The fact that it wasn't nominated for Best Music just goes to show you how fucking tone deaf and out of touch some fucking ratings panels are. And IGN and fucking some of the other like video game publication media websites, they've been pretty far off the mark. So yeah. Her Dispatch is really good, and had a tight as fuck, so she would be able to be still because she couldn't take it. And I was, oh, dude, I'm sorry to hear that. It's fucking rough. BluePrince is Game of the Year for me, hands down. I hope you enjoy it. Tallies, welcome in. Well, yeah, a few people have said as much. A few people said that, you know what, they really fucking enjoyed Expedition 33, but then this game came along and just completely fucking blew them away. So I am happy. Select a room to draft. You've drawn floor plans, you must select one. There wouldn't be a bedroom down here, would there? I suppose there would be a closet. Each time you collect 3, an additional 1 in interest. Oh, okay. Compound interest, chat. We're going to become a capitalist pig. definitely will be at the Game Awards. It's just a puzzle. It is a puzzle game, roguelike puzzle game. Maybe a buy then. Welcome to the Swiss mine crumbs. So I get to choose. Okay. This corner thing. Unfortunately, it's the 15th, but yeah. My picks for Game of the Year are Split Fiction, Claire 33, DK Bonanza, Silk Song, Ghost of Yota, and Dispatch. A pretty solid selection. I would have to say that Expedition 33 is currently taking it for me, I think. I'm trying to think of what else we've played this year. Because it's been a fucking crazy year. Crazy year. The Dark Ages was earlier, so Metal Gear Solid was pretty good. So... Oh, what's going on here? Why are you suddenly darkening my screen? What are you doing? Death Stranding was okay. It was okay. It was a bit of a letdown, but it was pretty good. It's been a pretty stacked year, I'm not going to lie. But yeah, my concern is that even though I've heard kind of like, you know, Silk Song is good, but like I think a lot of people were just, they were so like desperate to play something that like they were expecting a bit too much, which is what happens when you wait too long to release a game. So yeah, I think that my worry was that Expedition 33 was going to get absolutely just washed because everyone was going to glaze Silk Song so fucking hard. But actually, after it released, I've heard people sort of, you know, saying, yeah, it's good, but not, you know, it hasn't blown everyone away as much as the first one. And there's a few things people don't like and blah, blah, blah. It's not perfect. And that's unfortunately just how a sequel of that magnitude is going to go. Ferret, welcome in. How's it going? Welcome, Hunter. Metal Gear Solid Delta was awesome. Yeah, it was really good. It's a remake, so, but yeah. Not Silent Hill F. Meh. Silent Hill F was really, really good, but I think that there were still a couple of problems with it. But I think that Expedition 33, it just kind of didn't let me down or didn't bore me at all. And we did 100%. We played everything. We did every single fucking fight. Apparently there's some DLC on the way. But yeah, I just think Expedition 33, not only as a game, as a product itself, the game itself as a product is fucking brilliant, but also the story behind how the game was made is just such a good news story for the gaming industry. So yeah, I think it's a must. I think for the sake of the video games industry and sort of, you know, making sure people that make decisions about what projects get greenlit, we need to communicate to them that that's the sort of thing that we want. You know, because you might have played Expedition 33 and thought, yeah, it's good, but I'm not fucking obsessed with it. But you have to admit that it's, you know, for a small team of people that used to be AAA devs that broke away from that, you know, formulaic crunch sort of cycle of just making the same fucking game over and over again to make the game they wanted to make. I think it's a fucking triumph, you know, and it reminds you that there are people out there that can make brilliant video games. Brilliant video games can still exist. Stuff that can completely fucking blow you away and completely, you know, make you fall in love with a genre or a category of games again. They do exist. It's just obviously they're trapped in fucking jobs working in studios where the publisher has the final say about everything. Oh, we got a key back. Okay. I'm simple man. I choose Doom. Lost Soul Aside. I heard is getting better over time. Game studio success stories. Yeah, exactly. I mean, a breakout game, like a brand new game that, you know, a brand new studio, first game, and just to hit that hard and to get that kind of mainstream sort of attention, it is kind of unheard of. Because, like, I think when you've got a game that's part of a series that's like fucking 7 games deep, it's kind of out of the realm of like game of the year, because it's unfair for like a new game to have to compete with a game that has like 7 years worth of diehard fans that will overlook when a game is not great, and they'll still glaze it because of the sunk cost fallacy. So yeah, I think that the game of the year should be a new game. It doesn't have to be a new studio, but a new game, new IP, and it should, you know, it should have to be something that's not just formulaic, repetitive garbage. You know, it needs to be something that tells the publishers, okay, people want unique, interesting, different kinds of game. They don't just want Assassin's Creed 52 and Far Cry 19, because there's nothing wrong with those games. They are what they are. They do what they do, and, you know, they're very good at doing it. But you can't just play that kind of game. You need to play other stuff as well. And I think that there's a very big chunk of the games market that's just casual and only really sticks within that sort of AAA mainstream sort of middle of the road stuff. And they miss out on amazing experiences. They'll look at Expedition 33 and say, man, it's a small studio, it's the first game, it's probably going to be shit. You know, they won't have a skill tree or a fucking, you know, it won't have like unlocks or anything. So yeah, and it's a shame, because I think if the games market, if the games industry was more varied and people had more, you know, choice, and they weren't all being drawn to just playing the most predictable slop out there, people might enjoy video games a bit more rather than just complaining about them on the internet all the fucking time. But anyway, what do I know? I'm just a fucking apparently I'm a streamer and I'm fucking ruining games. Apparently streamers are ruining games. That's the other fucking opinion that I see fucking parroted all over the internet. And it's like, no, the vocal minority are saying based and clout chasey shit about games because they want to fucking get attention. They're not ruining games. If you think publishers listen to them, you know, I'm sorry. And big multiplayer games, when somebody says something and then the community says it, that's when the studio makes a change, not just the streamer saying it. So I'm not going to defend these toxic, just chatting streamers that play, you know, play a video game occasionally, because they'll say something, but then fucking 6,000 of their followers will parrot the same thing in the reviews. They'll review bomb a game, parroting what the streamer said. And then the studio's like, okay, fuck it, give it to them. Give it to them. And you give it to them and they complain. It's like, it's because it was a bad idea, because they don't know how to fucking, they play games. They don't design games, they play games. But anyway. Can't have Tears of the Kingdom because that's just a Switch 2 edition. Yeah, exactly. You know, and to be honest, Tears of the Kingdom was nothing compared to Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild was so much fucking better. Tears of the Kingdom is just kind of a big DLC. It's all right. It was loads of fun to play. I played like 300 hours of it, you know. But it wasn't a proper fully fledged game. It wasn't a separate game. It was more of an expansion pack, to be honest. It's up for Prologue Go Way Back, which is a very niche game. Prologue Go Way Back. Okay, if you've got the trailers, drop in the Discord. I can have a look later. I'd like to have a look. Just woke up, going to get some coffee and some food. Get ready for the day. Very good idea, Ferret. Very good idea. Jode, welcome in. I think I already see Corpo's learning from Expedition 33. Check the memes in Discord. Yeah, Ubisoft has been rebranded as something else. Imagine if Sandfall, with all the money they've made from... Dudes, imagine if Sandfall, with all the money they've made from Expedition 33, bought out the rights, because Ubisoft is literally about to fucking... They've cancelled an earnings call. Like, they are literally on the way out. I wish... okay. But imagine a universe where that was possible. First uber big success indie game was Minecraft. Yeah, there's been a bunch of them though. You've got Minecraft, you've got Hollow Knight, you've got all kinds of indie games that are made by like 1 or 2 people. Undertale, you know, that have been enormous successes because they know how to make a good game. They're not worried about profit margins, about delivery mechanisms, about release windows. They're just gonna make a fucking video game and just fucking upload it, you know. And they want to make the game they want to play, and because they're a player, they make a good game because they want to play it, right? Problem with sequels is most people remember the heart of the original or go memories whilst looking at the sequel from the get-go. It's winning. Yeah, I think Death Stranding 2, it didn't do enough that was different. Like, there was some new stuff, but it felt quite iterative. And you do get sequels that just iterate a little bit on the previous game, but not from Hideo Kojima. You know, look at Metal Gear Solid 1 versus Metal Gear Solid 2. Yeah, there's similarities, but, you know, they evolved almost every aspect of the game. And I know we haven't jumped platforms as much. You know, PlayStation 4 to PlayStation 5 is not as big as PlayStation 1 to PlayStation 2. I know the delta is bigger. But yeah, it felt way too safe. It didn't do enough new things that were out there and everything. And having read interviews where Kojima says they already have a theory, a framework for Death Stranding 3, but they don't want to make it, that makes me even more, that makes me believe even more that they didn't really want to make Death Stranding 2, and they didn't really have enough time to direct it properly, because you can feel a lack of direction. The game has a bunch of things that don't quite gel as like a whole product thing, and that's a Kojima staple. Is everything in a Metal Gear Solid game, it just all fucking fits and works perfectly. It's all, no matter how fucking crazy, and this is the contrast it's fucking insane. No matter how fucking insane something is, it never quite feels out of place in Metal Gear Solid, right? But then when I was playing Death Stranding 2, some of the music and some of the other bits and pieces just felt out of place. It felt like they didn't need to be there, right? So yeah, I was like, I don't know. I think that they were spreading themselves too thin trying to direct OD Knock and a few other things as well as Death Stranding 2, and they couldn't fully dive in and lock in for one game at a time. And the fact that they said they don't want to make Death Stranding 3, even though they have a concept for it, that proves to me that I think they were kind of, they don't really want to direct that again. I think as they realise they're coming towards the sort of twilight golden years end of their career and their life, I think they want to start as many IPs as possible whilst they can and then let them go. But yeah. Unfortunately, the nominees were announced on Monday, so I guess SpongeBob Times of the Tide won't be up for Best Family Game. Oh, that's a shame. Expedition 33 is a game I had no expectations whatsoever and beat out any average RPG nowadays. Such an underdog, barely any cared until it came out. Yeah, it's crazy how they just came out of nowhere with a completely new franchise. And the thing is, like that whole like sector, you've got your Persona fans, you've got your Final Fantasy fans, you've got your Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross, and that whole, I can't remember what the actual series is called, but there's like diehard fans that will play that group of games over and over and over again. So to come out and enter that space, that really competitive space, especially when Squaresoft and the people behind the Final Fantasy VII remake seem to be sort of, doing quite well, remaking some of their games again with much better graphics in a new engine. So yeah, it's a pretty competitive space. It's pretty difficult to muscle your way into that space with so many long-standing franchises that have die-hard fans, but they fucking did it. But not only did they do that, they also fucking got a bunch of people like me that haven't played a turn-based game since like the 90s to fall in love with turn-based games again. It's fucking crazy. Not the new Hyrule Warriors game. No, the Hyrule Warriors, not the Hyrule Warriors game was an expansion, but Tears of the Kingdom felt kind of like a big expansion rather than a fully fledged game. It was more of a sort of thing like a second chapter DLC, like a big DLC for Breath of the Wild, than a fully fledged game. So, but they did Ocarina and Majora's that use pretty much the same engine, but I think there was more of a difference between those two. And they did add some stuff in Tears of the Kingdom, but the whole time I was playing it, it just didn't quite hit as hard for me. It just never quite hit as hard as Breath of the Wild. And yeah, I think when a sequel takes something that's good and adds a bunch of extra cool stuff, because building stuff was cool, the story was pretty cool. The Sky Islands were a fucking massive letdown. They were fucking really, really fucking basic. The underground being a carbon copy of the overground, just reversed, made it fairly tame. And yeah, I just didn't get as much out of it. Whereas Breath of the Wild, I fell into that game and just never wanted to leave. Best family game, I know DK Bonanza and Split Fiction will be... for family game, DK Bonanza. Nintendo games often do quite well in the family sector. Sonic Racing Crossworlds, haven't even heard of that one. There's a bunch of new Sonic games. Pokemon Legends ZA, yeah, it depends if that one, because I think Kate was saying that Pokemon Legends ZA plays okay. The performance is okay, and that was usually the thing that's the problem with the Pokemon games, is how fucking bad they run. Can't even buy Ubisoft stock any longer. The exchange had to halt trading because of a short position. Yep, people are going to fucking absolutely eviscerate that. More a particularly cringy YouTube ad that showed up for me. I just had to screenshot. The GameCube will be the next big console. Split Fiction, Hyrule Warriors, Age of Imprisonment, Pokemon Legends, EA, and probably one or two more. In the family sector, yeah. I bet you got a good laugh, that name, Valve console, Gabe. Yeah, GameCube. Such a fucking good name. I love when the public comes up with a better name. Steam Machine, a new console. Yeah, the thing is, it's not the first time they've done a Steam Machine. They did, I think Alienware did one ages ago, but I don't think it ever came out. Small cube, power of 4090. Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, I saw that it's only got 8 gigabytes of VRAM, and they're saying it's going to play games at 4K 60. I don't know many 4 games that don't have textures that wouldn't completely saturate 8 gigabytes of VRAM immediately, but maybe there's some trickery going on. Maybe it's got a shared memory pool somewhere else. I don't know. Maybe it's got 8 gigabytes of VRAM and some other VRAM somewhere else. I'm not sure, but yeah. I think what's the point of Death Stranding 3? You know, the more interesting part is the connection. Yeah, and I think that you could definitely evolve Death Stranding into something where, like, there were a few ways that getting around changed, and also the way you connected people, but it was still, you know, going from shelter to shelter, and just fucking delivering stuff. And although you delivered some other sort of materials and some other kinds of thing, I don't really remember, because I mean, there were little robots that would do deliveries for you in Death Stranding 1, right? And then the roads, you could do something a bit new with the roads a little bit, but it just, like I say, it just felt like it was Death Stranding 1.2, not Death Stranding 2.0, right? It felt more like the first game than a sequel that Kojima would have done. And I think they played it a bit safe. I think that, you know, they played it a bit safe because they knew the game was going to sell. I think the story was pretty interesting. The cutscenes were very cinematic in places, but there were a few that were a bit like, I don't know, that doesn't feel very, you know, I don't think that's been directed properly. I don't think that's really had somebody look at it over and over again and really agonize about making it perfect. There was some amazing cinematography, because there always is. You know, Kojima has a brain for cinematography after watching, you know, a lifetime's worth of films. But yeah, like, a lot of the cutscenes and sort of the dialogue and the writing in the first game really hits so hard. And I think the sense of, like, teamwork in Death Stranding 2, where the team comes to Sam's rescue a few times, that's really nice. That was really nice to see. But yeah, there were other moments when I was like, man, I don't know, man. I feel like some of the characters had very interesting personalities and skill sets that we didn't really see enough of, and a lot of the people in the shelters just weren't as compelling at all. You know, like, to this day, I'll remember that raised bit in the middle of the first area, one of the sort of the new areas after you get off a boat or something. You go up and there's like a difficult mountain to climb, and then you get to this little shelter that's kind of like tucked down a little bit in a hill, and it's this really old guy, and he used to say, "Let's see how's the package," and it's stuck in my it's stuck in my fucking memory. I love that guy, you know. And when I saw him in the sequel, I was like, it's fucking him. It's the old guy, because I love the personalities. But obviously, I respect that. Obviously, it's set in Australia, so they use a lot of Australian kind of celebrities. But I just didn't know who anyone was, you know. And they weren't as interesting or as compelling for me as a result. Like, those two influencer dudes that you have to do that fucking horrible fucking collection fetch quest delivery. I have no idea who the fuck they are. They did my head in. I couldn't stand them. And then they had a really annoying delivery to get the platinum. I was like, oh. But yeah, GameCube is fucking great. Well, walking up and down hills and falling, I guess. Oh, I feel as if they could have done a bit more with, like, the challenges you faced, because I mean, I solved pretty much most of the problems of getting around in Death Stranding 2 the exact same way I did in Death Stranding 1. I didn't really have to learn or do anything new, which is a shame. Tiny, welcome in. Yes, I finally fucking made it to BluePrince. But I've been yapping for like fucking 10 minutes. Dear Herbert, it was great honor it was a great honor receiving the invitation to dine at your estate with the Oldhams this past Thursday. If I'm being frank, It had been quite a while since we had been seen in decent society, and were beginning to worry that my wife's wit had lost its charm. Fucking hell. Don't blame your wife because you don't get invited to things, you miserable cunt. I have no delusions that my company is rival to... Oh, fucking sit down, mate. Fucking... If I can refresh your memory, we both spent much of that evening discussing our mutual love of games and puzzles. I had mentioned to you a rather singular parlour game I had played some years back involving 3 boxes of different colours. You had pressed me to write with the particulars of this game when I found the time, and I have included this letter with all the details you'll need to share with guests should you be inclined to play this confounding game. Always your friend, M. Lowry. There will always be at least one box which displays only true statements. There will always be one box which displays only false statements, and only one box has a prize within. The other 2 are always empty. Right. So, can we pick up the apple? Fuck yeah, we can. Super stoked to see you play this in for a treat. Yeah, no, everyone keeps telling me how fucking good it is. We've already had somebody come in and say it's their game of the year. So, what does this say? The gems are not in the white box. The gems are not in this box. The gems are in this box. Okay, so if one is telling the truth, one is telling lies, and one is... So if it was in this box, that's true. That's true. That's not. And not in the white box. That would mean that was lying, that was lying. The gems are in this box. So, do you see the huge blowout of Metroid Prime 4 yesterday? Huge blowout? How do you mean blowout? Sorry, did somebody like so excited? Was it announced? Because SpongeBob Titans of the Tide comes out on Tuesday. Well, I hope people enjoy it. This is the thing. The thing is, when it comes to Game of the Year, I think that some people are like, oh yeah, it didn't win Game of the Year. It's shit. I shouldn't buy it. It's like, no, if it got nominated, it's a fucking good game, right? Walking up and down hills and stuff. You never finished Breath of the Wild? Ah, okay. Stupid Guardians. Once you learn how to parry them, the timing to parry them, they're not as bad, but they are annoying at first, I admit. Really sad what they're doing with Metroid at the moment. Let's be honest, Valve making a console is pretty top tier. Well, the thing is, it's interesting because like they're entering a space where they know that their hardware is going to get outperformed. Their library and the PC games. Well, the thing is, like this is why so they said it's going to have 8 gigabytes of VRAM, but it's going to do 4K 60. I'm a little bit dubious about that. I'm not too sure how that's possible, but I'm not an expert. They do have all sorts of fucking spec details and data from like people playing games on their platform. So they know what specs are going to be needed. So yeah, I don't think 4K 60 is going to be all games. I think when you take a full-blown fucking PC, like, I mean, my PC wouldn't do 4K 60 on a bunch of, like, big games. Maybe a game like this, I could do 4K 60, but I stream at 1440, so there's no point. But yeah, I'm a little bit dubious about if that's going to perform 4K 60, because if they said, you know, it's 4K capable, it can play games at 60 FPS, but they said 4K 60, so that means that the majority of the library needs to play at 4K at 60 FPS the majority of the time, but how they're going to achieve that, I'm not sure. But they did play Cyberpunk with like a bunch of stuff turned up to medium and high, and it was 4K 60, so maybe there's something going on there that I don't know. Played Portal with Lisa yesterday. Oh yeah, Portal's fucking brilliant. Amazing mechanic, but also really good story. I really enjoyed Portal. Their weird Steam machine before was kind of like meh. It was a long time ago. Yeah, they did. I think it was with Alienware. VRAM are increasing in price too, so maybe they keep. Oh yeah, exactly. This is it. When you're making a console, it's all about because PlayStation 3, that's what they did. PlayStation 3, they were like, well, let's not worry about how much it costs. Let's just make the best fucking most powerful gaming machine in history, and they did. I'm getting a bit of tearing. I think I might just. I will play the game in a second. Sorry, I mean, part of me. Is there a VSync? Okay, I'll try that. Oh, smooth. Very smooth. Unfortunately, you guys only get 60 FPS. Oh my god, it's 120 hertz, isn't it? Yeah, 2650 by 1440, 120p. So yeah, progressive scan, 120p. Oh, it's smooth, chat. It's smooth. Sorry if I'm making anyone dizzy. But yeah, I think 4K 60 might be for a handful of games that might be very well optimized for it. I think they might be using, because don't get me wrong, if you're going to build a console and you put everything on one board, there is an inherent advantage to that. And that's why some of the new MacBooks are so fucking performant, is because you've got your CPU, your GPU, and everything is just incorporated so fucking closely that the handoff, there's no bridge to worry about. Everything is already happening in the same fucking thread structure. So it's all just being handled at the same time. Anyway, we have a puzzle. I'm yapping. I do apologize. But yes, it's nice to chat to you. I thought about doing a just chatting segment at the beginning of the stream to chat to you guys, but as a smaller streamer, sometimes when I go live, there's no one here, so I just start playing the game, so it would be a bit silly to do a just chatting segment and then start the game. But yeah, I love the yaps. Yeah, this is it. I love talking to you guys about video games and stuff, but I am also streaming this to YouTube, and I worry that people on YouTube want me to shut the fuck up and play the fucking video game. I'm excited for the game. I know, I mean, like the whole deep dive into the game. Oh, so there was more information released. Cannot wait for Metroid Prime 4. Yeah, I mean, Metroid back in the day was, yeah, it was a Metroidvania, wasn't it? It was, you know, you had this enormous, great big map to get around, and it was like so much more big and in detail than any other platforming game at the time. And yeah, so yeah, Castlevania and Metroid were they just fucking blew you away. And it's nice to see that Hollow Knight has kind of spearheaded a resurgence in Metroidvanias, and I hope that Expedition 33 will spearhead a resurgence of turn-based RPGs, and where games like Persona and Final Fantasy are then sort of flanked by a bunch of other smaller efforts from smaller teams that try and do something unique, and it adds a bit of life, because I feel like turn-based games have kind of drifted out of common, because turn-based games were obviously a way to have a much more visually impressive game, but it was turn-based, so everything was pre-rendered, pre-calculated, so it didn't have to stress the console out as much, because PlayStation 1 and SNES and stuff could only draw so much on the screen. But obviously we've sort of moved away from that now, where Final Fantasy VII, the remake, shows that you could make that game like completely dynamic and have Devil May Cry, but it's Final Fantasy VII, and so that's what they did. And yeah, it's we've kind of moved away from the limitations that made that game what it was, much in the same way that Resident Evil is over the shoulder now, not fixed camera. But then you play a fixed camera game like Tormented Souls 2 or the remake of Resident Evil 1, or play another survival horror that has fixed cameras or semi-fixed cameras, and you suddenly remember how it felt that the fixed cameras, that limitation, was actually a fundamental part of what made that game feel that way. So actually, just because we don't need to inhibit that limitation anymore doesn't mean we shouldn't still do that sometimes, because it does, Anyway, the gems are not in the white box. So if they were, that would be a lie. The gems are not in this box, and that would be two lies. So one of these has to tell the truth and one of these has to lie. The gems are in this box. So if it was in the blue box, that would be true. That would be true. That would be a lie. So the blue box, the gems are not in the white box. That could be true. The gems are not in this box could be a lie. Could be no, hang on. That could be true. There will always be at least one box which displays true statements. There'll always be one box that displays false statements. Only one box has a prize within. The other two are always empty. So we've got to have a lie. We're going to have a lie and a truth. And then something that's... Because if it was in the white box, that would be a lie, and that would be a lie. That would be a lie. So it can't be in the white box. If it was in the blue box, the gems are not in the white. That could be true. The gems are not in this box. That could be. So if they're not. If that was the lie, and that was the truth, because the framework is this one talks about this box, and this one talks about this box. This is the only box that talks about another box, right? So I'm going to say the word box so many times it's going to lose all meaning, but this is the odd one out because this one talks about a box that's something else. This one talks about a different box. So gems are not in this box. The gems are in this box. That could be a lie. That could be the truth, which means this one I'll chat. Chat. You'll have to see it. You'll have to see it. Right. Once you have drawn floor plans, security, view inventory of all items currently in the house. You may draw new floor plans while drafting in this room. Guest bedroom plus 10. Okay. Sinclair, I just wanted to write you a quick note thanking you for the weekend. I had a thrilling time on the hunt with Lord Everson, whose peculiar personality somewhat made up for your own absence. I also got to appreciate your new game in the billiard room. It's been ages I've been in the billiard room in the house. I was beginning to suspect you retired the floor plan. It was well worth the wait, though, as I always enjoyed your mathematical puzzles and appreciated that I didn't need to know how the rules of darts to play your variation. Hoping your improved health improves shortly. So this is one of the things, when you get programmers that work in building games, they think that math puzzles are fun for everybody because they're very good at maths because they're a programmer, right? However, the rest of the world that isn't programmers, it's like, yeah, if you've got a 15 that sometimes is a 20, and then you've got a 40 that's sometimes a 15, and you've got a string of variables that could sometimes mean this or this or this, what's the variable that this is going to be? It's like, mate, fuck off. I'm not fucking doing maths here. You know, at least make it into, because the thing is, I know that if you then like took that puzzle, like the logic of that puzzle, and wrote a story, it would be a fun puzzle, but they've just got the framework of the puzzle laid out, and they haven't got this. And I like the story of puzzles. I like to think of things, you know, pragmatically and logically, where required. So yeah, when I just get a puzzle that's just like, yeah, if it's 7:15 and it takes 12 minutes, it's like, I'm not doing a fucking maths GCSE here, right? Write a better puzzle. Gigabrain, nah. Not everyone is playing 5D chess with the multiverse time travel on Steam either. Well, yeah, but like, I think I'm trying to think of who's this? Welcome in. Yeah, I don't know. I think I've played puzzle games in the past, and yeah, like there's a story that makes you think about all the components of the puzzle, and then you have to think of the thing that they're sort of, you know, not mentioning. There's usually a bit of information that's obviously logically correct. Please don't spam them, dude. I appreciate the bits, but please don't spam them. But yeah, there's usually a bit of the information that's being sort of left out. A chapel, whenever you enter, you lose one. Kitchen, food for sale. Another bedroom. So I suppose we should make a kitchen, shouldn't we? Just had to go get a math degree in Cambridge. Well, yeah, and hey, look, it's a mocker. Oh my goodness, dude. Why have I got a mouse on the screen? Excuse me. I interacted. Somebody was, you know, trying to use a mocha and it wasn't working. So they posted a video on TikTok asking for help. And I was like, okay, this is what I do. I'm not an expert, but this is what I did for years. You know, this grind, I suppose the water's been turned off because the person who lives here has passed away. That makes sense. But yeah, I was like, what I used to do is grind at this size. I used to gently, you don't want to squeeze it down into the basket. You just want to gently level it off. And some people are like, no, you have to leave it loose. And I was like, doesn't create enough resistance. You know, you want a little bit of resistance, a little bit of pressure to make the water have to sort of squeeze through the coffee. Just a little, not too much. With a mocha, you'd have to do it too much. But yeah, and I sort of explained that, you know, that it should just trickle out of the top. And then when it starts to go quickly, immediately off the heat and put the lid down. And then you get a reasonable cup of coffee out of it. But then, yeah, somebody was arguing that that's not how to do it. And I was like, okay, dude, I suppose I've got fucking 5 years of experience, but I don't know what I'm talking about, you know, whatever. So you can comment what you do, but I realized that on social media, 80% of social media is people saying somebody else is wrong without having anything to say themselves. You know, they'll argue that somebody else is wrong, but they won't say what they believe because they don't want to be called out as wrong, because that's what everybody does. But yeah. Can't wait for Metro. Yeah, 4K 60, but not good enough. I play Cyberpunk on the highest. I play Cyberpunk on the highest you can have. Yeah, well, yeah, this is it. I mean, computers have got better since its release, so people are cranking it these days. Even the dog food bowl land water has filled. Yeah, blue though, isn't it? But somebody put food down for the pet. They haven't eaten it. I know all about that. I have a pet that doesn't eat their food and then complains that they're hungry. So, Mountain Hardy kitchen menu, banana 2, club sandwich. Oh, I love a club sandwich. 8, tomato soup 5. Today's main course, glazed salmon. The main course is served only in the dining room. Okay. So +3, +15, +5 for every bedroom in your house. Okay. Same thing, yeah. I thought that was a key. So, gem requirement 1. View inventory. All items currently in the house. No, I'm not really bothered about that. Let's just make it. Getting a bit of a bug where the mouse is showing up on the screen. A metal detector, greater chance of finding keys and coins. Ah, okay, that's pretty good. Pretty good. What if we got a pile of leaves? Locked by an electronic key card. Okay, so we've got to find a key card somewhere. Wonder where the pet is. Exactly, yeah, this is it. Because I want to pet them. Yeah, I mean, I didn't believe I didn't believe they'd be able to run Cyberpunk on a Switch 2, but apparently you can. River Monster, welcome in. How's it going, dude? Good to see you. Becca! The lovely, lovely Becca. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. How was stream? How was Red Dead? How are you getting on? Welcome in, Raiders. How's it going? Simply Sparky. Hello, welcome in. See. Story is good on Switch too. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, the story's fucking brilliant. I mean, yeah. Story is like, you know, the story of Cyberpunk is fucking heartbreakingly good. But it's CDPR, isn't it? You know, the stories, the writing is some of the best in gaming. They're just so good at writing stories. Even the side quests. I mean, the side quests in Witcher 3 and Cyberpunk, the side quests in a CDPR game are better than the story, like the main story of some other games. Like, you play some other games, like, yeah, it's not a bad story. It's pretty interesting. Yeah, that was good. That was good. Then you play a side quest in a CDPR game. You're like, holy shit, this character's amazing. They're so interesting and well written. I love them. You know, I want a spin-off game just with them. Right. So I think antechamber there. Okay. Welcome in, Becca. How was your stream? What did you get up to today? How is the redemption? A fucking big old oven. And what looks like a coffee grinder. Really good. How are you? I'm very well, thanks. Very well. Yeah. Just started playing a new game. It's already a little bit different than I thought. So I'm thinking of it in a slightly different way. But yeah, so far, been pretty fun. Okay, so the bedroom gives you 10 extra steps once. Okay, fair enough. So we want to make a billiard room, right? So I suppose because, yeah, you get a certain amount of doors per room. So when you make a room that doesn't have any doors, that's obviously a bit of a sacrifice. I like the graphics. Yeah, it's very stylized. And it's very interesting to see a video game having its own kind of... I mean, it does feel a little bit like... What Remains of Edith Finch and The Roundtrees Are Dead, I think it was called. But The Roundtrees Are Dead I haven't played yet. And that's the one that I want to play because it was similar to What Remains of Edith Finch. Campsite. Due to the rules set forth, great uncle, you are not allowed to stay in the estate overnight. Luckily, however, your scouting skills have been put to good use to fabricate a very respectable off-site sleeping quarters. You may call it a day at any time. From the blueprint menu, return to the campsite for the night. Oh, so you could just push tab and come back here. Okay. So I suppose what you're supposed to do is just plant a bunch of rooms, see what you can do, and then sleep until the next day, and then plant some different rooms because it said they reset, right? It's a roguelike. Oh, okay. They mentioned 1993 in the recording, didn't they? But I mean, realistically, my dude, you know, like you can't be bragging about you being an outdoorsman and setting up a pretty respectable camp, but then you're not able to just step over a fence. I mean, it even has a little sort of raised bit there. You could stand on that and just step over. And there's even a fucking tree trunk you could use to step over, and also this rock. So, yeah, okay. Okay. Okay, then. Ooh. A bunker. Yeah, that's something I read about as well. That's one of the really concerning things that I've read as of late, is that billionaires are building bunkers, like giant underground complexes where they could survive for several years, which is quite worrying because there's always been doomsday preppers, right? They even had a TV show at some point, right? I think that's what it was called. But yeah, like billionaires are building these enormous underground bunkers where they could just fucking, you know, hide from the world for a certain amount of time, which is pretty fucking scary because, yeah, There's only a couple of reasons why you would need to hide from the... oh, I can make a wish. Ah, with the coins. Interesting. Okay. So you can buy stuff, but also you can make a wish. Interesting. Right, we do have an ad break coming up, chat. I do apologise. I'll pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. Please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. Someone take a break as well. And we also have anonymous follows over on the BRB screen, so if you want to follow without the alerts going on, once we're over there, there's no alerts for that sort of stuff. The bot will let you know. Normal people have bunkers too, and the billionaires have been doing it for 20, 30 years. I think there's been an uptick. I think there's been an uptick in how many of them are building a bunker. Some of them have a house with like a bunker underground, under the house, but I think they're going out and building a bunker somewhere, but you know, whatever. But yes, but just after the ad break, remind me, I'll do a shout out for you in a moment, Becca. I apologise, I got a bit distracted. But yes, thank you again for the raid, I really appreciate that. But yes, I'll be right back, and then we'll carry on. Because I think I may have kind of just... like I said earlier, with the rooms, when you put a room down, if there isn't a door out of that room, that's a dead end. And I think I've kind of dead-ended myself a little bit. But anyway, I'll be right back. I know somebody called Bend Over, and his mum is called Eileen. Oh, God. You called your son Ben, and your surname is Dover. Come on, Eileen. Get real. As long as you line yourself up first, and then hit it with a sword, and then instantly go into the Ultra Hand and grab it, yeah, you're good. Oh, that's close. Somebody gave me a shout out as Bread Comes once, and I was like, nah, Bread Comes is my OnlyFans, mate. Look at that bridge there. Look at this fucking rock formation. And then, oh, fucking clouds, really? Really, clouds? I was just talking about how good the game... Fucking weather, eh? Imagine a British person complaining about the weather. Oh! I got her in the fucking ankle. On top of McHeary and everything else. When I got towards the end of the game... Oh my god, please. Please. Oh my god, he's gonna do that. He's gonna do that. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Please, 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 please. No! Oh my god, Elden Ring, make up your mind. Make up your mind, Elden Ring. Twice that worked in that attempt, and then when you need it, that was it. All I had to do was wait for him to finish, and that would have been it. I've got to fight a modem? Modem used awful noise. It was very effective. So, can we just smash it with a baseball bat or something? He's a crab. Crab. They knew what they were doing when they put all those chairs like that. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Right. So I don't think I'll make a wish just yet, because I'm not sure what it does. It might tell us. Yes, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. And yes, Becca, thank you so much for the raid. Usually you're okay with clip shout-outs. So yes, non-raiders, please feel free to say hello to Becca. Plays a lot of Red Dead Redemption 2, and is a complete sweetheart. The sweetest of beans. I thought you said enjoy your ass. But yes, if you want to chill out in a lovely cozy space and watch some Red Dead Redemption 2, can't recommend them enough. Even if a bear does sometimes eat them. I need to play so bad. CD Projekt Red is an amazing company. Yeah, they've put a foot wrong once or twice and learned from it and pivoted and done things differently. And since then, you know, because yeah, I think they had issues with a publisher in the past and they've just sworn to never do it again. And most of their games have been great ever since. And it's like, oh, there you go. You know, yeah, you can't get a game done in 20 months. If it takes a few years, it takes a few years. And the quality of their games, you know, like The Witcher 4, I think is a game of the year for when it releases. You know, I'm pretty sure The Witcher 4 is going to fucking blow people's minds because it's going to look ridiculous, but on top of that, it's also going to have a CDPR story. You know, we're going to get to see what happens to Ciri, you know, and yeah, based on some of the sort of stuff I've seen so far, yeah, it's going to be interesting. Yep, and another Cyberpunk game will fucking probably blow their minds because yeah, I'm pretty sure anybody that's played Cyberpunk would, you know, quite happily play another chunk of that, you know. So yeah, if they can do another sort of, if they can follow the similar structure to, because I mean, Phantom Liberty as a DLC for CDPR standards felt a little bit small. It was brilliant. Don't get me wrong, it was brilliant. But when you look at the size of some of the Witcher 3 DLCs that are kind of like almost the same size as the base game, they're fucking hundreds of hours of content. Yeah. But yeah, I'm really, really excited to play both the sequel or the follow-up or the DLC that they add to Cyberpunk, but also Witcher 4. Because yeah, be interesting to see, because obviously Witcher 3 was kind of like that game, you know, and CDPR and Cyberpunk was that game, right? To test your system. So I think The Witcher 4 will be that game. But obviously, rather than just being graphics, it will also be a brilliant story as well. Dennis, welcome in, dude. How's it going? Good to see you. I hope you're all good, dude. I think the media just focusing on it now. Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, you know, millionaires and billionaires have had, like, vaults to keep all their artwork and stuff in and everything. So they've always had that kind of thing. But yeah, somebody was saying that lots and lots of, like, the sort of 8 most powerful and most rich people in the world have suddenly started building more bunkers, or yeah, getting a bunker built or extending one they've got. They've all started to sort of, you know, they're planning for the shit to hit the fan, which is usually a very concerning thing because a lot of the time these people know things that we don't. That's how they get so fucking rich. So yeah, I think because that's a dead end, and I think because of that, we're never going to get to there, are we? So I think that's where we need to get to. The antechamber seems like it might be where we need to get to, but unfortunately, because we've sort of dead-ended ourselves by laying out doors in the wrong way. But I learned that on this cycle, that's something that can cause a problem. So tomorrow you will awake to find the rooms of the estate as well as your current inventory. Yeah, because I think I found a bunch of cool stuff this time. So yeah, normal people have bunkers too. Okay, so it's explaining our sort of our actions. Okay. Like 15 years ago, of course, the nutheads weren't at attention to. Over here, bunkers are normal. Yeah, well, this is when it comes to heating, like keeping the heat in your home and also avoiding the heat from the sun. Being underground, you know, solves both of those problems. However, the lack of sunlight is bad for your health. So, you know, but yeah, like when it's roasting hot, being underground, it's suddenly just much cooler. And it's easier to keep it cooler. Whereas in the summer when it's roasting hot, or when in the winter when it's freezing cold, if you heat an underground room, the heat can't go anywhere. You know, as long as you don't have any sort of ventilation going up, you know, and obviously you need ventilation, but you know, if you control the ventilation, then yeah, you can keep it. Yeah, okay. Greetings from Reddington. Dude, I literally told you like a moment ago to not spam them. So, please, final warning. Like, I don't care. I will just ban you. Like, I don't care. I'll just ban you. Yeah, but this is the second time you've had to redeem 2 of them. And yeah, it's sort of, you know, I get what you're trying to do, but at the same time, if it's not like related to what's happening, it's kind of like you're just doing something for your own entertainment and it might be sort of disturbing others. So I have to think of everybody in the room. So yeah, don't spam them. Imagine sitting in your millions and millions bunker for the rest of your life and only have this money and you can't go shopping. Well, yeah, this is the thing that a lot of them say. You get people that, you know, for one reason or another, end up making millions and millions of pounds or dollars or whatever. And it doesn't make them happy. It makes them miserable. And then they start helping others. And they start doing philanthropy. And they're like, actually, this is, you know, a much better way of doing things. And that's, you know, why you get, you know, people that aren't, you know, billionaires, but they turn over, you know, they earn several hundred million or, you know, 50 million a year, but they spend 47 million, you know, on philanthropy. And because they're not mega rich, they're just, you know, they have a modest house, modest car, you know, they're looked after, but a lot of the money they earn goes straight into projects, you know, and obviously they're well respected by the people who, you know, use those projects and, you know, benefit from those projects. But, you know, the world seems to be obsessed with these fucking millionaires that just hoard it. They just hoard millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars and never spend it. And it's like, you're a fucking loser. Like, if you have more than you could ever spend, like, you're a fucking loser. Like, I don't respect you at all. You know, I think that you should be taxed on, you know, what you have left over. So if you spend it all, you don't pay any tax, right? You barely spend any tax, right? Because you spent it, right? It's gone back into the economy. That would solve a lot of the problems. So this says, greetings from Reddington. So I might need to remember Reddington for some point. Do we have cheese? No. Do fresh meat? No, only canned. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, no, living in a bunker wouldn't be fun. I mean, I'm sure they'll have nice stuff, but it still won't be fun. You could keep chickens. And depending on the size of the bunker, you could keep cows, and, you know, if there's only one of you eating, then, you know, so I need, and the thing is, when you click on a door, you can't really leave, but I suppose the room you make is the room you make. So there's 2 items. So I might do a closet here. Ivory dye. While drafting, you may use... Ah, okay, that's pretty useful. I was just complaining about draw floor plans leading north more frequently. Okay, that's also pretty fucking clever. Because, yeah, that should allow us to get to that antechamber quicker. And also we can re-roll. Okay. Those are both pretty useful. Spend everything else. Why spend everything? Does everyone need a Lamborghini? Well, the trouble is, when you have a millionaire that just hoards all of their millions in a bank account and then uses it in a hedge fund or a financial conglomerate or whatever, to just grow that money, they're not really helping the economy in any way, shape, or form. And people say, well, they create jobs. Yeah, minimum wage jobs that people have, but then can't afford to live. So, you know, yeah, there's a whole fucking discussion about that. There's no way that a company should be, you know, forecasting and, you know, declaring profits of several million whilst two-thirds of their staff are on minimum wage. I'm sorry, if you're a profitable company, then you have to pay more than minimum wage. You know, it should be tied to your profits, right? The people on the lowest wage in the business should have to be tied to the highest wage, right? And it should be profit driven as well, because a lot of people that are CEOs, they earn 99 grand a year in the UK because 100 grand, suddenly the tax amount changes. So they all choose to earn 99 grand, but then they get a fucking subsidy and a dividend and a bonus, and it's fucking like 11 million in all this other stuff. And then they put a bunch of other money into something else that pays them a different way that can't be taxed because of some loophole. And that is the UK financial system, is to make sure people with money wanted to exist in the UK. They created a very, very lenient framework for all of these fucking loopholes. And sadly, that's allowed these people to fucking basically just bleed the country dry and just extract loads and loads of wealth. And rather than putting that wealth back into the country by building new factories, making new products, buying houses, buying, you know, hotels, buying shopping centers, you know, they don't reinvest the money into the economy. They just put it in a bank account, right? And yeah, that basically means all the money that's in circulation, you know, in the hands of the working class, slowly ends up being spent and taken as profit by these people, and it all ends up in that bank account, right? The cream always rises to the top. The fucking profit always goes into the back pocket of some billionaire. And then when we run out of money and we haven't got any money to spend, we haven't got any money to pay people, and they can't earn anything, so they can't buy anything, and everything collapses. The government's like, oh no, the financial system's going to collapse. We better fucking borrow a shit ton of money, even at a good interest rate, but borrow a shit ton of money, and they just put the fucking repayments on everyone's national insurance. And that is the overarching principle of how billionaires socialize their losses whilst privatizing their gains. They make it so that when they win, it all goes into their bank account. When the system fails and it all goes wrong, the fucking public pays to keep the banks afloat. It's just, yep. Terrible system. Keep chicken for the rest of your life. If an atom bomb falls, you won't be there for millions of years. No. And the thing is, I can't remember which country it was. I think it might have been somewhere in Spain or maybe Brazil. But the government said that they would give you 5 chickens, because 5 chickens means you have 4 chickens which are laying eggs and 1 chicken that you kill to eat. And then the 4 chickens that hatch from those eggs grow up, and then you kill off those ones. And there's some sort, and basically you have, and obviously chickens will also eat food waste as well. So any food waste, you then just basically just chop it up in a sort of a mincer and give it to them for chicken feed. So you had a source of protein in eggs and chicken, the meat. They also ate food waste. Was it Belgium? Excuse me. Not the government. It was the town. Was it towns? Okay, sorry. I apologise. It's been a while since I read the article, but the implications were that, yeah, people didn't have to buy chicken and didn't have to buy eggs, and they were also able to get rid of garden waste and food waste, and they it had a massively socioeconomic benefit and impact, a positive impact, because yeah, people could eat food that they grew at home, And it just goes to show you that, yeah, if we hadn't industrialized everything and it was still possible to everyone to have a small house with a garden, and then as a community, everybody would grow, you know, chickens, and somebody might have a big plot with some cows. You know, it's, you know, everybody wants a village, but nobody wants to be a villager because the supermarket came along. But unfortunately, the supermarkets are charging so fucking much. And the thing that pisses me off is they're charging so fucking much, but the farming industry is on its arse. And it's like, well, this is the other fucking massive dichotomy about the first world. Everything's fucking expensive, but nobody's getting paid. Everyone's on fucking rations right now. Hardly anyone's getting paid anything. Everybody's on, basically most of the country's on minimum wage or out of work. Yet everything is fucking expensive. Where's the fucking money going, you know? If the supermarkets are charging the fucking earth but not paying the farmers, where's the that's right, the fucking billionaires, remember? Remember what I was just saying? And I don't want to get on my soapbox. I don't want to be a fucking podcaster, but that's just it. That's just it. Is that the money is going somewhere and it's not back into the economy. And that's why the economy keeps fucking failing. Whenever you enter, lose a coin. Oh, but it's a good shape, isn't it? Okay. Courtyard will require a gem, and we've only got 2 of them left, so that would give us a door that way, and it would give us a key, so I think I'll do that. Oh, chat. Oh, chat. I mean, it wouldn't be very comfortable to sit on, but yeah, a nice table like this with some friends. Or just a nice nook where you could read a book on your own. A journey noteworthy. As you continue on your adventure, you may want to consider getting something to scribble down your notes and observations. A pad, a scrap of paper, or perhaps most fittingly a journal will prove to be an invaluable tool you will not regret having beside you on your journey. Okay, so I'm going to go grab a notepad. I could open up a notepad on my computer, but I think I actually know my handwriting is fucking terrible, so I just need a notepad open, basically. We need a notepad, which I can put somewhere down here to make notes with. I think I'll put it there. I'll put it there. That for now. Excuse me. It was Belgium, yeah. So it was, yeah, because I remember. I think they did it somewhere else as well. But yeah, maybe I read about it in Belgium. But yeah, really, and this is it. I think that, like, you know, in parts of the world where it's still quite, I mean, in cities and stuff, yeah, it's not ideal, you know, because animals like that, when they die, and then there's all the carcass that you don't eat and everything, you have to dispose of it. Whereas in the farm, you can just leave that, you can just bury that shit in the ground and it will break down over hundreds of years. It's fine. But yeah, in rural parts, you know, where, you know, it's just sort of like, why is everyone got chickens? Why is everyone got, because there's no point going to the fucking supermarket. If you can get your own milk and you can get your own beef and your own chicken and your own eggs, and you've got a little space to grow some carrots and some potatoes and peas and that sort of thing, all you've got to do is water it and look after the animals during the day, then yeah, you just have all of the main food groups, you know, and you haven't got any sort of fancy avocado, but you can go and get that stuff if you want it. It's just obviously the supermarket's a 3-hour drive, so why the fuck would you? But yeah, you come across these, when you travel around like rural parts of Europe, and you come across these small villages where there'll be a kid that's just like you know, just like you, but they've only ever eaten fresh eggs, fresh beef, fresh chicken, fresh carrots, fresh potatoes, and they've only ever lived a life where they do physical work looking after animals on a farm whilst also studying to do something as a career. And they will be the fucking picture of health, like the healthiest human being you've ever met, because they just don't imbibe, they just don't consume any shit, be it food-wise or mentally. Like, they don't know how bad social media is because they just don't have the fucking internet. They don't fucking care. I mean, it's getting worse. You know, you do find that they've got the internet. Their mobile internet did change it a little bit. But yeah, I remember, like, parts of rural France, you'd meet people and they were just, their way of life was just so much better than the first world. And I was like, do you know what? Like, yeah, like, they have to go to the end of the garden to use a wooden box to shit. at the end of the day. But they're the most chilled out and happy people I've ever met in my fucking life. They're not upset about anything. You know, when it rains, it's good for their crops, you know, and they use the water in certain ways. So they need it to rain. You know, they exist and they depend on nature. So because of that, if it does rain or something like that happens, whereas we're like, oh, for fuck's sake, it's raining. I don't want to get wet when I go outside. Whereas they're like, oh, great, I don't have to water the crops today. You know, because they're in tune with nature. And I was like, damn, this is actually kind of maybe the way. This is maybe the way. Still cities, yeah, you can grow avocado. Of course, they have the internet. France is the first world in the built-up parts, yeah. But if you go to the rural parts where it's like still like fucking villages and stuff, where they don't want to fucking know about the modern world, you know, they don't fucking care. Maybe it's different now. It's 2025 now. I'm talking about when I was younger, when I used to fucking go to Europe. But yeah, you'd still find pockets of like rural France and, you know, just Europe, rural Europe in general. I'm not comparing it to Africa. Africa is obviously, you know, a very, very sort of, you know, disadvantaged country. You know, the fucking British Empire took all of the natural resources and left them with nothing, and they've been squabbling over it ever since. But yes, Notepad. Oh yeah, I got the Notepad S. But yeah, like, and when I say first world, I mean like London. You know, London, Manchester, New York. You know, I mean like the first world, like the fucking capital city world. You know, I don't mean like, you know, sleepy little villages in the middle of fucking central France where they've existed that way for hundreds of years and they don't really give a fuck about, you know, they're just farming, you know, they're just farming and they want their kid to grow up and get an education and go off and do something. But then, you know, I'm the descendants of that, these people that live in cities, right? And I sort of live outside of a city, I suppose. Stab city of the world. Well, I mean, there's lots of knife crime anywhere where they don't have guns. And there's lots of crime in general in cities, and that is unfortunate but true. And when you look at the fact that when you bunch people together, make everything very expensive and make them live on top of each other, it creates crime. People aren't stabbing each other in, you know, quieter, more affluent, you know, more sort of, you know, well-off parts of the world, because they don't have to compete with each other. They're not trying to fight each other. They're all able to earn a living and coexist. But when you make everyone compete with everyone else, yeah, and you make it all about earning as much money as possible, regardless of whether the means of doing so are good or bad for you or anyone around you. Right, there's a parlour, and I want to do a parlour game because I want a puzzle. Oh, it's the same fucking puzzle. Oh, okay. True, false. Okay. Gems are on the floor. Right, so that, I would presume, has to be false. The gems are not on the floor. So, that is categorically false. Gems are on the desk. That is also false. So we've got one telling the truth, one telling a lie. Always be at least one box which displays only true statements. There will always be at least one box which displays only false statements. Only one box has a prize within, the other two are always empty. So the gems are not on the floor and the gems are on the desk are both false. And there's nothing on the floor that could be misconstrued as a gem. Because there isn't a crouch. I really want to look underneath things, but yeah, this is the This is one of the things about level design. If you don't give players a crouch button, you never have to model the underneath of anything. You can just save all of that time. It's a very, very clever trick to minimize how much modeling you have to do. Because I presume that if we were to go like underneath, there wouldn't be a bottom to any of these chairs or tables or anything. But seeing as the player can't crouch, it doesn't matter. So, one of the boxes is lying, one of the boxes is telling the truth. Both of these boxes are lying. Does that mean that this box is telling the truth? Because this could be the lie, and this could be the lie. Because we've got two false statements, which doesn't align with the framework. Always be at least one box. At least one. So there could be two boxes that are false and what? Okay. At least one. So there could be two. Okay. Terminology. Only one box has the prize. The other two are always empty. So. That means that the two lies must mean that this one, because there's at least, one box is telling the truth, it must be this one. Must be this one. Cool. Door is locked. Breaker box. A meal is served in the dining room after rank 8 has been reached. Okay, so we haven't got to rank 8 yet, have we? We're rank 4. So what's a breaker box? I see, okay. Keycard entry system. But does that mean that that's now not locked? Okay, so maybe I only need to make a breaker room when I have something that's electronic that needs to be. And also, I've just created a dead end. Okay, that's a shame. Oh no, the den, but we can't. Yeah, okay. So the den goes off to that side. Okay. I was too worried about going north, and the nook you have to go 90 degrees, and then the parlor you have to go up, but then the clock, yeah, okay. Damn. Okay, so yeah, we got to here, but yeah, I don't think we can go any further, so I think we'll call it a day after this. So the breaker room has keycard entry system on and off. Now, I don't know whether that means that you turn it off and that unlocks the door, don't tell me, but I need to know whether turning it off... Nutsake, welcome in, dude. Thank you so much for the stream streak. I appreciate that. 7 streams in a row. Massive. It's almost getting up to 10. VAC indicator. So that's obviously whatever VAC stands for. Oh, okay. So they can be on, red. They can be off, on, or red. We've also got gymnasium, darkroom, and garage. So if I was to turn them on and off, okay. So the breaker room will allow us to create a room to affect the electronics of the house. How's your day going? Pretty good. Pretty good. Started a new game, a raid from the lovely Becca. And got my coffee and my croissant. Got a bunch of nice people to chat to. Not bad cults, but they are cults. Every place have little guns and higher stabbing. I think government in the UK doesn't take care of mentally ill people. Yeah, I just think there's a. Unfortunately, you've got your right wingers that, they don't believe that anybody could ever have mental health issues and everybody should be working all the time. And it's just, it's not, they want everybody working now that they benefit from people paying tax and everything. when they were working, they probably didn't want to fucking work, you know, even though they were getting paid way more than, you know, we do. I know inflation has changed the numbers, but the amount, the buying power that working used to get you is massively diminished by the fact that inflation has been just not kept under control. And, you know, the government will get inflation under control for like 2 or 3 years and say in the last 2 or 3 years, it's only gone up by 1%. That's really good. But it'll be on top of a 3 or 4 year period where inflation went up by 17%. You know, just because it's only 2% from, you know, the last couple of years doesn't mean that that 17% goes away. It hasn't gone down. You know, it's just going up slower. Yeah. Sax, welcome in. Bread playing my game of the year. Yeah, you're the second person to say it's their game of the year. So I'm looking forward to getting my teeth into it. I didn't realise it was a roguelike, but, you know, it be what it be. So, drawing room has most doors. You may draw new floor plans while drafting in this room. So yeah, we picked up some more gems, so we can use a gem. That's fine. Floor plans. Each time you click on a door, you will draw 3 floor plans, from which you must select one to draft. However, there are some items and rooms that will allow you to redraw if you do not like your initial 3 options. Okay. Some items. Yeah, we got the dice, the ivory dice, haven't we? Excuse me. Partner and I played it together and basically swapped on off days. Both love this. They're very roguelike. Yeah. Like, and yeah, I mean, it means that it's a different playthrough for everybody almost every time, right? So it means that there aren't necessarily spoilers, but I'm sure there will. I'm sure you could spoil the puzzle solutions and stuff, but yeah. Right, so do we interact with this? No. So they were sat in that chair there, and we were having a cup of tea whilst painting them. You see, this is supposed to have doors. Some of them are boarded up, which is a bit sneaky in my opinion, but... Items for sale, bedroom, hallway, I think. And the compass is telling me. British far-right people ain't even patriotic to the country as they're weird as fuck. Yeah, the thing is, they're not even actually genuinely British, like patriots. They're just racists that try and use patriotism as like an argument, and they try and frame their hatred with patriotism, but it's not, because they don't give a fuck about loads of English traditions. And yeah, the other day, I mean, there's is it called St. Adrian's Gap or something? I can't remember the name of the saint it's named after, but there's a valley, and there's a tree right in the middle of this valley, and it's like famous, and some fucking arseholes cut it down. And it's just like, the fuck is wrong with you? Just attacking a tree or something. I don't know if they were I don't know if they were right wing. Fucking long COVID, man. Fucking can't speak. I don't know if they were right wing or not. But yeah, it's just the general sort of disdain for like England. And the thing is, England is a difficult place. It's a good place to live compared to some other, but it's a difficult place to live. And I think people are just less and less patriotic because people vandalize things that are representations of our history and our culture. Now, statues to people that were slave owners deserve to be vandalized, because there's no reason why we should be glorifying them, because, you know, just because they owned a bunch of land doesn't mean they get a statue in the middle of the town. Fuck them. People that dedicated themselves and sacrificed themselves in wars and helped people, you know, people that were champions of communities and everything, they deserve to be remembered. But, you know, just because they had a bunch of money and they fucking had a bunch of land and they were like the landed gentry of the fucking 1800s or 1700s, they don't deserve a fucking statue. They're one of the reasons why there's problems in this country to this day. Because they, you know, the family they've passed down the ownership of the land to is still bleeding the fucking residents dry. Because even if you own the property with a mortgage through a bank, you don't own the land that the property's on. You still have to pay that. Doors in the West Wing are more likely to be locked. Okay. And again, so the layout, it doesn't always allow you to make a door. I need to remember that. It's a bat. Sycamore Gap. Well, major spoilers, yes, the puzzles are all the same, but the order and the way you go to figuring everything else is totally unique for your playthrough. This isn't a major spoilers, but someone could hypothetically come in and spoil big things. Okay, so yeah, there will be story spoilers, I presume. Green rooms do not cost diamonds to draft. Okay, but that's a East Wing Hall, a chapel. I've only got one coin. Have I spent coins somewhere? I had a few more of them, to be honest. But East Wing. So is that a consumable? Does that get used up? Oh, I didn't want to fucking... No, I didn't want to click on that. No. No, I can't. +4. Yeah, and that would connect to the drawing room? Will it create a door? Bridget, please pick up some more fruit before Friday, as we have just been informed that we may have an extra guest exploring the house next week. 50 steps should be more than enough, so I think an even spread would be ideal. 5 apples, 5 bananas, 5 oranges. The enclosed amount should cover expenses, but please bring back any change from the order and leave it in the pantry. Okay. Oh, I just got jump scared by a ladder. Cut the tree down while initially claimed it was a drunken stupidity. The judge described it as acts of sheer bravado, suggesting they took thrill from the resulting notoriety and outrage. This is it. And, you know, when people do bad things, the media has got better, because when someone did bad things, everyone's like, what was their name? What was their name? What was their name? And if you give them notoriety, if you give them celebrity, you know, by creating outrage, because when you look at people that rage bait on the internet, they're the same. It's the same mentality, right? Obviously, it's not quite as detrimental because it's usually targeted at one person, not something like that tree that was like a national treasure, right? Oh, you see, yeah, the fucking... Yeah, but I suppose obviously that door can't connect to the drawing room because the drawing room would need to be reorientated. And unfortunately, this will be heading south. I think we can get one more room. Boudoir, a billiard room. Puzzle in the billiard room. Puzzle. Look at the state of that fucking cloth. Beer? Darts? Okay, so that's the same green as the billiard table, and that is double. That's 10. Triple 10, double 10, 10. Okay. No drinks on the table, please. Mate. Told these fucking kids, just kept leaving their pint on the fucking side of the pool table. I was like, lads, no drinks on the pool table, please. Oh, sorry. And then like 20 minutes later, lads, no drinks on the pool table, yeah? Oh. And then like, you know, fucking another 20 minutes later, lads, seriously, you can't leave drinks on the pool table. When they get knocked over, it fucking stains the cloth. Oh. And then clonk, shh, and I looked over and there was a fucking entire pint of beer, like the whole corner. And I was like, out, get out, the lot of you. And they were like, ooh. And I was like, fucking get out. I told you guys like fucking so many times. I told you so many fucking times. And exactly what I said would happen, happened. So get out, fuck off and find another pub for a drink. It's the middle of the day. There'll be another pub you can drink in, but get the fuck out of mine. Some people, man, you fucking tell them. They just don't, they agree, but then they just do the same thing again. It's like, for fuck's sake, man. It's so annoying. And then exactly what you're trying to prevent happens. And you're like, mate, get out. I've now got to fucking sit there with a bunch of fucking blue roll trying to soak all of the fucking San Miguel out of the fucking cloth. Then I've got to fucking get the fucking lock thing for the coin slot, and I've got to put a padlock through there so people can't put money in it anymore. because it needs to dry. Then I've got to fucking get the fucking heating thing, like the hot lamp that we use in the kitchen, and I've got to fucking set that up on the fucking table to fucking warm it to dry it up, but I can't leave it on there too long because it will burn the cloth. I've got to keep an eye on that. So, what does 10 mean? Getting 4 years and 6 months in jail. Yes, the reroll dice is consumable. The only have one at the moment. Is this day 1? No, this is day 2, I think. Stanley Kubrick kitchen note. Stanley's notes in his housekeeper said, please see there is a supply of melon at all times. Never let the supply of melons go below 3 at all times. Also, found a memo, please check the Weather Bureau to find out what barometric pressure was in London last Friday on the harbour when the supply of melons came in. Well, I mean, maybe they just really enjoyed very, very fucking, very fresh melons. And the thing is, rich people and their eccentricities, how eccentric and, like, you know, particular they are about things, if they can afford it, you know, because I think everybody that had the choice would be a bit eccentric in certain ways. You know, if I could afford it, there would be certain things that I would import myself. I would become an importer of something. Even if it didn't make money, I would just import it and then sell it, you know, to supermarkets and stuff, just so I could have a supply of it. I'm talking about foods and stuff. I'm not talking about cocaine or anything. I just realised that sounds a bit fucking Pablo Escobar. No, there are certain foods that I can only get in Europe, and certain, you know, fruits that taste a lot nicer in their country of origin, where they haven't been sat on a fucking shipping container for like 3 weeks waiting for the paperwork because fucking Brexit means Brexit. If I could become like a more direct importer of things that I enjoy, if I could afford it to go into sort of, you know, the infrastructure and delivery of things, I would, you know, and I'd have, you know, much nicer milk and much nicer butter and everything, because, yeah, you would be eccentric about it, right? And you'd find the best of the best, right? Because it's what you like. So, yeah, and this is the thing. I think there's a lot of people that as soon as they start making money, they suddenly don't care about other people anymore. And it's so pathetic how you take a family that came from a working class background that now looks down their nose at working class families, and it's like, you're a fucking piece of shit, you are. You're literally the worst kind of person, you know? That was you before you got lucky. And, you know, they say, oh, it was a load of hard work. Everyone's working hard, mate. You know, everybody works hard. You know, you can't survive otherwise. It's that simple. You see somebody with somewhere to live, a car, you know, clothes, you know, they can feed themselves. They're doing a full-time job and working for probably less money than they deserve. So they're working their fucking bollocks off to survive. So, yeah. Everybody's working hard, but some people get a lot luckier than others. So never look down your nose at anyone else. The only time you should look down on anyone is when you're helping them up. But yeah, the way families act all fucking snooty, and then someone on the internet is like, yeah, by the way, you know, their grandparents were working class, you know. Their parents got lucky starting a business that suddenly became incredibly fucking popular, and now they're the second generation of that business. But their grandparents were working class. You know, they lived in a fucking, you know, in a strip of houses somewhere up in the north of the country, you know, and they're on social media saying like, oh, people should just need to work harder, you know, it's not that difficult and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, you inherited a business that you didn't even start. So don't look down your nose on people, you know, just be thankful for what you've got and fucking pipe down. Because, yeah, there's a lot of people out there working real fucking hard. And if hard work equaled success in this world, there would be so many successful people, it wouldn't even be considered successful anymore. And that's the thing. That's the thing, is society, you know, the world could be great for all sorts of people if you just rewarded them for the hard work that they do. Because getting out of bed and going to a job that you fucking hate every day, it's way harder than people fucking realize. That slow fucking death of your dreams, that slow kind of like just erosion of your fucking, you know, mindset when it comes to sort of going out and fucking earning a living. And really, you know, after a while, you just realize how difficult it is to fucking do anything because everything's already been bought and paid for by some billionaire who doesn't even give a fuck about it. Anyway, I'm not going to be fucking... Oh, so hang on. So every time I walk into a room... okay. It's game over. Oh, okay. So I thought when I created... Oh, yeah. So when I walk into a room... So actually all that walking around used up a bunch of steps. Okay. I need to be more careful of that. Excuse me. Eccentric on a different level. I think you were quite lenient, to be fair. If you had to ask a second time, it would have been out. Yeah, it's just, you know, the thing is, right, if someone's like, don't put your drink there, you think, okay, it's because it's going to get knocked over, it's going to make a mess, so I'll make a concerned effort to not spill it. But you should just not put your drink there, right? Because the reason you should not put your drink there is because even when people make a concerned effort, because nobody wants to spill their drink, you know, nobody wants to spill their drink, but it happens, right? It's a mistake, right? Pool cues stick out from behind people. People are stepping around each other, trying to get a good look and everything. You know, sometimes someone's standing in the way, so someone's got to walk around the pool table, not just past it. Don't put your drinks on the pool table, you know? And arguably, I said to the landlord of the pub, what we need is a little shelf that you would put, like, you know, a fucking statue on, but a little shelf, and we put 2 or 3 of them around the fucking pool table on the wall. And they said, yeah, but people walk into them, and if they're at a certain height, the health and safety people say that somebody might walk into it and damage their teeth. So, and I was like, oh my God, I fucking hate this country. So what if we flanked with cornicing? What if we flanked and put like a ledge? And they said, yeah, we could do that, but then they just didn't. Well, this is the thing. People don't sit down at a table when they're playing pool. They stand around the table, don't they? So you need to give them somewhere to put their drink that isn't the table. And this is the thing. I think about this stuff, and most people don't because I'm a fucking weirdo. But yeah, you need to have somewhere to... And obviously, if you have a jukebox or a fruit machine or whatever near... if you have a jukebox or a fruit machine or something, you know, some sort of like machine or like a karaoke machine or whatever near the pool table, people will put their drinks on it. So that's why everything has a sloped surface. So like you look at the back of a fruit machine, the roof, the top bit is sloped, right? And the fucking buttons will be sloped. And the karaoke machine will have a sloped thing, a sloped like place to put the buttons and everything, or a completely flat touch screen and you can't reach the top because people won't put their drinks on things that they can't put their drinks on. They won't put drinks on the floor very often. Sometimes you get a fucking maverick that will do it. But for the most part, people want to put their drink on a table of some sort. So as long as you provide enough tables for people to put their drinks down, they'll put them down. So you can socially engineer it, but yeah. When you tell someone fucking 3 or 4 times to not do something and they do it, and then fucking the thing that you're trying to stop happening happens, it's like, fuck off, get out. Fuck's sake, Mark, you got us kicked out. Sorry, bruv. I'm sorry. You know, I'm not going to kick out just one person. Because some people, they would kick out one person, and that creates sort of like friction within the group. Because then the discussion about, oh, come on, let's go. No, I don't want to go anywhere. I don't want to go there. I don't like it there, blah, blah, blah. But if you kick them all out, they have to go somewhere else. They're still going to give their mate a hard time, and hopefully their friend won't do it, that mate won't do it again. But yeah. So a storeroom. You smart for his own good. Like Jack Nicholson having a doctor with you at all times to give you the right amount of powder. Well, yeah, difference between working hard and working smart. Also, so higher chances of luck occurs. So yeah, well, obviously, yeah. So there is kind of like at the moment. It's funny how people say history repeats itself because it genuinely does. So during the Industrial Revolution, obviously factory work suddenly became an enormous employment sector. So you had people going into factories to run the machines. And then as the machines became more accurate and more advanced, only one person was required to do multiple things. You know, they could run a stamping press that had multiple different dies, and they would move the part between there, and then they created a system where you would just put the part on there and the part would be stamped. It would then be moved over automatically and stamped again. Then it would be turned over and then stamped again. All that complicated movement and sequencing could be automated. And that meant that suddenly that person didn't have a job anymore. And people that work in the manufacturing sector still today often say that there are people crying out there aren't enough manufacturing jobs, but in their experience, they meet people who want to work in manufacturing that have no computer literacy at all. Like they're not able to use a computer. And then you realize that they want a job where they go to a factory and just turn a piece of metal over on a conveyor belt and to take home a full-time job pay. And we don't live in that world anymore. So there is a thing where we need jobs, but when it comes to the automation of manufacturing, which is obviously a fundamental part of any capitalist and consumerist society, because without the manufacturing of things, people can't buy things and the economy doesn't work. So yeah, there are people that are crying out for manufacturing work, but they're only able to do very, very primitive kind of work. They're not actually, they can't use, G code, or, they can't create, code to run a fucking CNC machine, or they're not actually skilled in manufacturing. They want low skilled work that pays full-time money. And sadly, that doesn't exist anymore. And in the computer space, the whole AI art thing is completely disgusting because, I don't want a fucking computer to fart out some mathematical approximation of somebody's art. I want the artist to be paid to make the art, because art makes the world an interesting place to live. It would be a very boring place to exist if there weren't artists and designers. Everything around you has been designed in some way. But yeah, there are a lot of people that work in sort of, data-centric jobs that do very, very primitive tasks that are going to be automated. And unfortunately, they're being automated. So when they cry out that AI is going to take their job, they didn't really upskill themselves and make themselves versatile enough to keep their job. And you find out that, they were replaced, and then you find out what they did. It's like, well, yeah, you were doing something that's perfectly, reasonable for an AI to do it automatically. That's just an optimization. So there's two arguments to it. One thing, we need to create jobs and people need to be able to earn a living. But at the same time, you can't expect to do a very simple job and still get paid as time goes by. Obviously, in a new sector, i.e. the data world and the tech world, we needed human beings that could provide a level of nuance and idiosyncrasy in their actions, where they could take multiple different criteria and then, provide an action to those criteria. But as time goes by, if you're just doing something very simple over and over and over and over and over, and that's what you get paid for, eventually that will be automated, and that's never been any different. So artists should always be used, but when it comes to people that just log into a database and just do the same fucking thing every single day mindlessly without ever changing it, I'm sorry, that's going to be automated, dude. I'm sorry. Or have someone that connects you to the person you're actually trying to call. Well, yeah, like a switchboard operator. You now dial direct, right? You now call directly to somebody, and it's less time, it's less effort, it's less energy. That was going to be automated. Automation is something that's always going to exist. And I think that as somebody who has a job, you have to keep an eye on what you're doing and ask yourself, could this be automated? Because if it can, I need to upskill myself, because that's just, automation will come along. It came along in the factories. It's coming along now in the data world. You need to upskill yourself to make sure that you are irreplaceable, right? You need to create yourself. You need to create a skill set which can't be replaced, because that means that you become invaluable to a company because of your experience and your skill set, right? So yeah. Also, you have a computer job, so a higher chance of AI automation than me, for instance. Exactly, Crow. Yeah, and I'm sure there's things about laying down roads and doing road work where your experience with the materials is invaluable, and it can't be replaced by a robot, because that robot can't feel the difference, right? It doesn't know. And I know that obviously because you're working outside, whereas somebody who has a chemical understanding of what asphalt or what tarmac or whatever it is in a laboratory, but when you're outside and the humidity changes and the temperature changes and the weather changes and the wind changes, and you get different materials from different suppliers that have different chemicals that create different properties, you have that experience, right? And it's like chefs, you get an experienced chef, and it doesn't matter what food they cook, they just know what good produce is, and they know how to cook things properly. They know how to apply salt, fat, and heat to make food, right? They have that experience, right? I don't give a fuck how many books somebody's read. If they know it's very humid, they know that when they're making baked products, they need to be careful about the moisture content, because it's very humid at the moment, and the oven will be pulling in humid air rather than dry air, which means that when you're baking something, it's now going to have more humidity in the oven. And how does that change the baking process? Sometimes it's not too sensitive, sometimes it's very sensitive. How fresh are the eggs? The fresher the egg, the better it is it's going to cook. How fresh are those vegetables? Because when you cook them, if they're not very fresh, they'll turn to fucking mush, and they're not very fun to eat. But if they're fresh, you can cook them and they'll be nice and firm, right? Because they're fresh, right? So yeah, there's sort of expertise, that little sort of, that that feeling for something, you know. And that, I mean, the art world, you know, artists are a prime example of that, because you look at AI generated imagery, like, this is so soulless. It's like everything is so smooth and polished and organized. There's no humanity in this whatsoever, you know, and it just feels dead, right? But some people are like, look, you can make a picture. This is your job. You know, you're an artist. Your job's going to be gone in a year. Bruv, shut up. Your crypto's going to be gone in a year. Shut the fuck up. But yeah, anyway. My friend Holly, born in 1961, was a switchboard operator. She said that once she had this drunk, lonely guy that would just call out just to chat with her, and started being a problem at the boss because she was taking up more than a minute in time. Yeah, this is a problem when you've got, you know, when you're in a job and there's a human being that wants to talk or wants to interact with you, but you're sort of on a schedule, so you have to sort of say, well, no, I'm sorry, I can't sit here and interact with you unless you want something. You need to go away. It's yeah. Should designers patents should do designers patents and license it out. Standing table to put the drink. Yeah, we just need to have more tables, basically. But you can't always have table. The thing is, a pool table takes up a lot of space, and then there's no space for tables. If you want, the ideal space for a pool table has about 7 foot of space in every direction around it, and then 2 or 3 foot of space for a table where people can sit down. If you don't have that much empty space, and obviously a pool table earns you about probably between 50, 60 quid a day if it's a busy day, and then maybe sort of 30 quid in the afternoon. So you may be looking at a $1 a day on a good day, but four or five tables in the same space with 4 or 5 people paying £5 a pint, having 3 pints each. When you think of the overall area of a pub, which is, it's more running a pub than working in one, but the more tables and places you have to sit, the more people that can sit down and buy a beer. And a game of pool will last a customer, like, I don't know, fucking 25, 30 minutes. Whereas a pint might only last them 20 minutes, and it's £5 instead of £1, right? So it's all about what people do in your building, how long it takes them and how much it costs them, and then how many of that, how can you churn that? And it's business, it's disgusting, but that's just running a pub. If you want a pub to stay afloat, it needs to be profitable, because you need a sink fund. You need a fund of money to have for rainy days or bad seasons. I mean, every pub that didn't have a sink fund, as soon as lockdown happened, they all went away because they couldn't afford to just keep the building. They couldn't afford to keep the building because of the rent. But the pubs that were profitable, that had money in the bank, that was obviously to pay for roofs, toilets, floors, lights, redecorating, that sort of thing, they could then use that money to just pay the rent on the building whilst everything was locked down, and then they could reopen and build it back up again. But yeah. Anyway, we have got an ad break going at the moment, so I need to pop you guys on the BRB screen. I'll be right back. Might as well tank it. Can't escape it, may as well tank it. This one's for you, Kate. This one's for you. Get fucked. Get fucked. Get fucked. Unbalanced trash. Get fucked. Do you see me, chat? Get fucked. Oh, fuck me. Fuck me. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Okay. We might need that later. We might need to create one of these. Oh no, 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 no. Oh, thank you. Panic averted. Get fucked. Can we out of bounds? Yes, but no. Fuck's sake. The thing is, I think you.
That's the best one we've done.
No. This is me playing Tunic. This is me right. Oh my goodness, sorry, wrong button. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Can't put a drink down anywhere. I'll just pour it down my gullet as God intended. Well, yeah, this is also it. Is that you get people that fucking nurse a pint for like fucking 2 hours. It's like, mate, just fucking drink the damn thing. You know, I need the glass to sell somebody else a pint. Then you buy another, so it's good business. Some people fit for automation is human progress. Yeah, it's unavoidable. The thing is, it is unavoidable. And obviously, I don't want people to lose their jobs unduly. But like I say, if you've been doing the same very simple job for a very long time, it is unavoidable. At some point, your job will be automated. So you have to find ways to upskill yourself so that you are invaluable and you can't be replaced. And I wish that wasn't the case. I wish it was the case where you could just go and do a simple job, earn a living, and everyone would be happy. But unfortunately, we just don't live in that world. The Industrial Revolution that I mentioned in the beginning was one of the first major accelerants in what we do now, which is just fucking try and make everything as cheap as possible to manufacture, but sell it for the maximum amount of profit, and pay people the bare minimum. And we've accelerated the sort of overall manufacturing of everything. Now, sadly, the UK, we offshored a lot of our manufacturing to other countries where it's cheaper and there's more lax labour laws, which is really immoral as a country, I admit. And that's why Primark and Shein and everything else can exist, because they get things made somewhere where it's dirt cheap, but they sell them somewhere where everybody's got enough money to buy expensive things. And, you know, the thing is, it's not just Shein and Primark. You know, when you find out that Birkin and Yves Saint Laurent and Gucci and Louis Vuitton and everything else, the sum of the parts, it's not that expensive. I mean, there's still several £100s, but they'll be selling it. The markup is 5,000-6,000%. So, you know, something that costs $200 to make, they're selling for like $30,000 or something crazy like that, because they have that brand, and that's obviously that's their scam, is to make something seem like it's worth more than it actually is, right? And that's another sort of, what's the word? It's where they've taken an existing framework and they've stretched it, right? So like things like Nike and everything else, through branding and everything else, they create this kind of like idea that this is a symbol, it's an indication of your status in life, and this allows you to sort of imply that you're better than other people, and people are very susceptible to that, so they tend to buy designer clothing at cost. You know, it's much more cost, but what they get back is not just a pair of trousers or a bag or a pair of sunglasses. They get the ability to communicate to people that I'm successful, and people like to appear successful, and they get very insecure about, you know, when that doesn't happen, which means they spend more money. So it's a capitalist kind of consumerist thing, of course, as everything is. Yeah. Automate this, or have better stuff, so maybe I can get a bigger earning for my skill from the work. Some fortunes are built that way. I mean, if you patented something that did your job better than anything else as a robot, and you sold it to everyone, then, but obviously if you said we could do this with a machine, they're just going to do it with a machine and sack you, which is not what we want, of course. Like modern architecture, no soul left. But I mean, even modern architecture has some soul to it. It's just obviously very subdued by lots of other kind of trends that govern what modern architecture should look like. We're much more deco and not enough nouveau these days with architecture, but, you know, different discussion. Still has a long way to be taking over too many jobs. You ask ChatGPT a question, it might answer your main question, but the supporting stuff is incorrect. You look into it because it only cares about your question. Yeah, no, the thing about AI is good at cosplaying as human beings. It's good at pretending to be a human being, but it's not. It doesn't have the intellect of a human being. It can't connect the dots. It can answer questions based on referencing information. So ChatGPT has the potential to replace something like Google, which is why Google is suddenly getting onto it, because Google's in an interesting situation where people used to go to Google to answer questions, but now people are going to ChatGPT, and they're losing that sort of query thread of the world's questions, right? Because the questions people are asking can give you a good reflection of how society is and what people want and need. And they're losing that because people are going to ChatGPT. So that's why you've got your AI review on Google now. But the problem is, because they've added the AI review, most people are Googling something and then not clicking on a website. They're just taking that paragraph as the answer, and they're not clicking on a web page. which means that those web pages aren't getting the clicks they pay Google for to be at the top of the list, which means search optimization, which is a huge part of marketing, is optimizing the search results that show up. When somebody searches for something, if you have a landing page with all of the buzzwords that people use, and you do certain things with how things are displayed, and then you pay Google to show up in the list of results, you'll end up higher up the list because you match more queries more accurately based on the terminology you use, which is why you go to websites and there's buzzwords everywhere, right? You go to a website and it's like leading, best in class, blah, 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 and, working in the UK for blah, blah, blah years, and the experts in blah, 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 blah. So whenever you Google search, who are the experts in this particular field, guess whose website gets picked up because it has that as one of the first bits of text on the website. Search optimization is a funny little game, but it's a very competitive market. But obviously Google used to make money from selling the ability to push your shit up the list, right? But if people are just using the AI review or going to ChatGPT, Google loses that revenue stream, right? Because people won't be doing that anymore. And also the ability to serve people ads or suggestions based on their search results. If people click on the website they want to find the information on, and they find the information and never come back to Google, like I mentioned in the other stream, one of the people that was appointed the head of search suggested making search worse so that multiple queries were required, but those multiple queries would present multiple opportunities to market the customer because they had to keep searching and keep changing the terminology. If you just type in, where can I get shingle for my garden in East Sussex, and push enter, and it just shows you the highest rated, the one that everyone goes to, the one with the most customer reviews, and you click on that site and then you go on there, you phone them up, and then you go and buy some shingle. You don't come back to Google. They only had one opportunity to sell you ads on the right hand side, to serve you ads on the right hand side, and that means a limited amount of ad views. And obviously when ad views go down, that ad revenue is a revenue stream, much like Twitch struggles with ad revenue sometimes. So yeah, it's a bit of a turning point for sort of search related sort of query farming to sort of figure out what people want and how to best deliver them the search results they want. Because believe it or not, there was a time when there was more than one search engine. There were like 4 or 5. You had Ask Jeeves, you had Yahoo, you had a couple of others, and you had Google. But then Google just became a lot better. Suddenly you just always got what you wanted from Google. And then after a certain amount of time, once they became the monopoly, Google could suggest certain things to certain people. And I remember the first time someone did the experiment where they had 2 people on their laptops Google something and they got very different results. The same text, right? Same text. They said, ask Google this question, and they both got different results that both had different political alignments and different worldviews and different kinds of like message in what they were presented. And I was like, it's fucked. It's fucked. They're swaying public opinion. It's fucked. So yeah, medical analysts, good replacement. Yeah, the thing is, if we can speed up medical research, I think there's definitely an argument that medical research wants to, we want to get medical research to be as quick as possible. And if you've got, PhD students that just left university and their first job is just to crunch through fucking 7,000 medical images to find the particular structure of veins that shows that there's a tumor or something, when an AI could do that in the space of 17 minutes, they could then be freed up to do something else. So it would free up the human race to do something else better. But when it comes to making art, there is nothing better. There's nothing better than making art. Take any human being on this planet. If you said your rent is paid, you've got somewhere to live, you've got food every day, you don't have to earn a single fucking penny, you can do whatever you want, everybody would be an artist. Everyone would be a photographer, everyone would be a painter, a sculptor, a poet. Everybody would be an artist if their rent and bills were covered. And that's just it. That's the expression. Someone, I can't remember who said it, but they said everybody's an artist until the rent is due. Everybody wants to be a creative and make things that are interesting, that express how they feel, but everyone's got to go out and earn a living. So at best, they do their creative work as a hobby when they have the time and the money to do it. But sadly, at the moment, everybody's working every hour of the day just to fucking keep a roof over their head. So sadly, the creativity that people have is wasted, which is a crime, which is why AI needs to fuck off when it comes to art. You can fuck off, man. The few people that have dedicated their lives to making art, the fact that society doesn't respect them enough, it pisses me off so much, because the world, like I say, the world is a much, much nicer place to exist because of artists. The buildings and cars and clothes and everything you look at that isn't just plain and boring. Everything that had some love poured into its appearance, you know, was designed by somebody. So we need artists, we need designers, we need photographers. Every time you look at an interesting an advert for something that's an interesting photograph, every time you see a good advert on the TV, you need someone that edits it and someone that shoots it, someone that does the sound, someone that does the writing, someone that designs the idea and the story of the advert. There's all kinds of stuff. So even within advertising and marketing, there's design, you know? Your watch, your shoes, your toothbrush, your fucking toilet seat, fucking steering wheel, everything. Everything was designed by somebody to try and do its job, but also have some sort of personality to it. And without that, everything is just the same. It's just literally everything would be the same, and it would be incredibly boring. Anyway. I can't hear your response to my comment. Yes, sorry, Miyazaki. There was an ad. I apologize. It came out of nowhere. Those ads have gotten longer since I last checked out Twitch, more than 30 seconds. Yes, so on this channel, we do 3 minutes of ads, which is like 120 seconds or something. I don't know. So 120, 240 seconds. But that means that when you first got here, you didn't get hit with a 2-minute ad break straight away. You know, you didn't have to watch an ad before you get to come and hang out in the stream, have a chat, see if you like the place. Otherwise, you have to watch an ad and then you hang out in the stream and think, oh, I don't like this stream, and you go somewhere else. You start to watch that ad, right? Then you go to another stream, you have to watch another ad. You know, oh, I don't really like this stream either. So you have to go to another stream, watch another ad. So I personally feel like it's better for new viewers when they first get here to not have to watch an ad immediately before they've even had a chance to hang out a little bit. I think if they could just click on the stream and there's, you know, me doing what I'm doing, not playing the video game and fucking talking too much, but they have a chance to see if they like the stream, and if they don't like it, they can go somewhere else. And then once they've been somewhere for a while and they like it, they don't mind watching the ads because they want to be there, right? So I think that's a more honest way of doing it. But yes, we do have to do 3 minutes, unfortunately. It does get rid of pre-rolls. Yeah, you get them to work as a pharmacy technician running prescriptions through, and sometimes we get ads we have to bypass. What, when you're putting people's prescriptions through? Fucking hell. Yeah, fucking... the Industrial Revolution as a consequences, like kids say. Well, yeah, and I think that obviously the whole sort of, you know, I'm just trying to catch up on chat, sorry, because a few messages have gone by, so I want to make sure I read everyone's messages. It's more important to me that I read everyone's messages, sorry. Obviously, it created a lot of jobs, but then a lot of automation meant those jobs went away, and it's obviously, if you're not creating permanent jobs, yeah. And like I say, I wholeheartedly believe that, you know, when people that have complex and difficult jobs and they get replaced by an AI that then fucks everything up, that's not good. When somebody comes into work and does the exact same fucking thing with the exact same piece of software with no difference whatsoever for, like, you know, 8 hours a day, and I'm sorry, that is going to get automated. Everything that's really basic and simple is going to get automated. And I think that there's two arguments. One argument that I agree that AI shouldn't replace complex, difficult, you know, human work that needs a human being to really do it. But also, all of these people that think they can earn a living doing something very simple, I'm sorry, it doesn't work that way. Things are getting more complicated. You have to keep up with the times. Otherwise, you're not going to have a job. I'm sorry. You can't expect to come in into a factory and just turn a piece of metal over on a conveyor belt and take home 25 grand a year. You know, you can't expect to just show up and just copy the information from one spreadsheet to another spreadsheet and then save it in a special location all day long and then expect to not have that automated. I'm sorry, it's just not how it works. If you come in and you do genuinely complicated work that you then work towards optimizing and making designing processes and hierarchies and frameworks that do it incredibly well, and only you know how to do that, then you're not going to get replaced, because they can't replace you with something that's more efficient. You know, because even if they replace you with something that does what you do, when things change and they can't adapt to it, they need you. So when you take what you do and you find ways to do it better, and then you make sure that you are at the center of that improvement, then you become invaluable to the company. But yeah, I think that there's a lot of people that clock in, don't really do very much, and what they do is very, very simple, and it could be done by anybody, but they're just, you know, they got the job, so whatever, you know, and they cash in 25 grand a year and then their job gets replaced. It's like, well, I'm sorry, you know, you don't do something complicated or sort of meaningful. You're doing sort of just grunt work, and there's no shame in just grinding it out, but you have to try and make yourself, you know, more important over time. If you just come in every day and do the bare minimum and you do something very simple, eventually your job is going to get replaced. And I don't say that like I'm better than anyone or I'm judging anyone. It's just an unfortunate trend in history, is that simple sort of, you know, repetitive jobs are the first to go. You know, they're the first ones in history that will go. You know, every time we do something new, we then find out how to do it automatically, and then the jobs that we paid people to do because we couldn't do it, they go away. And if you're in one of those jobs, you need to find a way to upskill yourself to make it so that you can't be replaced. Otherwise, you're going to be replaced. And I wish it wasn't the case, but it is. It is the reality, unfortunately. Free raffle, yes. I pushed the fucking raffle button again by accident. Happened first time ever at the pharmacy this week. I sell drugs for a living legally. Yeah. Industrial revolution and its consequences. A druggie came in. The drug addict trying to fool you into saying technically, as a technician, I can't advise or recommend. So what would be the pharmacists, the doctors? Just a supporting role. Postmodern architecture is soulless. Yeah, it is. It's pretty dull. Many fortunes built up on some lad working his job very, very long, came up with something that was better and started to... Exactly, you've got to patent it, of course. The guy who invented Ethernet, Netscape, Netscape was a search engine for a while. It was a browser as well for a while, I think. Ask ChatGPT a question, half its answer is completely asked backwards, especially maybe if your question isn't precise, maybe like AOL, you're being like, just an email, politically correct, even modern buildings, I love that. Soviet soulless shit. I mean, well, the thing is, I think there was some brutalist, there was some Soviet brutalism that was pretty fucking, there was some Soviet brutalism that was pretty fucking special. I think you can't really call it soulless. It's very bland, it's very colourless, but I wouldn't say soulless. I think that there was some really interesting sort of brutalist architecture from 1950s to 1990s Soviet Russia. They used a lot of concrete, but they were very creative with it. And yeah, I mean, you know, some of the monuments, you know, and there was a photographer, Soviet brutalism bus stops. There was someone that went around taking pictures of loads and loads of Soviet bus stops, and it's a photo book now, and it is by whoever that is. But yeah, there are so many like really sort of strikingly beautiful concrete brutalist bus stops throughout Soviet, you know, Russia. Oh, is it a film? Oh, they made a film. Okay, I'll have to watch this. Look at that, man. But yeah, I think that you've definitely got your modern minimalist. I'll give you guys the link to that just in case you guys want to watch that after the stream. I think modern minimalism has very little soul, but that's partially because minimalism means you have to kind of remove everything that isn't necessary, and that can kind of involve removing anything of any personality just to have a structure that it has a shape that's obviously got personality, but it's very, very subtle. But there's obviously a different way of appreciating that kind of architecture. But yeah, I think that there's definitely some very interesting kind of concrete brutalism in the Soviet architectural history, among some other sort of interesting kind of, you know, architectural choices, because there was an awful lot of when you think of the Red Square and a few other places, the sort of ornate kind of, and the UK has kind of an ornate kind of look to some of its buildings as well, but it's obviously a different source of what ornate is. But yeah, modern buildings ain't love though. Technology beats politics. Well, technology is politics these days. It's all about the technology that's controlling everything, I think. Yeah. I think we shouldn't hinder human progress and technology advancement just because someone can get fired or hurt their feelings. Yeah, again, like I say, there's two sides to the argument. It's very difficult. Going around every time. My library sign used to be cement ends with a wooden sign and the name of the place carved into the wood, and now it's a modern plastic sign that looks like it was made on an assembly line. Why can't we keep individualistic creative things with personality? Yeah, no, I agree. Had AI phone call this week with a pharmacy, and it's 3 times in a row, and it's the same person, the same med for that person. Co-worker said it introduced itself as an AI phone. Oh, okay, at least it introduced itself as an AI. But you know what I mean? Modern apartment buildings, for instance. Yeah, well, I think that there's lots of lazy there's lazy architecture out there. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. I think there's lazy architecture out there, but I think that, like, in terms of architecture, you've got buildings that are not particularly visually compelling, but they are incredibly good living spaces for various reasons. And to get both of those things, to have a very interesting looking building that's also a good living space or a good factory, is quite rare, which is why we celebrate them. But I think that when it comes to the design of utilitarian things such as houses and cars and other things, there's a particular kind of beauty that is a triumph when something is functional as well as beautiful. That beauty is therefore much more subtle because it has criteria and limitations of being functional. But if you can make something beautiful within those bounds, that's what's really special about it. And it's not quite, you could design the concept cars that, you know, end up on people's posters on walls and stuff. You could make buildings that look something out of the space age that, you know, could, you know, be photographed from any angle and it'd be beautiful. But if they don't work, it's meaningless. It's just concept, right? So I think that with architecture, it's interesting because there have been times where people have designed things and it looks amazing, but then someone says, yeah, but on sunny days, you're blind. Everything in this house is reflective and there's so many fucking windows that you're basically blind. So I had to spend a bunch of money getting like one-way glass put in every other panel on that side of the house because the sun comes over the hill and completely blinds you no matter where you're sitting in the house because everything's white, because everybody likes white. And you know, well, actually it's grey these days, but yeah. So yeah, it's interesting. So I think that it's difficult for a building to have soul and be functional these days because we know what buildings need to do. But yeah. But I think there's definitely a lot of interesting brutalism going on, where the materials are very mediocre and very timid and very plain, but the shape which they've been formed into is incredibly interesting. And I really enjoy Soviet brutalism as an architecture. And like I say, that bus stop, if there's a film or a short video essay and there's a book, I might buy it because some of those bus stops, they're so fucking beautiful. Business, that is beautiful business architecture. I wish we had that much individuality everywhere. Yeah, and I mean there was sorry, I will play the game in a second. I apologize. Modern apartment buildings, yeah, and I think that, like, depending on what the building is for, like if you just need housing, then yeah, it's just going to be a building. You know, it's just like a car can just be a car, or it can be something beautiful. But we shouldn't say that, you know, all cars have become boring just because we're seeing a lot of boring cars. There's still interesting cars out there. It's just people aren't buying them because they aren't as in demand, because people just need to get from A to B. And unfortunately, you know, when cars were a lot more novel and a lot sort of, you know, a lot more special back in the 60s and 70s, way more effort was put into designing the everyman's car because they needed to establish themselves as a brand and everything. Thank you for the alert, Miyazaki. I appreciate that. People like traditional more than glass cubes. Yeah, I think that, like, depending on what you're looking for, I think people can appreciate old architecture, but I think new architecture, as long as it's, the trouble is, so the thing about architecture at the moment is we have a huge demand for housing, so people build cheap, shitty houses. Now, they're modern architecture, but they're cheap, shitty houses, which means they fall apart and they look like shit. If they were built properly, because there wasn't a huge demand for them, they would be nice. They would be nice to look at. They would be nice to live in. They would function. They would be good architecture-wise. But we don't have that. So it's difficult because at the moment, everything is built to the lowest denominator. Everyone's racing to the bottom with materials. And you end up with shit. You know, everything falls apart and it looks tatty and shitty from the very fucking first year. And unfortunately, it makes the architecture look worse because the presentation is bad. Can still put, yeah, and I think if you build something well, like I say, there's a whole art form to building things well and also making them beautiful. That's why we celebrate it. But yeah, show that Sweden tore down a building because of socialism. And you wouldn't like that we torn down a building and buildings. That's another thing, is when people going to go play Binding of Isaac, just finished the achievement sale last night, so I'm on a mission. Best of luck with the achievements then, dude. Sorry, I'm going to play the video again. But yeah, no, I think that like when you look at something like this, architecture-wise, it's very muddled. It's very sort of, you know, all over the place, but it has character. It has personality. It has wabi-sabi. But obviously, when you look at, like, when you look at this, it obviously looks quite, you know, messy and quite, you know, cluttered and everything, but it's interesting. Whereas when you look at a giant, great big townhouse in the countryside of England, it's like a mirror image. So once you've been down one side of the building, you've been down the other, right? So, oh shit, I shouldn't have done that because there's nothing in this room. Okay, I need to remember that I can't just wander around. You know, I have to actually fucking, you know, when I make a room, I have to think, and then I only go into it once. So if we built a nook, we could then go north that way. Our compass is gone, so fortunately that's not with us anymore. So I think a nook to get another key, just in case we need one. Thank you to yes, yeah. Please feel free to drop the links in the Discord, because then I can have a look at them after stream. Sorry, because I'm supposed to be playing the video game. I apologize. When I live stream a game and then I just fucking yap for fucking ages. So suppose we'll get a pantry to get some coins. Closet, 2 items, nursery. Oh, I had a key in it. The Red Prince by Marion Marigold. There was a red prince who sat on a red throne. He had a red crown made of rubies and a red castle made of stone. The prince had a love for all things red. It's the only true colour, the prince often said. He could not stand the sight or carry of a canary or a crow. He could not stand the white of the swan and of the swan in the snow. And he never looked up for fear of the view. He had heard the sky was not red, but not a red hue. I thought they were going to say blue, sorry. So he always had a book to turn his eyes down if he was ever outside when the clouds weren't around. And do you know which book the prince always had, the one that made him happy whenever he was sad? A story he had read in the bath and in bed, and maybe you can guess what the clues we have said. It was the story of a boy who also wore red, and he looked like our prince from his toes to his head. As you, my reader, might already assume, this book is quite near you, in fact, in the same room. Story about you, if it needs to be said, about the prince in the book, the red book we just read. Okay. And you, as my reader, might already assume. Oh, okay. So we're being referred to as a prince because we are the offspring that's been chosen to take over this building. So we need to have a propensity or a fondness of red. If a choice comes up and there's something red, that's the choice. Excuse me. Right, so we've got 3 keys. So if we create something that needs to be unlocked, but unfortunately, because we just put a nursery there, which means that blocks off that door there. Okay, I need to look at the map more. I think. Could go into the store now, so I might see you later. See you later, Grill. Have a good day, dude. Stopping by. And sorry, I didn't mean to be argumentative. I just thought that there is a lot of boring architecture in parts of Russia, but there's also some really interesting brutalism in Russia as well. But I must admit, I don't know what Russia's been building for the last 20 years, but I know that through the 60s and 70s, they built all kinds of really interesting buildings. But I suppose that's not modern, is it? So. If we build a bedroom, there might be gem. So yeah, so what's weird is that it says that we carry our inventory, but we haven't got the compass, we haven't got the metal detector. So I thought, okay, those kinds of things, modifiers, they're not inventory. But coins, keys, gems and stuff, that is inventory. But so yeah, I don't know how we lost our metal detector and our compass that we had. But we've definitely lost those somehow. Okay, so if we need 2 gems to make a room, that's possible. So that's true. That's true. So this has got to be the lie, which is the odd one out. Right, so we've got a bunch of gems. So I think we should be making rooms that require gems when possible. None. Okay, so we are in the parlor facing this way. So we want to go north. So I think a corridor might be a good shout. We've already got a bedroom. We want to go get some more steps. So I think a corridor. And then, so that I think we should save. If we made a den here, we could make a passageway here, and then we could head back to the main hall, which would give us a shortcut back to the bedroom. That storeroom is obviously closed off. So I think we want to build a den, because that would allow us to keep going north towards this antechamber. That door still exists. We've got 5 gems now. So this would be north again. So that would give us 4 coins and allow us to keep going this direction. Got a key to use here. And then here, we could use this to give us more options. And also that would allow us to have a way to go back down to the main entrance hall. We've still got an option to go towards the antechamber. So we've got plenty of gems, so I'll do that. Lose half your steps. Oof. Chapel, hallway. The only way to go forwards. But that would put us... So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We would have 23 steps. But yeah, think in the interest of having options. Ah. Electronic key card, but can we use a breaker room? disconnected. But yeah, I've been because of illness and stuff. I haven't been able to train for about a month, annoyingly. I'm hoping to get back to it before the end of the year. So I think we just keep going up. Oh, of course it's locked. Of course it's locked. We were making way too much progress, weren't we? Okay. Can we go this way? So if I go this way and we make a hallway, that means we can go north still. I think a hallway. Doors in the west wing are more likely to be locked. That's strange, because that's right in the middle, so that's not the west. Anyway.
Stop.
This is the thing, dudes. This is the thing, is that you can build the right shape. Okay. So a commissary would then go back and connect to that. So I think that's a good shout. Spare room will go straight past it, but we can't connect to the storeroom on that side. A nook would go that way. But I don't think we've got much space over there. We could do with a key, though, couldn't we? We could do with a key. Storeroom. Spare room would just go straight. But a commissary would connect up that way. And you can buy items in there. Yeah. So, let me see if there's anything we can buy that's radically going to change. Effective the first week of December, payroll for all live out and seasonal staff will be managed electronically. As your attendance will no longer be registered at morning roll call, it is doubly important that you do not fail to clock in and out at one of the electric computer terminals on the estate. 2 of these terminals can be found at the security where the punch clock used to be, and in the laboratory. Any questions or concerns regarding this process should be directed, as always, to our house manager, Mr. Babbage. Mrs. Babbage. The terminal password is scratched out. Okay. Commissary will be closed from day 12 to 16. Sorry for any inconvenience. Okay, so yeah, once we get to those days, this is no longer available. So we can buy a gem for 3 coins, a salt shaker for 5, a sledgehammer for 8, and a metal detector for 10. Now, I found a metal detector, but I don't have it anymore for some reason, which is a shame. Ooh, video game. Dirig blocks? I imagine that's the first game the developer ever made. So up to day 20 and 21. Ah, okay. So on certain days it's closed, 20 and 21, but it's going to be closed 12 to 16. Okay, so it's closed from 12 to 16, but from 20 to 21, commissary has stuff cheap. So in this passageway, cannot see the floor plans while drafting in this room. Laboratory, experimental house features. Okay, let's try that. I think it's supposed to say diagonal blocks. Oh yeah, diagonal blocks. Okay, so it's like a diagonal Tetris or something. Okay. I typically work over at Sinker Labs, but got sent over here for a month to assist more with the new turbine tests. I think I need some help. For the past 3 days, I've been unable to find the laboratory on the estate. Today was my first success on that front. Can anyone tell me if this is typical, and if so, how do you get any work done? Before I arrived, I was briefed on the way the doors work, but I must admit I did not expect to be excluded from my new workstation for my first week. Any tips for technicians would be appreciated. Kimberly Thompson. Okay, so yeah, somebody got sent here and didn't realise that this house is a little different. Heating and cooling curves. H2O melting point at 0 ppt to 0.5 ppt. Room temperature, complete thaw. Melting point, ice. Test 205, atmospheric pressure. 93 kPa in Mount Holly. Freezer, technician Randolph M. Okay. So they're checking how ice melts. Push enter. Experiment set up. Research logs. No logs found. Those will be available the day after an experiment has been performed. Push enter. Oh, so you do experiments then come back. Terminal password, okay. Experimental house features. In the laboratory, you are free to experiment by testing and combining different mechanics to create an original and unique house feature that will last until the end of the day. Continue with experiment. Choose a cause from column A and an effect in column B. The next 3 times you open a locked trunk, set your dice to 2. When you draft a red room, lose 5 steps and then lose 10 steps and gain 20 gold. Whenever you spend 2 or more gems drafting a room, set your steps to 40. Okay. I mean, we've only got 1 gem, so that's pointless at this time. Next 3 times you open a locked trunk, set steps to 40. When you draft a red room, lose 5 steps and then set your steps to 40. So, I'm not sure I know how those are going to affect us at the moment, but yeah. We can't log on to the network. Machine requires additional power piped from the boiler room. Periodic table of elements. Okay, so 3, 5. So 1 is down here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Arrow pointing this way. Okay, so we need a breaker room. Or a boiler room. Take the fishing rod down this road. I was going to say, what kind of quantum physics is this fishing rod going to be attached to? But no, it's just a drawing of a road. So yeah, take the fishing and go down. Take the fishing rod and go down the road to where you go fishing. Take a break. So, from this room, we could put a door there. There could be a breaker room. Are you going to give me a breaker room? No. Okay. While drafting, you will no longer be able to see all 3 of your potential floor plans. You may draw new floor plans while drafting in this room. Guest bedroom, 10 extra steps. So I think we need a guest bedroom for 10 extra steps, I think. So here's the note about the billiard room. Oh yeah, I created the billiard room, but I don't think I managed to do a puzzle in there. I think maybe you've got to create the billiard room and also read this letter to make it work. Maybe that's how that works. But yes, we've got a bunch of periodic elements, and I suppose if we did 3, 8, then 12, then 2. Okay, so 3, 8. It only goes up to 10. Okay. Okay. And then which requires additional power piped in from the boiler room. Effective immediate electronic mail can only be accessed via the security terminal. Okay, so in this room here, it mentioned terminal, but password was crossed out. So there's an S. Is it Sinclair? No. Okay. So it looks as if it starts with S. Looks as if it starts with S. Ah, okay, here we go. So this is a table of all the elements, of which I can't remember that many. Yeah, I can't remember any of these. I mean, I know that's lithium. One of them's helium. Cesium. Rubidium is down there. Yep, rubidium. Iron. What was Xe again? I remember. So we've got a periodic table here. And then so we need, what we need is this, a screenshot of this. Not Steam, so I can't do a screenshot. Oh, yes, I can. Do a screenshot. Oh, fucking hell. So I think that may have upset the entire stream. I apologize if that happened. I'll make a marker there to see what happens when I do that. So we've got a screenshot of our elements. And then we've got this. And then where does it save them? Does it save them on the desktop? No. Pictures? Screenshots? Okay, so we have this one. Actually, I suppose I could just open up the other one, couldn't I? That is a puzzle. Yes, Cat, welcome in. How's it going, dude? Good to see you. Supposed to say dig a diagonal blocks. So this is the screenshot we want. So what this would mean is that we can convert numbers into letters, and then I think we'll be able to make a word or a sentence of some sort. So if I get my notepad out, so number one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's PU. So 1 equals PU. 2 is up there, so it's 3 along, so that's S. 3 is H. Push. Okay. So 3 is push, so that's 4 is TH. And then 7 will be an E. no, sorry, not 7. 5 will be an E, so 5 is... Oh, hang on, let me count this off. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So RE, I think. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just part of me wants to superimpose these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and it's above. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 above. So that's RE. So 5 is RE. Push thread. Okay. 6 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 EU. Seven is PA. 8 is F. 9 is TE. Nope. 10 is RN. 11 is I or L. I think it's an I. And 12 is NE. So that gives us PUSHTHRE EU PAFTERNINE. So push the 3. Push 3 up. Push 3 up. After 9. Push 3 up after 9. We can't do that. Push 3 up after 9. So I think we might need to power this first. But yeah, push 3 up after 9. Oh. Oh, okay. Going in there did not give us. Push 3 up after. So we need a breaker room. We need to go to a door and get a breaker room, really, because I think we need to turn on the power. So 1, 2. So the weight room should have some doors on the end of it. Oh yeah, it's locked, isn't it? And we need a breaker room for this as well, I think. So the passageway. No, it's a hallway. Okay, so the hallway. Does this hallway allow us to make any more rooms? So that's the commissary. It's locked. So we need to get back to the main entrance and see if we can, because I don't know if that door was locked or not. So we need to go down here to the right and then to the left and to the right. Running out of steps though, dude. The fact that it fucking... It's like you can't go through too many doors. That's pretty evil. But I suppose what we're... that's another very interesting kind of dynamic, because you want to use every single door in the room, but if you then use a door up and you need a room later on, then you're screwed, right? So, breaker box. So, keycard system I'll turn off. Back indicators, I'll turn them on and see what they do. And we'll turn on everything. See what happens. Veldar, welcome in, my dude. How's it going? Good to see you. Right, so we do have an ad break coming up. Chat, I do apologise. I need to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. Please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything, so I'm going to take a break as well. And for any lurkers that like to follow anonymously, once we're on the BRB screen, there's no alerts for follows over there. The bot will confirm it for you as well. If you want to follow in secret, please feel free. But yeah, that was a pretty interesting puzzle. You had to use the periodic table to sort of figure out a command. So it says push 3 after 10 or something. Or after 9. Push 3 after 9. So 10... 3 times, maybe? I'm not sure. Anyway, I'll pop you guys on the BRB screen. I'll be right back. And then I'll see if the breaker box turned on allows us to actually do that puzzle. But yes, I'll be right back. Somebody gave me a shout out as Breadcrumbs once, and I was like, nah, Breadcrumbs is my OnlyFans, mate. EU Reezy. EU Reezy, there we go. So non-raiders, please feel free to stop by this channel and have a look. Oh, yeah, what game is this?
What am I witnessing?
Are we watching a clip of somebody playing a Star Wars game? This clipception chat. Look at this. Where else do you get this kind of integration?
What a clip.
Where's my horse? What are you doing? Fucking did it! Orphan of Kos. Done. Leave this one to me. Instantly gets booted in the face. We might need to put a couple of fans. Excuse me. What you get, bruv. Fuck around and find out. That's what you get. I agree. It is nice when you get a game that's, you know, firmly planted in some sense of reality, but then it completely fucking pulls the wool over your eyes. Who cares? Fucking giant butterfly themed fucking blender. What are you saying, game? What are you saying? What are you saying? What are you saying, game? We don't fucking listen to the rules. We don't obey the rules. We just fucking do what we want. Parkour. Fucking parkour. Oh shit, it's a big one. But yes, Nick, I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry, but oh, I'm such a child. I think if we're a little bit less greedy, we can get this. I think. Mate, what are you doing? He's just opened up Prime Video. I can't see. Mate, the sabotage. Really, the sabotage. The sabotage because you want attention, is that it? He just pushed the Amazon Prime button on the TV remote and suddenly Bob's Burgers was on the screen and I was like, the fuck is this? What kind of movie is this? Right. Our stats. We drop down there, we can't get back up, so we won't do that just yet. Oh. What happened there? What's he doing up there? I think. Fucking hell. Oh no. No, that is bad. That is bad.
Sam, your cargo has suffered catastrophic damage. You
Whoops.
can't complete the order.
Whoops. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Thank you, Krill. Oh shit. Oh shit! Now you see, Tears of the Kingdom, like, we created that fucking flying death machine, right? But that wasn't like part of a like story or script. It wasn't like okay, we do get to. I looked up how to do that on the internet. That wasn't part of the game, but that was some of the more fun stuff, was like making things. And I think that there are challenges where you have to make things, but at the same time, like, we had the most fun doing things that weren't, you know, what the game intended, which is why I sort of, you know, didn't enjoy it as much, because I was playing the game expecting to have all the fun that I had with Breath of the Wild, just doing what the game needs you to do. But yeah, like, it was another one of those times where, like I've said before, like, a game gives with one hand but takes away with the other. They give you all this ability to make things, but then because the fucking Switch can't handle that much information, as soon as a cutscene happens, it just deletes what you made. So if you make a vehicle for getting around, it just fucking gets deleted and you don't get back the resources. If it deleted it, but it gave you back the resources, it would be an inconvenience having to recreate it. But they had a system where you could save layouts and everything. It would just be annoying to have to recreate it. But we got around that by using a bug where you attach a dragon scale to a contraption that you've built, to a thing you've constructed. And that then means that the despawn on it is way, way bigger, which means that it doesn't despawn. It just stays as part of the game's memory, because the dragon scale is supposed to land really far away. So the descale range is like, the despawn range is massive. So you could make a vehicle, fly to a dungeon, do a dungeon and come out of the dungeon and just go back and get your vehicle and then carry on. And that made it more fun. Flying around in a flying vehicle was way more fun than walking around the same map that I played in Breath of the Wild. But that was something we did because of something I read online, not because of the game. So like I say, there were moments in Tears of the Kingdom where I was like, damn, this just hasn't quite hit the same. Anyway, so we now need to get back to the weight room because there's an electronic door lock. And we've turned that off in the breaker room. So I want to see if that makes a difference or not. But we've only got 8 steps, 7 steps. Woo. Okay, so turning the power off doesn't just make that open, okay. And the other thing I wanted to check, once the power was on, was in the laboratory, which is down there. No, okay. So we need a boiler room, and we don't have one, unfortunately. So that's a shame. Not going to buy anything from Nintendo again. Well, yeah, this is it. Is that, you know what? The Switch 2 was already a hard sell anyway. My Switch 1 is sitting over there gathering dust now that I don't commute anymore. Plus, when I did use it, day in, day out, going into work on the train, the only game I had to play was Breath of the Wild. I mean, Mario Odyssey was good. And there were a couple of other good games, but I think the game library is very limited. The games you are going to get are going to be limited in and of themselves because of the hardware. Plus, yeah, like Nintendo has just become really shit over the last 5 to 10 years. So it's kind of like, I don't really want to support them. I know I won't be able to find games for it. And annoyingly, whenever I get a small, cute little indie game that's pixel art or something, I know that will be perfect to play on the Switch, but I just don't play it on the Switch. You know, I just play it on my computer now. If I was still commuting every day, maybe I would still have a use for it, but I only got my Switch because I used to commute for an hour and 40 minutes a day. So yeah, without more of a value proposition, because if they dropped to Switch 2 and it was, you know, really cheap and there was like a raft of really good games for it, I'd think about it. But yeah, I don't want to end up in the situation I am with the Switch 1 now, where it just sits there doing nothing, because I just don't ever feel the need to use it for anything. Because yeah, what was everyone's favorite game on the Switch? I mean, for me, Breath of the Wild, without a shadow of a doubt. I think it was one of the best video games I've ever played, and it was so nice to sort of feel Zelda coming back to life again. Because there's been a bunch of games that I haven't played. I need to play Wind Waker properly, and I need to do my own playthrough, not just watch a friend play, you know, Ocarina and Majora's, because I watched them play that a lot, but I never did a full playthrough myself. I only did bits and pieces. So I need to do my own playthrough. Wind Waker I never got a chance to play because it was super popular. All of the copies of the game disappeared from the shop and I couldn't buy them. And then yeah, these days a copy of Wind Waker is like 60 quid. It's as much as it was when it was new, which is fucked. At least I think it is. If I'm paying over 60, that better be a game pack. But yeah, plus I think some of the games on the Switch 2 are going to be £80 or £70, which is a lot for a Switch game. You know, Nintendo needs to realize that it's going to be a very scaled back game in comparison to a fully fledged console game, like a PC game or a console game. So charging, you know, Witcher 4 money and, you know, CDPR game size and quality, you know, for a Switch game, I don't know, I think that's a bit fucking rich to me. It's a bit of a stretch to me. But yeah, how much is Wind Waker GameCube? Slay. So, oh, it's down to 30 quid now. Okay, so yeah, and that's the limited edition that comes with. Does that come with what is that? The limited edition, does that come with another game? Is that like a 2-game bonus discs? Are you going to tell us what the bonus game disc is? It's nice. I could spend all my fucking money on this website. It's so bad. So Tears of the Kingdom is down to £36 for the Switch. Yeah, it comes with the remaster of Zelda. It comes with the first N64 one. Yeah, that's 37 quid. That's not bad. It's not bad. It used to be like 60 or 70 quid. It used to be about 60 or 70 quid, but you can get that. Okay. I will leave that. I've had to buy so much this month. I've had to buy so much, so I can't. Any games that cost over 60, I'm also not going to buy. Say Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, and Hollow Knight, Slayer Queen. Yeah, so I think when I'm talking about like favorite Switch games, what I should have specified is, I mean, a game that only came out on the Switch, because yeah, like obviously Hollow Knight would be everyone's favorite on the Switch because it must play reasonably well, but also is incredibly popular, right? So a banana, the banana. So I'm going to build a chapel in the center. You must select one to draft. Okay, so I suppose we could pop a corridor down here that will just take us to there. But off of here... You see, you get different... What's the security room do? Oh. Slay Queen. They also repacked Super Mario 64, some other Super Mario games, Super Mario Galaxy on the Switch, which was nice. Yeah, and I struggle with the idea that if I've paid for a game on the GameCube or paid for a game on the 64, that I should have to pay for basically a poor port, like a bad port on the Switch. And when they said they were going to give some games away for free with the online subscription, I was like, okay, that's kind of nice. But then they said that the N64 games were going to be like, you know, extras you have to pay more for. And I was like, okay. And then somebody who I watch on YouTube that plays a lot of Nintendo games, but they also emulate a lot of games, and they're a game developer. They played it and they pointed out how there were so many different instances where the emulator that Nintendo had built to play N64 games on the Switch just didn't do a very good job, and that if you jailbreak a Switch and install, I don't know if it's RetroArch or Linux, but you can get an N64 emulator on the Switch that is third party, which is obviously not, you know, legit, but it's me. But yeah, a third-party N64 emulator running on Linux on a jailbroken Switch was performing better and doing more accurate emulation. And at that point, I was like, well, I'm sorry, you can get fucked. I'm not paying you an extra sort of however much a month to play an inferior port of a game that I've already paid for. You're taking the fucking piss. And then they did a bunch of other stuff that has basically made me lose a lot of respect for Nintendo. Because yeah, they'll fucking absolutely crucify and spend however much money it takes to sue a YouTuber or somebody for using an emulator to run one of their games. But then at a fucking Nintendo stall, some convention somewhere, they were using emulators to play the fucking games. And then they fucking want you to pay extra to play emulated versions of the games via the online service. And I'm like, you're fucking full of shit. You're full of shit. Fuck you. And then, yeah, they changed their end-user license agreement to fucking basically make it impossible for you to ever complain about them. And they started doing that Disney shit where they fucking legally made it impossible for you to press charges if you were a member or something. Really fucking sketchy shit. And I was like, yeah, they're obviously preparing for a lot of backlash. They're about to make a lot of bad business decisions that are bad for the consumer, but good for business. So they're about to make a bunch of business decisions that are bad for the consumer, sorry. For business, they're going to be great because they're going to make a bunch of money, I presume. But they need to protect themselves before they do that. So yeah, the end user license agreement changed. So I was like, well, if I buy a Switch 2 and I have to, you know, go online again and agree to that agreement, and that completely means that I can't ever complain about what they do, then that means that I'm fucked. So yeah, I'm not doing that. The third party are either legally grey or illegal, but probably like four guys in a basement provides a better service than your legal multi-billion company. Then you have zero sympathy. Yeah, exactly. This is it. And the thing is, they have the source code. They built the fucking game. They have the source code. Having the source code to a fucking game means you should technically be able to port it to almost anything because you have the source code. People have created an N64 decompilation project. Now you can decompile an N64 game and then recompile it in a different environment, so you can play Perfect Dark with a mouse and keyboard on a fucking on an N64 emulator at 1080 60. It's ridiculous. I mean, there's a recompilation of Mario 64 that obviously, yeah, because it's a recompilation, it works on Windows computers because the source code is, you could just so even if they didn't have the source code because they lost it, they could claim rights to that fucking project and say, you know, you're decompiling our property. We could take you to court. We're going to seize it, figure out what you've done, and decompile all these games, and then recompile them for the Switch. But they didn't do that. They didn't fucking do that. You can literally decompile N64 games. And basically, you get the entire game in C. And then from there, you can obviously port it onto whatever the fuck you want. And I don't know what the, I don't know how long it will be before somebody makes an Unreal Engine environment where you can take the C from a decompiled N64 game and just load it into Unreal Engine, because at that point, it's game over. Nobody's ever going to buy a Nintendo game for the second time ever again, ever, because you won't even need an emulator. You'll be able to fucking download a fucking ported version of the game that works with modern hardware, with modern graphics APUs, going through an engine that most GPU manufacturers support natively, that's going to have basically no translation layer, so it's going to have amazing performance. It's game over. And Nintendo could have offered that and made it, you know, something that people could pay money for and it would exist, but they fucking just tried to scam people. So they just tried to fucking sell fucking Ocarina of Time again in a bad fucking wrapper that's not emulating the game properly, and it doesn't render the fog or the distance, or it's broken, you know? And yeah, there are community projects that are better than what Nintendo puts out, but Nintendo's charging money for it. It's just disgusting. Have the resources, you're not providing the service by choice, exactly. Also the reason PlayStation became king. Oh yeah, it's it's fucked, you know. And I wish it wasn't fucked, but it's fucked. Big companies like Nintendo just don't seem to fucking really care about the consumer. And like I say, they've done a whole bunch of, like, you know, careful framework adjustment to make sure that they're now in a position where they're not as legally vulnerable, which makes me worry about the Switch 2's life cycle. Because yeah, I don't know what the fuck they're going to do, but yeah, anytime a company starts, you know, battening down the hatches and tying off all the loose ends, the future of the company is not going to be good for the consumer, and they're obviously making it impossible to sue them, which is, yeah, wonderful how the legal framework can operate that way, so the consumer can never argue. Anyway, until further notice, the antechamber has been unlocked, and access levers are no longer required to grant entry. Okay, so we can get to the antechamber in this playthrough, I think. Keycard access security doors are more likely to appear in the higher ranks of the estate. Otherwise, as a redundant security measure, normal doors in the estate will also be more likely to be locked as you progress north. Ah, okay, so that's why I'm struggling to get north. Okay, that makes sense. Because I thought that might be the game. I thought that might be the game. Oh, but it's actually updating. So our character doesn't turn around. So the orientation of our character doesn't change on that preview, which is interesting. Because in the cutscene, it doesn't obscure our face or anything for any reason. So... Spooky. What do you mean it's dark in the dark room? Ah. Oh, it's a fucking chapel. Okay. And to the surprise of no one, we're entering an age of the high seas. In no time, no patria fili, esprit, sancti, amen. Oh, you were praying. Sorry, I was like, hang on. Am I having a stroke or is that Latin? Can I just not read properly, or is that some of the language? I thought you were speaking Italian for a second. Nominus I can't remember the fucking prayer. Oh, every time we go through it takes a coin away. So chapel, this would go north. Parlour would allow us to keep going north, and it would give us a puzzle. Right, so the black box contains the gems. All three boxes are empty, so that's a lie. That has to be a lie, because it says that one of them definitely has to have, so that's got to be a lie. This box and the blue box are empty. That could be the truth. That could be the truth. That could be the truth. Which means this is the odd one out. So, spare room will allow us to just go north, which is what we want. There's a bedroom with an extra door on it. A kitchen would make us go to the right, but we need a gem for that. Utility closet would stop us dead, so there's no point doing that. I want to keep this bit here to see if we can connect back up to this corridor. So I want to be able to continue north. So the kitchen would go to the, yeah, so it's going to have to be a bedroom. Would give us 2 steps. Although I thought we created a guest bedroom. Oh no, it wasn't a nursery. Okay, I was going to say when we draft a bedroom, shouldn't we get? We chose a fucking different kind of bedroom earlier. Right, so a den, a garage, give us 3 keys. We ain't got the gem for it. A nook would allow us to get a key and keep going north. So if the door is locked, we get a key in this room. So I think that's the best bet. Greater chance of finding items in green rooms. West Wing Hall would so both of those could be locked. A conference room, whenever items would be spread throughout the house, they are placed in this room instead. Ooh, that's pretty naughty, and it gives us 2 different ways to go off. So I think that's the best bet, because it would put all the items in this room. Spreading items. Some special rooms allow you to spread items throughout your house. When the items are spread, they are immediately placed in several of the rooms currently in your estate. However, if you have a conference room, spread items are gathered into that room instead. So that means the items should be in this room, but there's no items. So I think this cycle, we're just going to get screwed. Safe code 9083. Safe code 9083. Okay. Where are we going to find a safe, you might ask? In the safe room. Combine inventory items to make new items. Oh, that's pretty cool. And a closet with 2 items, a breaker box. Oh, magnifying glass. Inspect documents of the estate more closely. Okay. Ah, okay. Stones cut by hand and left. Okay, I see. Stones cut by hand and letters wrought do spell our secrets carved from thought. A message read is of 10 lost Mong. The bold words spoken soft. The note is read, the letter is not. Okay. Damn. Okay, so we can't go that way. Oh, we were getting close, chat. We were getting close. Right, we can go off from the conference room, though. Still got some steps. So. Oh, why would the commissary be that way around? If it was... that would be good, but no. Gymnasium would, when you enter the gymnasium, you lose 2. Well, that's not too bad. Last time I think it halved everything. That would allow us to keep going north. A hallway would waste a door and also make us go east. But a gymnasium would allow us to try and go north at the cost of 2. Need to make sure I check for items as well, because gems and that sort of thing, sometimes. I imagine the sledgehammer allows you to break those down. The fact that we can't pick up the basketball and take a shot is always a disappointment for me. Oh my god. Oh, mate. Creating a room and then finding a locked door. 10, okay. Creating a room and then finding a locked door is so fucking annoying. Because look, we're 3 or 4 squares away, my dudes. Stabby, welcome in. Good to see you. So, the gymnasium, the door on the other side, yeah, okay. Okay, so we've still got this corridor here, but it's obviously going to set us back quite far. Does going back through that nook and then going into the bedroom, will this give us 2 more? Yes, it will, okay, cool. But yes, don't forget to redeem your daily bread, everybody. AI height, pretty good? Yeah, pretty good, dude. Pretty good. So, we can go off this passageway and then see if we can create a connection to that corridor back to the pantry and the entrance hall and the security room. And that guest bedroom as well is right down there. So, yeah, I think a passage... Yeah, so, yeah. Kitchen would allow us to go to the left, north, which is good. While drafting, you will no longer be able to see all 3. The billiard room. And yeah, yeah. Oh, no, that's going to fucking dead end us, so we've got to use the kitchen. But we need a gem. Oh, you motherfucker. Okay, let's do that. Popular children's writer Mary Marigold adds yet another feature to her scholastic cap when she discovered on Thursday that her picture book Swimbird had been chosen as the Herald Literary Medal Illustrated Book of the Year. This is Marigold's second time winning this prestigious honour. The previous medal was for, of course, her debut effort. She was no stronger to the public eye. Sorry, she was no stranger to the public eye. Even before her literary success, the niece and the closest living relation to Baron H.S. Sinclair, Mary began using Marigold as a pen name to free her from the political associations one might have with the Sinclair family. So 2786, 2285. Hey, 22nd August 1985. The year I was born. Considers herself success. She confided my son was the one that actually got me to start writing. I'd always challenged myself, but to never tell him the same story twice at bedtime. And so as we ran out of books we owned, my imagination had to take over from there. As elaborated in a previous interviews, that her debut book, The Red Prince, is based on her son and his inflexible love of the colour red, a statement that has been held in much scepticism by the many pundits that viewed the book as a rather thinly veiled political critique of Royalist Party and their unwavering blind loyalty to the throne. That's, yeah, I can see. Okay, there's fucking loads to read in here. Oh, it's kind of annoying that I need to fucking use the fucking magnifying glass sometimes. Publisher and author detained by Red Guard questioned. Caleb Manning and his publisher Philip White were the 2 of 3 dozen names that appeared on the leaked dossier, naming them a person of interest in the Trinsdale bombing that killed 4 people last Tuesday. Although no group has come forth to officially take responsibility of the attack, it is widely believed that authorities to be the work of the insurgent group RLCF, who also call themselves the Children of Blackwater. Ruffington Press was quick to dismiss the rumours in the statement released on Friday, maintaining that the popular author and Mr. White were simply victims of an unfortunate happenstance, whatever that means. This would not be the first time that the publishing house has defended a rogue employee. 3 years ago, an associate editor of the company was arrested for criminal conspiracy, though the charges were later dropped. Marigold drops publisher. Local author and popular personality Marion Marigold has announced a split with her longtime publishing partner Ruffington Press, citing personal reasons. The announcement came after the arrest last week of a fellow author and colleague, Caleb Manning, whom Marigold has past referred to as her mentor, friend and confidant. Marigold is the third prominent writer to distance themselves from the publisher this week. So the publishers are cutting loose people, and other people are leaving because they're concerned about creative liberties and freedom. Interesting. It was last seen at the corner of a suspicious bag under the wave down the local man. Oh, this is cut off, okay. Last seen at the corner of a suspicious bag under something waved down a local man. Third time a major last year. Anticipated charge with a crown. Manning last year. Okay. No trace is discovered of Sinker Harris, but search continues. Mary Matthew Jones, the author and illustrator, whose fanciful stories are written under the pen name Marion Marigold, was last seen by a close friend around 3:45 p.m. Friday, getting into a carriage after a late luncheon date at the 100 Bells Tea Room in Trinsdale. Mrs. Jones never arrived home, and the carriage driver cannot be located. Family and local authorities are very concerned, but have not deemed the case foul play. Is out of character incident at this point. We're seeking information. Okay, so they went missing. Priceless jewels stolen in the dramatic Royal Museum heist. Thieves of the royal capital of Fen Aries have broken into the Crown's fabled closed exhibits. These lavish rooms have historically been reserved exclusively for the use of aristocracy and high peerage, and access has never been granted to the outside noble circles, at least not until today, as local police and forensic experts have been spotted in virtually every corner of the museum grounds dredging for clues. Krizash, welcome in, dude. How's it going? Good to see you. Happy Saturday. The museum authorities said they were alerted in the middle of the night by reports of several masked intruders seen breaching the south wall and brandishing firearms. The intruders broke into the museum, subdued the royal guard, and disabled the security system. By the time the militia arrived on the scene, the burglars had simply vanished. Although an official registry of lost jewels has not been publicly announced, among the treasured artifacts rumoured to have been stolen is the renowned ruby crown of Orendoris. The priceless crown jewels, whose material worth pales in comparison to the historical value. These rumours are true. The evidence may suggest that the theft was politically motivated. Because yes, we had a son that was obsessed with red. And there's obviously a ruby that's been stolen, which is obviously a red gemstone. Okay. So, as with any giant, great big house full of puzzles, there's obviously some foul play afoot, as per usual. But welcome in, Krizash. It's good to see you, dude. I hope you had a good weekend so far. Doing good. How about you? Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. New game. I've got me smoothie. I've got some lovely people in chat to talk to. It's a Saturday. My cat is nice and comfortably asleep over there, looking all adorable. I've got some food in the fridge to nibble on as we go through the day. So yeah, I'm good. Obviously we can't go north because that would be too easy. Oh, archived floor plan. I wonder what that means. So a den would... yeah, actually a den would be pretty good because it would connect us to that corridor. A dining room would also do the same. Each day a meal is served in a dining after the rank 8 has been reached. So we're only rank 3, so there's no point in doing that just yet. A den would give us a gem, and we have been missing a gem this playthrough. So I think we're going to build a den. Oh, chat, it's the dream to sit here and fucking have a fireplace. It would be absolutely magical, chat, if I could be streaming with a fireplace going in the background and you guys could hear the fire crackling. Oh, that would be the dream, to have like a nice big room with a fireplace in it. Maybe in the background. That would be a goated stream background, right? Just a fireplace in the background, and every so often I wander off to chuck another log on the fire. Oh my god, it's the dream, chat. It's the dream. I would love to. I would love to. Right, so a courtyard would do that. Drawing room would do that, and an archived floor plan would do that. Now, I don't know whether we can waste, because I don't know if the archived floor plan is going to be like a dead end. Because if it is, that's our last door. An electric fireplace could sell the vibe. Yeah, but no, the thing is, I want to smell the wood burning, you know, I want to feel... It's a dream of mine to have like a nice comfortable space with a fucking fireplace, like a proper big open fireplace where I can just sit in front of a fire with a book, or maybe I'd use my Switch, you know, maybe I'd play video games next to the fire. But yeah, and I think obviously my cat would absolutely love it because it'd be nice and warm, so he'd be fucking happy as Larry. But yeah, I would need a house, right? And I don't think I'm ever going to own a house, but if I own a house, I'd like to look at how difficult it is to make a chimney, because if I build the bricks on the outside of the house to make a chimney, and then I can knock through on the inside of the house, it obviously minimises the chance of exposing the inside of the house to the elements too much. But yeah, I don't know how difficult it is to do, but yeah, it's something I've always dreamed of, is having a nice house with a living room where there's a fireplace, so when it's cold I could just have a fire going in the house. I could just go and chop some trees down, chop them up into logs, you know. It's a dream of mine. But yeah, if I had a stream and in the background there was a fire and people were like, that's not a real fireplace, it's got to be a fake background, and I walk off, grab a log and chuck it on the fire, I'm like, you know, what more do you want, kiddo? But yeah, I'd love to be able to stream in a room with a nice fireplace keeping me warm. Ideal Twitch stream is the Ron Swanson Xmas stream, sipping bourbon by the fire. Places, it's a good dream. Did Ron Swanson, is Ron Swanson not somebody from a film or something? Swanson sounds like a because it's Joe Swanson in Family Guy, right? Ron Swanson, I've not heard of them. So, drawing room gives us options. I think that's what we do. Courtyard would also give us options, but this also has a bonus. You may draw new floor plans while drafting in this room. So yeah, I mean, oh yeah, the archive. So the archives, that door was fucking an electronic door, wasn't it? So we've got 38 steps and 3 coins, and let's keep this run alive, because I was about to say let's just do that and then call it, you know, but let's keep the run alive by doing that. Nick Offerman said the character name instead of the actor. Oh, okay, yeah. Because yeah, Ron Swanson is the sort of really surly, miserable guy from is it called Parks and Rec, or is it, I can't remember what it was called. But yeah, I've seen many memes. Each time you click on a door, you will draw 3 floor plans from which you must select 1. Right, so from the drawing room, we could go to the right, and we could make, please tell me here I can make a breaker room. Ah, okay, just a closet with 2 items. Do not cost to draft. What's this? Okay, I need a gem for that. What 2 items are you going to give me? Oh, a gem and a key. Not bad. So we need something that goes up to the right. Coat check. Check 1 item and retrieve it on another day. Oh, okay. Commissary would go up to the right. Okay, so that's what we do. Ah. S. Does that say Silk Song? So that's an S. And then a W. Swan Song. Swan Song. No. Swan Song, maybe. Doesn't tell me what it does, though. Right, give me a key. So a billiard room, a pool would allow us to keep going north. Adds locker room, sauna, and pump room to today's draft pool. Okay. So I guess we do that. Oh, we need a gem. The billiard room would give us a puzzle, but unfortunately, that would dead end us. That's a locked door. The workshop, that's a locked door. So, do you know what? Fuck it, what's this? Ah, a breaker box. Which I don't think helps us because we don't have any puzzles that need... So, have we built a dark room in this playthrough? We have. So that means I can turn the light on in the dark room. And the gymnasium. We have a gymnasium as well? Yeah. The gymnasium we can turn off. We haven't built a garage just yet. VAC indicators, I'm not sure. Key card, so we haven't got the key card. So we can't open the door. But we just turned on the darkroom light. So if we go down, left, down, right. Yeah, down, left, down. Okay. through the archives, and then left in the passageway. No, oh, we got to go all the way around. Shit, okay. Through the parlor into the chapel. If we go through the chapel, we'll lose a coin. But if we go back, oh shit! If we go back through the archives, we can go across the archives into the den, down through the corridor, down through the pantry, and then. Oh, actually, that is a bit longer, isn't it? So if we go through the parlor, through the yeah, okay, fuck it. We have to lose a coin, unfortunately. And now the lights are on in the dark room. Ah, we can see a bunch of photos. Okay. So he liked his cameras. HS has requested yet another print of her ladyship. I assume another print of her lady garden. I almost said then. Excuse me. I assume for one of her rooms in the east wing, as well as an enlarged print of the enclosed photograph. He said the last development was too dark, so keep an eye on that. Ah. Can we see? No, okay. Can't. Ah, 11:28. Okay. 11:28. Where's my notepad? Garden gate code 11:28 question mark. Okay. Oh. Okay. Scene memos found in Hartley's room are always false. Okay. So if we come across one of these red notes in that person's office, they're always false. Scene memos found in Hartley's office are almost false. So right. Cool. So we've got the code for that gate outside, and we're not too far from the outside. So through the security room. We can make our way up to that gate, give it a try and see if there's anything extra to find in there. Biscuits. Might be time for a cup of tea. Any excuse for a biscuit? Oh, chat, I bought some shortbread chocolate chip cookies. The chunks of chocolate inside shortbread. I don't want to sound too British, but fuck me, man. That's a fucking good biscuit. The apple orchard has been permanently unlocked and added to your campsite. Starting tomorrow, you will start with a new day with an extra 20 steps. Let's go. Let's go. Can we just pick as many apples as we want? Go on, kids. Pick as much cotton as you like. Still fucking cracks me up to this day. I don't know if it was a skit, if it's made up or not, but yeah. African South biscuits, like little round bits of bread with butter on it. Yeah, you guys have like biscuits and gravy, like, whereas we have like, you know, biscuits with like tea. You unlock the gate for the waist high picket. Yeah, exactly. Gardener's logbook. April 10th, 1992. When I first came to the estate in the capacity of a new groundskeeper, I was a little dismayed to find that my predecessor had kept no notes, no logbook, and no record of any kind regarding the various gardens and green rooms, the house under his care. As a result of his hidden providence, the first few months of my post, I suffered a number of embarrassing professional blunders that I believe could have been avoided with even a few scraps of imparting wisdom from the previous groundsman. Blaming somebody else, I think. To that end, I will make an effort to make some record of my dealings on the estate in as much as it pertains to the horticulture and general tomfoolery. Robert Nogula, groundskeeper. Among my many commissioned duties, I have been tasked with the conservation and oversight of Mount Holly's alluring grounds. My domain stretches from the gate to gate and encompasses the apple orchard, entrance, drive and east yard. Fortunately, my workload of the maintenance of the west grounds has not been priority since Lady Epson's death and ensuing closure of the west wing. Nevertheless, I would take some pride in my work, so I still endeavour to brush the west path weekly, even if no one but myself will take notice. In addition to maintaining the grounds, there are 8 green rooms within the house that require some level of upkeep and light groundskeeping. The majority of these, I discovered, are only draftable on the perimeter of the house along the east and west wings. The terrace, patio, veranda, morning room, greenhouse and secret garden all fall within this category. Okay, so the green rooms get built along the edges of the map, the grid. Okay, that makes sense. You see. Okay. So this will obviously make a better room. Okay. One of the first tasks I undertook as a groundskeeper was to conduct a survey of various plots of soil underneath each slot for both the east and west wings of the house, and while I would have preferred a full survey of all 45 plots of the house, it was clear that the inconvenience of such an undertaking would produce was in no way worth the extra data, especially considering the rooms that would benefit from this survey only ever appear on the wings, in the wings. To quantify soil quality, I measured the soil's capacity to support a crop growth and maximise the promise of high yields. The survey ended up taking 2 weeks due to some difficulty reaching the higher ranks, but the project was well worth the effort. As suspected, the room position has a direct relationship to the amount of fruit spread from the garden and the amount of flowers that can bloom in the greenhouse. So we now know where to put all of the best green rooms because we know where the squares with the rich soil are. Cool. Got my fireplace on, it's fucking cozy as fuck. Oh no, I don't know if you're in the Discord, maybe if you've got a picture to pop in the Discord, please feel free. Yeah, there we go. But yeah, I love a good fireplace because I love a good pub in the countryside, in the middle of nowhere, like a pub with a fireplace. So you're freezing cold, you've been hiking all day. You find a pub that will serve you like a Ploughman's or whatever, and like a pint of like the local ale that's like fucking £2 or something because it's the local ale. And yeah, the fireplace is roaring. And yeah, it fucking warms the bones. It warms you up down to the bone. It's so nice. Right. But we need a screenshot of this. Excuse me. Cool. So that'll now be in our screenshots folder. Yes, okay. I need to do a bit of a shifty with some images. I need to sort out this folder because there's a bunch of screenshots from other stuff in here. Some of it I need, some of it I don't. So I could probably get rid of some of that. So I'll do that in a moment. We do have an ad break coming up, so I'll take care of that in just a moment. I should purchase some proper biscuits and tea. My dad's coming to town soon. Hope you have a nice time hanging out. Love the fact that Keith Flint of The Prodigy had a log fireplace in a pub he owned, and he had Firestarter swear jar above the fireplace for anyone making an obvious joke. Yeah, what a hero, man. Such a shame. Because, yeah, I mean, a lot of people don't realise just how fucking crazy The Prodigy were. You know, they came out and they kind of created a new genre, and they were kind of spearheading it to a certain degree. Whether they came up with all the actual fundamentals, I'm not sure. But they really sort of, you know, Keith, you know, the guy, the DJ, and yeah, Keith and Liam, you know, the DJ, and a couple of others. They took sampling and dance music to a whole new level. But anyway, the ad's going to start in a second. I'll pop you guys on the BRB screen. I'll be right back. But yeah, The Prodigy were really interesting, and there's so many albums that, you know, I mean, music for a jilted generation. The fact that the whole thing was one long song that all blends together and everything. To this day, that album still blows me away. But yes, I'll be right back. I'll do a quick check to see where the other Great Stars is. So that was done that. I think we only really want to do the quest just to speak to them. We'll leave that up there. We don't need that. So, where to find it? On the guarded carriage, towed by 2 trolls in Altus Plateau. Which is, as you say, not miles away. Really isn't miles away, is it? So yeah, let's do that. It's a shame a bunch of people. Oh, really? Like that, is it? So we're going to carry on down here. Oh. Bye. Oh, no.
This is my show, John Marston. Do as you're goddamn told.
Fucking.
And shoot well.
Let's fucking go, Sadie. Damn. Tell me something, right? The shower cubicle, right? Where you have a shower in your flat. Right now, you literally drench this thing in soap and water every single day, right? Your shower, you literally drench it in soap and water every day. So why the fuck does it need cleaning? Why the fuck do I have to get a different kind of soap and scrub the fucking shower down when I literally cover it in soap and water every day? But it's not the right kind of soap. I have to get a special little spray-on thing and a fucking little brush to fucking clean between the tiles and behind the taps and everything. And like, because I live in the south, the fucking water's really scaly, so I have to get descaler as well. It's such a scam. It's such a scam, dudes. Look for increased morale. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it means I can't tank any of that stuff. He got fucking yeeted. Fucking hell. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. BRB rebooting. Okay, catch you in a bit, Krazak. Hopefully the reboot goes well. But yeah, having a fireplace in your pub when you're Keith Flint, yeah, hilarious. So, smudge pots. A few years ago, the Baron made a long overdue decision to switch from gas lighting to electrical power. The installation of the new system was a substantial undertaking, as almost every room in the house had to be equipped with new fixtures and wiring. Thankfully, these renovations did not extend beyond the mansion's interior, and all the lamps and the equipment used outside the house are still connected and powered by a gas line, including, but not limited to, the orchard smudge pots. Smudge pots found among the apple trees here in the orchard are critical necessity thanks to the cold temperatures and high altitude of the estate. These gas-burning stack heaters prevent frost and should be kept on during the winter months to ensure the daily yield of apples. When the smudge pots are not in use, the orchard's gas line should be turned off to conserve resources and the estate's other gas-powered machinery and appliances. Okay. After a few months of idleness, I finally have a new cause to champion, and I have submitted a request for a change of scenery. Specifically, I would like to replace the statue of Arinda currently in the cloister with a much more appropriate angel rhino. After all, as beautiful as the statue is, shouldn't the greenery of Mount Holly be governed by a paragon of gardening? Though amused, I don't think Anne took the request too seriously, though she did humour me and listen to me rave and pontificate on the subject for a better part of our lunch yesterday. And she wonders why I avoid tending the cloister. Truth be told, I have forgotten how to access the inner girth, and I am too scared of chastisement to probe for the particulars a third time now. My best rendition, pretty good considering I have only ever seen Rooney's depiction in the chapel. Okay, so they wanted to replace a statue. Why is there a tiny little table down there? Or footstool? Okay, so yellow is the gas line. And whatever the time is. Don't have Discord anymore, the ban is still in effect. Oh, I see. Sorry to hear about that, dude. Welcome back, Krizash. Hopefully the reboot has helped whatever problems you were having. What are you playing at the moment, Krizash? Are you still playing June? And what's everyone else playing at the moment? I'm playing BluePrince, obviously. But I do also intend to look at what other games we can play in the coming months. Rainbow Six, fair enough, fair enough. Right, so I've got 1 gem, 2 coins, and 18 steps left. So if I rest, oh, it doesn't matter if I okay, so I don't think there was anything else we could do. I think we are going to have to call it a day. Playing some Diablo and currently playing through the Dawn of War games. Oh, I hope you're enjoying them, dude. It's a country band, not a band on my band. Ah, okay, so you're banned because of the country. But obsessed over Pico 8. I think Pico 8's on my list as well. I think you told me about that one. But yes, we have a few things on the list. Game Pass wise, Forgive Me Father is free on Game Pass. Oh no, it's not. It's on Steam. I don't like that it does this. It shows me Steam games and makes me worry that I could have played them for free. Designed an 8-bit system that never existed. I can't remember. I'd have to check the wish list that never ends. The wish list that never ends. So we're in the entrance hall, so I suppose we should just head north. No dicking about. Just head north in some way. So parlor would allow us to get a gem because we don't have any. Yeah, we don't. Yeah. So this is the black boxes. That's a lie. That's also a lie. That's got to be the truth. Yes. So just go collecting 8-bit games and checking the gameplay, then code. Oh, it's an emulator. Okay. Right, what do we got? So, yeah, I think a spare room and then something that turns right is going to be the play. Watch it only give me stuff that turns left now. So yeah, and then we need something that goes off here that turns right. Ah, there we go. Get a key. Bro, I spent a few nights playing Streets of Rogue. Is Streets of Rogue the Streets of Rage remake? Because they remade and re-released like a new, well, not remade. They made a new Streets of Rage game. It's sort of like anime drawing instead of pixel art. But yeah, the music and everything, I was like, oh my god, the Streets of Rage music was just so fucking good. Foundation does not reset each day. Ooh, that's kind of special. So does not reset each day. Okay, so that would mean, I kind of want to build that, but here. But I have to, because it's the only way we can keep playing. Okay. But yeah, this would allow, I mean, if this doesn't reset each day, that means that I can, there might be a way to go up and down. Yeah, there's a switch on that, so that is interactive in some way. We can't take the lamp, unfortunately. So shit, yeah, this does actually dead end us. That's annoying. Have missions to accomplish, and it's up to you to how you accomplish these missions. Sounds like a good, sounds like a decent amount of freedom. I suppose Streets of Rage was a bit much for 8-bit. I mean, yeah, the Mega Drive was like 16-bit, wasn't it? No. With dedicated sound chips, so that you could write music that the sound would be created by the chip on the console, which then, you then piped into a TV of some sort, and the TV would have its own effect. And yeah, that's why in emulators, there's dozens and dozens of like options to get the audio to sound right, because yeah, like games used to have, like consoles used to have like an audio chip, and sometimes the cartridge would have some sort of audio processor on it as well. So recreating that in software, it's not easy. And then obviously the average CRT TV, because of its size and weight, it had like a decent set of speaker cones in there, because they had the space for it, right? And that was just generally the accepted way to mount speakers in something. And therefore you had like a decent, like, empty box with some speakers and a TV tube in it, and then some decent sized cones, and you got a very particular sound out of it, and it's very difficult to recreate accurately. Shit, I need to stop backtracking for the sake of it, because actually every time you go through a room. So that foundation, yeah, so we're gonna have to go back to the entrance hall. So that was a waste of steps. We're gonna have to go back to the entrance hall to dive off another way. Luckily we didn't oh no. Damn. No, because I can't go anywhere. Can't go anywhere. That was bad. Shit. Okay. Oh, what are you going to give me if I go this way? Ah. Car keys. Okay, so we need to make a garage at some point. So, are you going to let us build a garage on this door? No. Secret passage leads you to a room with the colour of your choice. Oh, that's a gem, okay. So we could do a den and then... No, it probably won't work. Storerooms are dead, so it's going to have to be a den. But also, we should probably actually be... Oh, I can't. I have to, aren't I? So actually, it doesn't matter if this is a dead end because we can't go much further this way anyway. So, may as well make a storeroom. Cash in on whatever items we find. And then go across here. Because we're going to have to go out to the right. And then again, and then up. And then maybe connect to the foundation, or maybe just shoot up the right hand side. Bunk room counts as 2 bedrooms, okay. Library, no. Oh shit, no, it's not going to give us anything that allows us to go that far. Okay, that's a shame. Because it means we found the car keys, but we can't build garage. Bugger. Oh, that's nice. It turns the camera for you as you walk up the stairs. That's nice. Records. Total time, 4 hours and 13 minutes. Total day, 6. Longest day, 1 hour and 5 minutes. Average day, 48. Steps taken. Draft records. Hardest solved, 5 out of 5. Dartboard solved, 0. Billiard rooms, 1. Yeah, there was a billiard puzzle that I didn't figure out, unfortunately. Scrapbook. Baron of Mount Holly names nephew provisional heir. There's a space here. My favourite floor plans. Parlour. Can't seem to ever pass it up. Parlour, storeroom, corridor. Most paid for. Passageway, commissary, drawing room. Most time spent parlour, entrance hall and laboratory. Contraptions I've made, nothing just yet. Maybe one day. Voided floor plans, chapel, nursery and hallway. Okay, so it is obviously keeping a track of our propensities. Excuse me, chat. My fucking throat's been so bad today. The house directory is a great resource for information. If you wish to read more about a specific room in your house, push R to put up the directory. Okay. Mount Harley Library, book a request form. In library use only, books and periodicals requested with this form will be pulled and available the next time you draft a library. Okay. Guide to Brenington. Swimbird. Fixed stars. Pump system user manual. I think. We can request one book. Okay, so this is, I think the pump system, because we have to pump energy from the boiler room for that terminal in the laboratory. So, yeah, I'll do that. And then hopefully that's here when we come back. I imagine it'll be here, yeah. Okay. Well, unfortunately, that means we are dead-ended in every area. There's nowhere we can. So yeah, we'll have to call it a day. Annoyingly, I've got another key. Oh shit, were there any locked doors? Were there any locked doors? No, they're all connected, aren't they? Everything's connected. So the library, that doesn't connect, so that's not door. And there's no locked doors. Because this is the thing, is that, you know, I've got car keys. The only car that should be in the gun. Yeah, and so I've got 1 key, a gem, and 5 coins. So, I mean, I might as well just fucking make a wish with them, because I think they're going to get taken away anyway. Okay, not sure what that does. But yeah, it says that, you know, the room's reset, but we keep our inventory, but that doesn't seem to be the case. I keep, like, I'll call it a day. Tomorrow you'll wake up, find the rooms in the estate has been reset. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It said somewhere that we keep our inventory. I'm not sure how that adds up, because every time I've, you know, called it a day. Because I think it said somewhere. Do we keep our inventory? I don't know how or why. Because the foundation's still going to be there, so we need to aim for that. So we want to go up or left. Oh. Each time you're drafted an observatory. Okay. So that would take us straight up, which is what we want. And then a chapel would go straight through, but we'd lose a coin, which is a shame. but we find 4. So actually that's fucking good. We're net 3 in the clear. This is connected. Allows us to do this. So we want something that goes up and to the left, I think. Gymnasium would cost us something. The hallway is kind of a freebie, I suppose. And then we go north. Would have been too easy, wouldn't it, chat? So that den would connect back to the chapel. A library would connect like that. And a den would connect like that. Utility closet would do that. That would give us a diamond. Less common floor plans when drawn. Yeah, so I think maybe a library because it would gonna have to be a den. So there's a trunk inside the den. Can we get something? No, a dark room just fucking closes us off. That closes. Wow. This one's been really rude, chat. So I think we want to stay on the right-hand side of the map. I think the left-hand side, maybe the rooms are better. You get more stuff, but you get locked out way too much. So the dark room only... See, that's silly. It's put the dark room upside down in that preview. And it's put the one fucking door that would be an option for us facing the spare room. And I wouldn't mind if the dark room was supposed to be a certain way up, it was orientated a certain way, fine. But it's put it upside down. And in doing so, and I know it's not because the 2 doors that connect, because you could put them both upright and then that door will be open. So yeah, that's... I don't know. I think that's a bit... Yeah, I'm not very happy about that. Because that should technically allow us to continue. That way. Okay. That's not very fair. But back to the main entrance would allow us to go down there. So, the dark room, breaker box. Yeah, okay, so dark room. Light goes out so we can't see any of the pictures, which is a shame, but we've still got a way to build this way. So both of those would go that way, so everything would go that way and up. So I'm going to build this one because we need a key, and we don't need a bedroom just yet because we've got 64 steps. So I think this one give us a key, which we need because the trunk in the den, which is straight across here. Unlock. Ooh. Definitely worth it. So. Locked. So, a parlour would go up and to the right, which is good. Security would also allow us to view the inventory of the house. That's 1 gem. We get security fairly often. So I think a parlour, and then we get gems from these. So blue box is empty. This is the blue box. That has to be true. That could be true. So the blue box is true. This is the blue box. So they're both valid statements. So this is the odd one out here. No. I got Jip Chat. Whoops. Oh, why would you do this to me? Yeah, no, we're fucked. I think. Unless we can go like this and go down and then go back up. This can be used for digging. So can we now go dig something outside? So I suppose we just do that. Oh, we got a compass as well. The Fixed Stars, Stargazer's Companion to Constellations by Richard Witt. Fen Aries and Bird and Sons Publishing. This book contains a complete star base, a list of constellations, and observed effects that accompany the appearance of each one. Depending on the number of stars that can be seen in the sky on any given day, different constellations of various sizes will be visible, sometimes more than one on a single day. This book, a solid base for astronomy, will help you easily identify these constellations, impress your friends, and discover the joys of stargazing. North Star +1 gold. The twins, 2 drunks, have been added to the entrance hall. 2 trunks, sorry. The slice, 3 steps. Diamond minor +1 gem. The Southern Cross, rooms with 4 doors, are more common today. Farmer's apple, apples are extra delicious today. Travis key +1 key. Diamond gems. Braxis, the dead end rooms are more common today. It's kind of like a skull. The sale, everything is 50% off. The sale because of a boat, but sale is in sale. Okay. Florealis, bloom of the sky. Green rooms are more likely to contain special flowers today. Will you test where the wind meet? Where the wind meet? I'm not sure. Is that a game? Sorry. Right. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm annoyed. I'm annoyed about this because this is the blue box has to be true. The blue box is true. So that's 2. There has to be 1. Blue box is empty. So these 2 are true. So this one has to be a lie, which means the blue box is empty as a lie. Okay. That's where I went wrong. Sorry. That's where I went wrong. I was a little bit too hasty. Yeah, I feel like we should spend all of our money because the compass and the shovel are going to disappear. So we should go to the commissary and spend all of our gems and everything else. Because it doesn't matter. Gems, magnifying glass is 4 coins, set of gems 10 coins, a gem is, so 3 coins for 1 gem. Okay, we have to use coins, okay. And we can't make any more fucking rooms because, okay. Damn. So, can I go anywhere with the shovel? To dig? Before we call it a day. I was just thinking it's really nice that we can walk through the guide wire. We can walk through like these wires. Well, they're not these ones, but yeah, these ones. You can walk through them because in real life you can't walk through them. And I remember I was camping somewhere with some friends, and our friends set up their tent like with one of the guide wires quite close to like a path. And I was like, people are going to trip over, like, oh, hang on. Oh, we're going to find 4 gas valves that are going to power 4 of those. Okay. Okay. So keep an eye out for gas valves. But yeah, he fucking set the tent up and I was like, I think your guide rope, your sort of tie rope is a bit too close to the path. And he was like, no, it's fine. It's fine. And in the middle of the night, I heard so many other people on the campsite whoop, poof, and hit the ground. The fuck is this? And we woke up and somebody had cut it, not just undone it from like the peg, they'd cut it with a knife. And I was like, oh, okay. Somebody was fucking pissed with you, mate. But yeah, in the dark, somebody's going to trip over that. I was like, no, it'd be fine. Like 4 people. Oh, dear. I remember we went camping once and some kid set their tent up and I was like, I think there's going to be a northeasterly wind, so you want to have your tent facing the other way. And they were like, fuck off, dickhead. And I was like, all right then. And their tent just fucking took off and got blown down the fucking field. And I was like, you've got to make it face the other way. Because if the air pushes into the opening, it just creates a pocket, and then, yeah, it's just going to blow your tent down the fucking field. You have to go and fucking find your tent, and hopefully it hasn't been broken or torn, because then you're sleeping outside. So, yeah, I imagine we get all 4 of these going at some point. But, yeah, you need to check which way the wind blows. And if the wind isn't blowing and you can't find out, the trees will grow in a certain way and plants will be facing a certain way because of the wind. Yeah. You got to have your tent facing away from the wind for various reasons. Right, I mean the shovel. I mean, I don't think we beat anyone over the head with it. I think we're supposed to dig somewhere. But where? I do not know. And annoyingly, even though it says that we keep our inventory, I sleep at night. In the tent, call it a day or whatever. I have a feeling it'll all disappear. I thought it was a gem. Shovel. Looks like it'd be useful for digging. So do I have to use that in one of the green rooms? I think. What is the game like? Welcome back, Crow. Yeah, it's interesting. It's obviously like the mansion. I thought the mansion was going to have a bunch of rooms that were like a map, and you had to sort of unlock room after room after room. But instead, it's a roguelike where you fucking create the rooms as you go, and you're trying to travel in a certain direction, but the game is obviously fighting you and not letting you just go north the whole time. There's some RNG into what rooms you get access to when you're drafting the next room. So you end up snaking around and finding other stuff and everything. Oh, sorry. Excuse me. Oh, shut up. Sorry. It's not my stream. It's not about me, is it? But yeah, we finally got the fence open, yeah. So yeah, because we've got 3 diamonds, 2 coins, a shovel and a compass. But if I rest for the night, find the room as well as your current inventory. So yeah, that's what I'm a bit confused about. Game is interesting. Yeah, it's interesting because I feel as if I'm supposed to be keeping my items until the next day so I can slowly end up with more items, but yeah, somewhere I read, I don't know if I misread or whether I read that yeah, I think the rooms reset, but you keep your inventory, but it doesn't seem to be working out that way, unfortunately. And the trouble is, you get an item that could be used for something, which means I don't want to leave without using it because we might not get it in the next cycle. So, yeah. Again, another perfectly simple gate that I could easily just fucking get around, but yeah, maybe we have to use the shovel inside the green rooms. Because yeah, we've got no... Yeah, there's just nowhere... The only thing I could do is check the foundation by going left and then straight across. Ready or not? I haven't seen that one, I don't think. Oh, excuse me. So a drawing room would allow us to go that way. Hello, Moto. And then we want to go north. Ah. We have the garage. Plus 3 keys. Does that mean... Oh, no, we don't have the car keys for the... Oh, we don't have the car... Okay, so yes, so fuck it. So we're going north. Oh, we're on the west wing, though. This is the trouble. We need to go to the right a little bit, I think. So I'll build that one. Staff notice June 1983. Out of respect for the late lady Clara Epstein. The west wing will be closed until further notice. While the floor plans associated with this wing have not been removed from the pool, we ask that staff members refrain from drafting them during this period of mourning. Likewise, many drive. So the game doesn't want us on the west wing for some reason. So I'm going to listen to that. Try and go this way. Oh my god. So, bedroom will give us 2 steps and get us kind of going in the right direction. Yeah, I almost said Epstein. I said Epstein, and it's not, it's Epstein. But then I thought Epstein. What? When Prince Andrew was having his fucking, they said that Prince Andrew is going to have all of his royal titles and, you know, privileges revoked. And someone said, from now on, he won't be known as the Duke of so on anymore. And someone else said, yeah, he'll just be known as Nonce. Yep, pretty much. His title will change from the Duke of blah, blah, blah to Nonce. I was like, it's not, it's true, it's true. All right, this is going to be locked. Oh, no, okay. Oh, 7 locked doors. Okay. If we had a bunch of keys, that would be amazing. But we don't. So we're going to have to go gymnasium. Dears, welcome in. You won't sweat it. Well, the guy's already lived a pretty fucking privileged life. So, you know, there isn't an awful lot, you know, he's got left. He's only got like another 5-10 years left of being alive. Let's be honest. Running shoes occasionally save when traveling longer distances across the estate grounds. Okay. We haven't got the key card. We're clearly playing a white man because we can't dunk. Let's see if he gets anywhere near the general population. Yeah, exactly. Obviously, they'll be able to just fucking, you know, they'll have a nice little house somewhere. They've got some money tucked away in the bank, I have no doubt. You know. Oh, you motherfucker. Okay. Had to be a locked door, right? And that's, I'm trying to go back to the fucking east. And that's obviously a fucking same as a locked door because you need a key card. Okay. So yeah, I think, unfortunately, we had a bit of progress there, but I think we're now fucked. I think we're fucked. Well, that was a fucking person standing there. It was going to turn into a horror game for a second. But that's a meme I need for the channel. I think it's Robert. I need to get that cut out. Excuse me. Now in the state of this country, he'll be working in a school in 6 months. Fucking hell. Well, yeah, he'll become chancellor of a fucking... Yeah, this is the thing. I don't doubt that during his time as a royal, he fucking shook all the right hands and set up all kinds of connections. And behind closed doors, he will end up in some position where he's still very well off. Not quite as well off, and he's not a fucking duke anymore. But I presume he will still have a very, very comfortable life despite being fucking, you know, removed as a royal. So in the screenshot, so the third one up is actually not bad. So yeah, that would actually have something in it, I think. A sledgehammer. And shatter padlocks on locked trunks. Oh, it's for breaking padlocks. Okay. So it's not for breaking these. Okay. That's a shame. But I have, that's not worth picking up. This is supposed to have good soil. Game. Yeah, of course you'll let me go this way. Opportunity to earn a spread coin. Storeroom, a closet, 2 items. So I suppose... we need a key, actually. So if I build a storeroom, that gives us a key. Okay, chat. I'm starting to see some of the logic here. So we've got a key now. So with the key, we need to get to one of the locked doors, i.e. in the gymnasium, and use the key to then draft another door. But we are getting low on steps, which is dangerous, but this is a bedroom. So we get 2. Right, okay. I'm starting to see some of the logic. Right, so a security room is the best bet because it's a special room, but it also allows us to keep going. Oh, chat. Electronic door lock. I knew it! I fucking knew this would be an electric door lock. Motherfucker. So, both of those doors are electronic keycards. Okay, so this, we need, if we were to go here, our laboratory, we know the code, don't we? So let's build the laboratory and see what that does. Boudoir is just to connect and go left. The laboratory goes, oh, you motherfucker. Okay, we're going to have to sacrifice and build the laboratory. Because we know that it's Swan Song. Okay. Staff services, punch in and out, staff announcements. Saturday, November 7th. I don't think anyone else has access to this network this month except you, Simon. So if you're reading this, just know we're all rooting for you, your friends and faithful service. Special orders. If you would like to get a specific brand of gum or your favourite fruit, the commissary is now taking special orders for all members of staff. Special orders can take 1 to 3 days. Place a special order. Brass compass, magnifying glass detector, running shoes, shovel, sleep mask. What's a sleep mask? 2 days. Yeah, fuck it, whatever. Go for it. Possible to connect to the and activate terminals elsewhere on the estate using the RTA view active terminals. Connecting to terminal for security. There's a key card somewhere. Okay. Keycard system. Security doors within the estate can only be unlocked with the electronic keycard. The keycard system is currently operational. Keycard system settings. Security level medium offline mode locked. Change offline mode. Mode determines the default settings. The security will be set if the power is lost during a blackout, for example. As a general safety rule, offline mode should be set to unlocked if any staff are working in the estate, so confirm setting. Offline mode lock. Hang on. Cool, okay. Security level determines the amount of keycard security guards that will be deployed in your estate. You should expect to see 1 or 2 security doors with a low setting and 5 to 6 with a high setting. So we've just turned it off, so we can actually put that as high, because that means that... no. Put that on low. Almost a 56k dial tone. Does the room changes or the door going to another room? So no, it just resets, and you get, so when you go to a door, you get 3 choices to then figure out what shape you, and you're trying to make your way up, but obviously as you start to make too much progress, it gives you locked doors and everything, which is, yeah, interesting. The pictures of this terminal do not allow access to electronic mail accounts. Currently, this feature can only be accessed by the office. Okay, fair enough. Data transfer, current available. Glossary of terms, so adjoining. Rooms that are considered adjoined if they are connected to each other via a doorway. Archive, floor plan, bedroom. Okay, that's just what I've explained. Okay, so now what I need off of the laboratory, what I really need off the laboratory, what I really need off the laboratory is a fucking closet. But does this mean that, so the power is on? So did I make a breaker room anywhere? No. Damn, we're going to lose this one, chat. So, we're going to lose it. We're going to lose it. Can I make... It's locked, isn't it? See, what I need to do... Oh, can I get to that hall? And now I'm going to run out of steps before I can get to this hallway. Because, yeah, we really need to make a closet and turn the power off. But unfortunately... Oh. Oh, shit. Shit. Nilo, welcome in. This game is such an experience. Yeah, it's been really interesting. So that's probably the best cycle we've done so far. Now return to your campsite and get some rest, yeah. You can continue to search tomorrow, however your house might be a little bit different. Damn, okay, so that was pretty close. So, yeah, I think what we'll eventually end up doing is making notes about every single thing, and then we'll be able to just, every time we build something that's saying, I need to save this. This notepad needs to be saved. So, file, save as on the desktop. Blue. Blur? My plugin, baby. BluePrince notes. That's going to live on the desktop for our playthrough. Put that like so. Cool. I mean, the game should give you a notepad. There should be a notepad built into the game, you know. I think that would probably be the nicest, because I mean, I get that the developer wanted you to get a notepad out and write things down on a notepad like we used to do for Resident Evil and everything, but still, I think, yeah, having a notepad in the game, a journal that you update, it would have tidied things up a little bit, but I suppose you miss out on the tactility of writing, because I know a few people that did fill up a fucking book full of stuff, so yeah, I'm a little bit kind of like, oh, okay, how many notes am I going to have to make? But wife and I put so many hours into this game, she has a notebook for it. Yeah, exactly, yeah. You should remember now. My memory's nowhere near good enough to remember, unfortunately, dudes. Nowhere near good enough. That's really annoying, though, because this was actually fucking looking really promising. I thought if I can get the dot... Because I don't know whether the settings for the door... That'll be interesting to figure out, because I've changed the security settings. Now, when I build one of those rooms and turn the breaker off, and if I find an electronic door, the default thing is locked... So does that mean that changing that thing in the security, that carries over because I've made that change? I suppose we'll have to either find a room with an electronic door, and then build a breaker room, and then or a room that has a breaker in it, whatever it's called, and then yeah, see if that carries over. But yeah, that was really interesting, because yeah, you get a certain amount of tiles, and the tiles have different characteristics that lead off in different directions. You end up snaking around a little bit, and then you make a room that maybe not isn't the room that you want, but then you find an item in the room that helps you somewhere else. So yeah, it has a propensity to pan out in a very sort of compelling way, which I like. Anyway, Rain Man Crumbs. But we do have an ad break coming up. I seem to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out, but please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. I'll be taking a break as well. I did create a, I think maybe it's exclamation point mass, I can't remember. But yeah, I created like an overlay with the sort of formulas going everywhere, that sort of thing. But anyway, the ad break's going to start in a second. I'll pop you guys over there. Whole Obsidian DB format for it's very, very deep. Yeah, I can imagine there's an awful lot of like tiles we haven't seen yet. So many layers in this game. Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's doors in the outside bit that we haven't even opened yet, so God knows. But yes, I'll be right back. Right, so excuse me, but yeah, that was a little bit over the top. It's fucking massive. It's fucking massive as well, dudes. It's fucking massive. I love it. So, are there any rocks? Oh shit! I need to fucking pay attention. Are there any rocks? Fuck me, that was close. Fuck me, that is close. Fucking hell.
This is my show, John Marston. Do as you're goddamn told.
Fucking.
And shoot well.
Let's fucking go, Sadie. Damn. You see the way his arms just fell off when I backstabbed him? Ow. I love the fact that their arms just pop off. Might as well tank it. Can't escape it, might as well tank it. This one's for you, Kate. This one's for you. Get fucked. Get fucked. Get fucked. You unbalanced trash. Get fucked. Do you see me, chat? Get fucked. Oh, fuck me. Fuck me. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Memes. Memes. Do we get the sickle? Okay, cool. Right, well, yeah, that was a lot easier than I thought.
Amazing camera, and then he went and got like this crazy expensive camera. I can't even remember what one it was, and had a built-in ring light, and it never focused because his room was so dark.
Yeah, exactly.
And I just thought, like, what have you done? Like, you. And then he quit streaming probably about 3 months in, and never streamed again. And I'm just like, you just bought this insanely expensive camera without doing your lighting setup, and it's just like, you've wasted your time and money.
Fuck me, Sumerian Descendant is fucking so hard. They're so brutal. Right, so guess what? Oh my god, the iframes. The iframes, oh my god. I agree. It is nice when you get a game that's, you know, firmly planted in some sense of reality, but then it completely fucking pulls the wool over your eyes. Oh, my aim is really bad, but the game is just giving it to me. We remembered from last year, chat. Quote of the day, by all means. All the redeems. Let's have a look. So today's quote of the day is, "We value your privacy." Hang on a sec. I need to unlock it. I need to interact. I need to agree to cookies, of course. That Erdtree avatar, that, yeah, he is. Oh. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. A quote of the day, Krill. Welcome back, everybody. How's everyone doing? So many layers. Yeah, I love the game notes. They're like in books. Yeah, it's the delivery of information is very nice. It's just a block of text on a drawing of a book that does this. So it's not like on a page, which is kind of a shame. But yeah, because you could just make the page flat in the drawing and it would make sense. But yeah, we got a quantum bat. Welcome in. Lovely to see you. How's it going? Commander Gaius can suck my toe. Such a crappy. Oh my god, Gaius was a fucking pain in the arse, dude. Fuck me, what a horrible fight. Horrible fight. Some of the fights in the DLC were really not good. Some of them were absolute fucking cinema, though. Even though Bale was incredibly difficult, holy shit, dudes. Best dragon fight in all of the Souls games. Medea was up there, but I'm sorry, Bale is just so fucking compelling visually. Doing well, working unfortunately. Ah, okay. I mean, you mentioned you were looking for work, so I know working sucks, but it's also kind of a good thing if you've got some work, I suppose. But I'm not sure what the situation is, but I hope it isn't too bad. How are you? I'm glad I'm finally playing this game. Eventually, we've got to compare notes if you're taking any. I am taking notes, yes. I'm not writing them down. I'm not that much, but I am writing stuff down. Oh yeah, I can't put that there because the chat's over there. Excuse me. I'll put it over here. You guys can see that fucking me. We are so fucked. But yes, I've done the periodic table puzzle, push 3 up after 9. We found a safe code. We found the Swan Song terminal pass code. We found the gate code. We've done. Seen memos in Hartley's office are always false. So we are making notes. So north we go. Corridor is a freebie. It makes us go north. So we don't need a kitchen just yet. We'll take a nook so we can get a key. Not even fun. The DLC ideas for adding difficulty on some bosses was bollocks. Yeah, I don't know what Gaius was really supposed to, because I tried using torrent and it felt like I was just getting absolutely fucking bitch slapped for everything. And I was like, well, if I'm not supposed to use torrent because the enemy's a mounted enemy, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Because the hitboxes were fucking so massive. So when you were on foot, you couldn't really avoid very much. But when you were on torrent, you also couldn't really avoid much. But if you use the iframes getting on and off of torrent to kind of like cheat out of getting hit, it worked. So I was like, that's the only thing I can think of. So yeah, I wasn't 100% sure what they were going for with that one. But you know, FromSoft moves in mysterious ways. So we could do a hallway and then a utility closet. We could do a utility closet, turn the power off, and then hope off of one of we might not get another one. Okay, gonna have to take it. So we turn the power to the keycard entries off. Head back to the main hall and see if we can stay on the east wing. Package will be delivered here the day after drafting this room. So I have to make the mailroom. Oh no, I did. I put some orders in, didn't I? I put some orders in. So, oh I don't want to cut off access to the fucking... one client, but I am unemployed. I also work three times as many hours as I'm supposed to get paid for. She dropped a last-minute deadline on me this week. On Monday, she told me she needed a landing page built from scratch by Friday. Normally, I only run socials, so I had to backburner those, which is why I'm working on them now. Great. Normally, this is just a wildly stressful time because she's doing too much. Has a TEDx talk in the Philippines in the early December. She's a mess. I see. Is this day one of your? No, this is day 6 or 7, I think. It might even be day 8. I'm not sure. Can I check somewhere? I can't push escape from here. So I'm going to have to take a bedroom to make sure I don't fucking close off this. So yeah, I'm going to have to take a bedroom. Oh. Thank you. Oh, no, yeah. No, this is day 1. This is the first time I played the game. So yeah, we started it today. But yeah, I'm starting to think that maybe it could do with some music in the background. Or maybe I'll put the Spotify shuffle on, see how we fare with the shuffle. I'll put it on quiet. Depeche Mode. I'm not sure if I've got any on my liked playlist, but put a little bit of music on in the background. People with a loud, booming voice. You're more likely to draw green rooms while drafting. Oh, we haven't got a gem, have we? Imagine Crumbs cook food to this song. No, I do sometimes just whack the headphones in and start just frying stuff up in the pan. And, yeah, it gets interesting sometimes. But... this statement appears on another box. Okay, so that's the truth, and that's the truth. Blue box is empty. That must be true. No. This statement appears on another box. This statement appears. So that's these are both true. So this one must be the odd one out. The blue box is empty must be a lie. So I don't need this every time, to be honest, but... The pool. Adds locker room, sauna, pump room. Ah. And that's also a pretty good shape as well. So, yeah, we'll build that. Drafting pool rules. The draft pool is your deck of potential floor plans. Each time you draft, 3 random floor plans are drawn from the draft pool for you to select from. The odds of drawing a specific floor plan may differ depending on the room. Some rooms are more rare than others. Floor plans added to the draft pool are removed at the end of the day, unless otherwise stated. No running. I'm running. I'm running. Oh, can I... That's a bit much, I think. No, don't do that. Oh, Spotify, please fucking learn how to make a fucking application. He's just moved it to my phone rather than letting me control it from here. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, yes. Oh yeah. Like, this whole album is so fucking good. Buried below, occasionally you may discover small mounds of dirt in certain rooms of the estate. With a shovel, one may be able to exactly spot dig spot. Yeah, so there's the dig spot. Okay. But yeah, the music video for this is so fucking good. It's fucking rad that Jakey managed to sort of hook up with some really good cinematographers where they're currently living. And yeah, this whole album, the music videos are so good. Duel, welcome in. You could run all night. In the end, you know I'm my way. Two. Yeah, the cinematography of this music video is so fucking good. So, I suppose the commissary is probably the best bet. I suppose we should buy some stuff, shouldn't we? Magnifying glass, sledgehammer. Everything's 8, apart from the magnifying glass. Oh, you motherfucker! If I had a key. So. This is what the game does to you, is it makes you run all the way and then you fucking have to backtrack to fucking create another fucking, to use this door here. Because, yeah, that just goes... What's this? Oh, yeah. But yeah, I think maybe I should have some lo-fi on. Because lo-fi video games. I'm looking for playlists. Video game, lo-fi, and chill. Oh shit, I have to. Oh. What does the sauna do? Oh, actually goated because... Yeah, okay. That's actually not bad. Right, can I create an L shape here and get something out of it as well? I can. The kitchen will connect like that and it will give us food for sale. Okay, so we could do that if we want. A storeroom would actually give me a key. Yeah, do you know what? Yeah, I'm going to do a storeroom. So I suppose a drawing room would be the best bet because it allows us to keep going north. Motherfucker, is this your playlist? Have you just fucking put 2 of your fucking tracks back to back? Come on, dude. Have some integrity. Oh, that's by Spotify. This will be better. Yeah, this will be better. Bit of fucking Miami, Hotline Miami. The music for that game, dudes. Such a fucking fever dream. Okay, so yeah, so we need to make a laboratory. Okay. Absolutely mugged off here, chat. Absolutely mugged off. Damn. Oh, there's a terminal here. Perfect. Cool. So now. Ah, the pump room. Okay. Pump room is useful. Okay. Ah, we can send power. Okay, that's good. And if we make an office, okay. Office has 2 doors, but it's going to try and see. What I don't get is it's like the office isn't turned in a way that would, yeah, that's annoying. Guest bedroom is a dead end. That would give us 2 items. I have to click something. So I suppose this is now kind of a dead end, but there was another locked security electronic door somewhere. So oh, we found a key card anyway. Okay. Yeah. Quantum Bat, if you're still here, Bats, if you're still here, I read something about my inventory not being, so the rooms would go away. Yes, thank you. I read somewhere it said that the rooms, whenever I rest for the night, whenever I call it a day, the rooms all get erased and we start again. But did I misread that your inventory, like these items here, are we supposed to keep these when we go into the next? So if I call it a day and come back and start again, am I supposed to keep those? Or are they supposed to be reset as well? Because I don't know if I misread it somewhere, but I thought I read that you keep some items, like Spelunky and a few other roguelites. You keep some items, but the level is always randomly generated, aside from special circumstances. Ah, okay, so there's special circumstances. Okay, fair enough. And pump room. Oh, so I have to build the pool to get the pump room. Okay. Right. So I need to build a laboratory somewhere. So I need to get back to... So I need to find that other locked security door. Oh, it was in here, wasn't it? Was it in here? Yes, okay. This is why I took notes. Yeah. I've already, yeah, this is the thing, I've got screenshots of things, so like, you know, I have started like trying to remember everything. So a gymnasium would then allow us to go north from there, so that's a good shout. Lavatory, sorry. Locksmith would be a gem we haven't got, so it's going to have to be a gymnasium. So a dining room would connect to that courtyard and allow us to go straight over. So that's probably a good shout. That's not on this playlist. Is it? It is. Oh shit. I already had this song on one of my other playlists. Tune. Absolute fucking tune. Ah. Oh, I requested this, didn't I? Yeah, okay. So pump system, water control panel. Whether you're using a single tank system or an array of pumps, the water control panel serves as the central hub for the EPCW system. The panel is fitted with a number of buttons equal to your own home's needs. One button for each different water source on the estate. Such a fucking tune. The function is simple. Press a button and select the water source if you would like to adjust. For example, if you wish to drain or fill a pool, simply press the button labeled pool. Ah, we can drain the pool. Okay. Regardless of the number of pumps and water sources being used, water can only be adjusted from a source if its corresponding button is selected. After you have selected a source using the water control panel, the next step is to set the pump associated with that source to pump either in or out. This will initiate water flow to or from one of your supply tanks. Your pump may be connected to more than one tank, allowing you to store and retrieve even more water. Recommended for cleaning larger Olympic-sized swimming pools. In these cases, the tank and pump can be changed with a tank switch. Okay. Use water control pump to set the water source. Use pump to set the water flow direction. Okay, so cool. So in the pump room, I can drain the pool and we can go back there because we've still got 40 steps. We've got a decent amount of steps left. Well, I wouldn't really call this lo-fi. It's a bit high for lo-fi, if you ask me. But yes, what are you playing at the moment, Bats? I think of the last time. You were playing Expedition 33, and then we had a really nice chat about your thoughts and my thoughts. I can't remember if I've seen you play anything else since. Nothing really. I suppose you've been busy working, haven't you? Which is a shame. So the pool's there. So if we go down, across to the pump room, drain it, and then down across to the pool. Okay. Have you got anything planned? Is the next question. Because yes, I'm actually slowly getting through the list. We've played a bunch of indie games, but at the start of the year we played a lot of AAA, and yeah, a slightly different feel to it. So I was really happy to jump into a oh, hang on. I've been somewhat of a creative hiatus for 3 months. I've played about 35 hours of Silksong, still in Act 1, not super thrilled with the experience so far. This is what I've heard. This is what I've heard, is that not everyone's loving it as much as the first one, but I do feel that it's impossible to catch lightning in a bottle twice, especially if you leave 7 years for people to wait. I don't think anybody could have ever been... I don't think anybody was ever going to get the game they wanted, unfortunately, because it just takes so long for that person on their own to make a video game. So... we've got the pool selected. Yeah, what I don't understand is... So the pool is the last one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 is pump 4, tank 1. Remember the shovel? Okay. Making a lot of art instead of game. Yeah, no, I've been enjoying looking at the zines you've been making, the little sort of like folded up zines. It seems like you've sort of really been sort of inspired and interested in doing that. So I'm glad to see that. It's nice to see people sort of doing things the old-fashioned way, the old photocopied little fan zines. They were a lot of fun back in the day. Maybe the reason why I'm not thrilled, I knew it would be possible to make the game exactly like Hollow Knight. My issue with it is difficulty. I heard that there's contact damage, and I think there's also an issue where oh shit, I should need to not do that. There's an issue where you take 2 hits worth of damage from 1 hit sometimes, and I think a lot of people weren't very happy about that. Look, for what doesn't like people just sitting quietly watching and listening. Thank you for the lurk stabs, I appreciate that. 2 hits from contact damage, yeah. Apparently that's a lot of people don't enjoy that. I was recently playing Pseudo Regalia, and that had contact damage, but it was only 1 hit. But if the enemy hit you and you made contact, it was 2. And I was like, yeah, that does feel kind of gross, especially when it's not always easy to create distance. Because one thing that, from the outside looking in, one thing that I know I will struggle with if I ever do play Hollow Knight is, for a certain amount of time, your character had to be moving in the direction that you wanted to hit. And that was okay when games were very primitive, enemies move very slowly and everything. But when I play a game where the enemies move around a lot and I can't move my character and aim independently, if I can't move with one stick and aim with the other, because we evolved to have that in games over time, when a game doesn't do that in modern gaming, I'm like, oh, it feels really restrictive, and it really fucking winds me up that I have to jump and then turn back and hit and then go back this way. I'd rather jump and sort of like hit an enemy as I fade away from them. And I've always felt that control system felt so much better to use. So whenever I play a game that doesn't allow me to do that, it always feels like a regression. So I know that's a me problem, and I know Hollow Knight's an amazing game that loads of people love. I'm not going to take that away, but I know I personally would struggle with it because of the way it moves. But yeah, obviously, if you, the point I'm trying to make is, if you're trying to avoid being too close to an enemy, but you have to be looking at them to hit them, if you get close and then point the stick towards them to hit them, but that's close enough to impart contact damage, yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's very fair. That's the another complaint. Little Ghost didn't have a movement starting animation. Hornet does. So when I face the area I want to strike, if I push the direction input, the accutimp at the same time, she'll go to the opposite direction. Oh, so it does the attack animation away from the direction you're pushing, because the attack animation takes precedence. That must feel fucking gross. Yeah. Ah, there's a fucking pump here as well. Yes, yes. Ah, okay, yeah, that's not great. This pig step stereo mix. So yes, and I mean, the thing is, based on what I've seen, I've watched people playing it, it looks like the movement and sort of like they've got this cool like backflip animation that looks kind of like really steezy. But yeah, like I say, if movement and aiming can't be independent, I always feel very restricted, and I don't like this whole like flicking backwards and forwards, like jumping one way, flicking to hit something, and then flicking back the other way. I just, that to me, it just always feels like I'm playing with a limited movement set. And yeah, if you design your game on that and then refuse to change, I'm going to struggle. And yeah, it means I won't be able to enjoy the game as much as I should. So what happens if I do this? Beautiful. Oh yeah, yeah. The thing is, I watched a few people play it, and then I saw someone playing Hollow Knight, and I was like, holy shit, Hollow Knight looks really plain in comparison now. Hollow Knight looks really plain by comparison. It's fucking crazy. They've obviously spent a lot of time on the artwork. I think the artwork is, objectively, the artwork is just better in lots of ways. But yeah, I think that they added a few bits and pieces and a few changes that kind of fuck with the formula a little bit. And apparently it didn't land, which is a shame. No. music and story, I feel like it should be comfortable by 35 hours in, and not like I'm still learning how to move about. Yeah. I think after a certain degree of time, you shouldn't be mucking around with so maybe I have to put water into the greenhouse to make more space. Hang on. Excuse me. Yeah, because on one hand, I'm like, you know what? If there's contact damage, but you can do a challenge of some sort to remove the contact damage, and you just have to do a quest and it goes away. Okay, cool. It's gameplay, whatever. But yeah, like I think it's just a fault, and as a difference from the previous game, especially with the limited movement and aiming, it's sort of like it doesn't need that on top. But yeah. There we go. So I haven't even played the game, but I understand it. Ah, that might help. Oh, I'm gonna fucking pump water into it. Oh, I'm fucking getting so confused with this. Asked my friends to tell me about our experience. When I tell you, it was literally word for word my experience. So I know it's not just a skillet. This is the thing. I think you're gonna have. This is not a fucking lo-fi. Am I actually made? Oh, it's made for. No. I don't want a playlist made for me. I want a playlist somebody's. I want a playlist somebody's made. Just to be in the background. Sorry, I've forgotten. I don't know how fucking Spotify works anymore. Sorry. I was wondering why it was a fucking lo-fi video games playlist, and it was just playing shit from my shuffle, and I was like. This is not video games. But anyway. But yeah, it seems as if, because I'm not going to lie, as somebody that's never really played Hollow Knight, I respect it and whatever, but there was always this contingency of people on like socials that were like, listen, man, Hollow Knight is harder than Dark Souls. And everyone was like, bruv, shut the fuck up. But they're like, no, it's harder than Dark Souls. It's harder than this. It's harder than this. And then the sequel releases, and everyone's like, it's too difficult. It's not fair. I did take a sense of enjoyment in that. I'm not going to lie. Because I'm so fucking confused by this chat. I'm trying to drain the pool. So I'm trying to put water into the greenhouse and the kitchen. For some reason, I can't seem to fucking do that. Joy Hollow Knight, but its fandom is fucking awful. This is kind of the thing, is that it's one of the reasons why I haven't played it on stream. I know it'll be popular, but popular with who? And this is one of the things as a streamer that I think about is, I know there's a bunch of popular games that I could play, but what kind of people are they popular with? Because I know that first-person shooter games are popular, but it's also incredibly toxic. And even though I've got pretty thick skin, I don't want people in my community to feel uncomfortable, and I also don't want to fucking start mixing in toxic people with a community of lovely people that I've built over all the years I've been streaming. So yeah, it's not something that I'm sort of interested in pursuing. Even though I sort of, you know, I do get tilted by them, but also there's the toxicity you see and hear. I'm just not. Why are we not pumping anything anywhere right now? Misa, welcome in. How's it going? Oh, hang on. That did something. That's not selected though. Less forgiving than Dark Souls, but not harder. Like if you fuck up in Hollow Knight, you really fuck up and you pay for it. Yeah, and I mean, I would argue that, you know, one of them is, you know, moving around in 3D space and you're not just thinking about distancing and up, down, left, right. So I think by virtue of the fact that it's 3D space, plus I think that there's way more variables with Souls games. So it's not a competition, but yeah, it's just the way that they've always bragged that their game is harder. And then as soon as the sequel comes out and it's more difficult because they've made a few changes, everyone immediately fucking had a fucking meltdown and started modding the game to make it easier. And I was like, I don't know, dude. I don't think I've ever heard of a fucking Souls game being released and the community nerfing something. I mean, the FromSoft nerf things, obviously. They get feedback and they look at it and think, actually, that is kind of fucked. So they nerf it. But yeah, the community, like, there being a mod to remove certain kinds of damage, like on day 2 or something, I was like, yeah, come on. Goes, all right, what game is this? It's pretty cool art style. This is BluePrince, which is a roguelike tile-based puzzle game. And it's very interesting in that depending on what cards you draw and lay down, you have a different layout, which is something I've come across before in some other kind of roguelites where it's tile-based rooms. And if certain rooms come up, that changes the way that you behave, and you might start thinking of, okay, now I want to start building this particular resource because this room allows me to use that resource in a certain way. And this has got some of that as well, which is interesting. But yeah, despite the bad name Souls fandom I've never had an issue beyond Get Good. Hollow Knight, they were dropping spoilers, getting angry if I went a different way. Oh yeah, they're way more toxic. The added difficulty is lore accurate. Well, there you go. So yeah, I think that the fan base of that game is so toxic, they're even toxic to the fucking creator of the game. Which is, yeah, it just says it all, really. But I think about 4 or 5 different people that have streamed that game have said, if you're going to stream it, you need to have one of your mods set up like a list of words that are banned, like late stage characters and things like that. And also you need to have a couple of mods on hand at all times. You need to mod a couple of people in your community if you don't have mods to just fucking control the shit that people say. And yeah, when people start telling you to do something, just fucking ignore them at all costs. So I was like, okay, that'll make them angry. But if you listen to them, they'll start, because they said, one of them said that, oh shit, I'm just removing it. Someone said that there was somebody in their chat that kept telling them to do something and they got fed up. So they eventually just said, okay, cool, and started listening to them. But then after about 20 minutes, they just stopped responding. And they weren't even in the stream. They tried to at them and they weren't even in the stream anymore. So they were telling someone where to go and then they just bailed. And it's like, motherfucker, get the fuck out. Get the fuck off the platform, you motherfucker. So that doesn't move it from there to there. I also don't know how to get to the reservoir tank for some reason. I don't do shit. And don't do shit. First game I ever streamed, though, it was rough. I'm surprised I kept going. Yeah, a handful of people have told me that when they streamed it, it was not a good experience. So So yeah, I'm in two minds, because the thing is, I can stream a game and I can deal with people being trolls and stuff, and I can deal with the backseating and everything. It's just my main concern is when I start playing a game, I think to myself, what kind of people is it going to attract, and are those people going to be a threat in some way to the people that are going to be there in the stream? Because I'm lucky enough to have a handful of diehards that are here for every game. Because if I think the people that the game would invite in are going to be a threat and be annoying or sort of rude to the people that come here for every game, then fuck it, that game doesn't exist to me. My community and their well-being is above everything else. So yeah, there are some popular games that I know would make me stressed out, and also might make me kind of toxic because of the sort of things people say in those games, and I get drawn into it and I hate it, so I don't play those games. Or there's games that have toxic fan bases, and yeah, so Hollow Knight's one of those where, like, if I'd played the game offline and I knew loads about it and there was no spoilers and I knew what I was doing, so when someone tried to tell me, I could say fuck off. But yeah, I don't want to do that, because yeah. Sub-Zero, welcome in, how's it going? Win the BluePrince. Sorry, I got distracted here raiding an old Alliance member in a space game. He quit the game, so stealing all of his resources. Easy win, Krazesh. Hi, I'm diehard. Yeah, I mean, Nilo's diehard in the YouTube, and to be honest, the YouTube completely fell off a cliff. We did have a couple of streams where we had about 15-20 people in the YouTube, which was really nice to see. That has, however, sadly changed. That is no longer the case. It's gone back down to 0. So I don't know what was happening at that particular point, but maybe I'll check. But I have a feeling that only very popular recent games work on YouTube. So games that don't have like a lot of buzz around them just aren't going to pull people in on YouTube. Okay. So that's pulling water out of the kitchen. What I want to do is put water into the kitchen. Okay. So now I go to the pool and then say fill this one up. Doesn't do it. I'm so fucking lost with this, chat. I'm so fucking lost with this. Because you can get 8 units in these 2 tanks. You can somehow get to the reserve tank, I think. Or the reserve tank is just there. So... because each one of them has like 3 pipes coming out of it. And it's like, well, no, there should be a pipe going in and a pipe coming out. I'm fucking lost, dudes. Okay. Okay, we're getting close. And now I need to move that into this tank. YouTube also changed that fucked over the majority of content creators, so probably it wasn't even telling me you were live for 2 weeks. Well, so yes, I noticed that in my stream dashboard for YouTube, the visibility or whatever was set to private. So that might explain, but I've changed it to public today, and it's, you know, because yeah, you still popped into a few streams, but I don't think anyone else could see them. This needs to be a button, not a fucking drag thing, to be honest. Fuck, dudes, I don't know. I can't seem to fucking work this out. But yes, there was that Silent Hill stream where I wasted an entire game cycle by making a mistake and not being able to fucking finish the game and get the ending I wanted. So I was like, there's no point that stream being live on the YouTube, so I set it to private. But I think when you change, so I think there's something about that dashboard screen that's linked to the live video. It's difficult to explain, but I think in the YouTube, in your dashboard, which I don't think I can view from here. But if I was to go to one of my streams in the live section and I set one to private, because there's no point having the third cycle because it doesn't go anywhere, and people would watch them and then just be left hanging, so it's not fair. So I've made them private for now until there's anything I do. But yeah, in here, I think because I changed that to private, and then I updated this stream details today, it changed this to private on the new stream. So in the wherever the fucking dashboard is, live control. This is it. So yeah, because I hadn't updated this privacy said private rather than public. So I thought, shit, I've been streaming to sort of, you know, I've been streaming to nothing because I've got it set to private by accident. So there's a couple of bugs with that, and also when you finish a stream, blue memo's true, red memo's lies. Okay, that's pretty fucking big. Need to make a note of that. I didn't figure this one out until much later, honestly. I struggled for a long time, but once it clicked, it clicked. Yeah, I'm trying to think of, because when it says up or down, I imagine that's fill the tank or drain the tank. And I know I need to establish a line through the pipes, you know, a route through for the water to go. It's just, I can't, because there's too many fucking pipes everywhere. So I need to make a note that. Blue memos. True, red memos, lies. Not false, but lies. Got a terminal here as well. Right, we've also got an ad break coming up. I apologise. I need to pop you guys over on the BRB screen in just a moment. Fortunately, my light still turns a different colour when you go live on Twitch. That's when I open up YouTube. Really? Have you got a light that tells you? That's really sweet of you, dude. Honestly, you're okay with one hit? It's important here. Yeah, I think I've fucked around with these pipes for a while, and there's obviously a bit of logic that I'm missing. Maybe I misread it. But yeah, a slight nudge as to how it works would be handy. I presume what I've got to do is empty the tanks, select the pool, fill the tanks because it will get the water from the pool, because the pool is basically a tank, right? And then yeah, it's not the pipes, it's the paper you just read. Okay, so I'll read the paper again and see if I can figure out where the lines go, and we'll figure it out. But yes, right, I'll be right back, and then I'll try and drain this pool. We'll see what's in the pool before we finish this cycle, and then we'll see what's in the next cycle. But yes, I'll be right back.
Old soldier. Go long, go deep, go unconventional.
Fucking hell, okay. Fucking hell. That's a lot of beans. That is a considerable amount of beans. Fuck me. Oh shit, you're a fucking friend, sorry. Have you checked the jump scare setting? Got to make sure that's on. They soften them otherwise.
Stop.
You don't know how stairs work, dude. Come on.
Angry like some Blackwater would-be business tycoon with a bad case of hemorrhoids.
I'll give you a bad case of someone just shot me in the head if you don't hurry up.
But yeah, not a bad view to wake up to, right? Azar is my fave. He seems like a pretty cool dude, yeah. Yes, I am appreciating the surroundings. It's easier to move like this without being seen.
Blind. Oh.
I'm a fucking gamer. Sorry. Thing is, can I get a tranquilizer dart into all of them and just let them all fall asleep one after the other? That's the fucking challenge. Because if they do that, I might be alright. So, I think... No!
Snake, are you okay?
Dick.
Does he fuck? Fuck, he does!
That's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous, dude. That'll do. That'll do. Sorcery. Okay, a dealer's dead. Yeah, I think I remember doing that one. That was where was that one? The fucking Scarlet Rot. Fuck's sake, chat. Fucking passive damage, chat. You gotta watch out for it. Right, so welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. So the pool is number 5, I think. No, 6. So, if you want number 6 to come in, go to pump 4, go through pump 4 into tank 1. Tank 1 needs to go into tank 2. Tank 2 needs to go after tank 4. Because there's space in the kitchen for 1. I mean, the piece of paper in the security room. As for pipes, it depends on where you need to drain and where you need to fill. Yeah, so I get the concept that because I can't fill the fountain or the reservoir or whatever, so this can't be the reservoir. But yeah, I want to try and get those 2 out of the pool, at least one of them into the kitchen. So the kitchen is number 4. Okay, so that would, yeah, so now that will fill up all 3. See, there's still one in there. Oh no, is that, but so yeah, the water level indicator isn't very good, sorry, because the top of the water, yeah, is the same as like the edge of the water. So that's actually, technically that's empty, but it's not, it doesn't clip through a grey circle to make it look like the tank's completely empty. Right, so can I move some water from this tank in this direction to this tank? No. No. Oh. Is there a place where you can reread the instructions for a room? Because yeah, all I've got left to do in this one, because I don't think we can get any further, is to drain the pool and see what's in there. But for the fucking life of me, can't seem to work out this fucking set of pumps, because if the pool is number 6, we want water to come out of number 6, go through pump 4 into tank 1. Tank 1 is full. Pump 1 can send water to both 5 and 3. So 5 and 3 are that one and that one, but they're full up. So I don't think this tank will do that. So what we need to figure out which one of these pipes feeds the reservoir. Because those 6 there are those 6 there. There's a reservoir as well. Because I want to empty the contents of tank 1 into tank 2, which I feel I should be able to do. Because there's a switch on the back that says tank 2 should go into here. Oh, am I allowed a crosshair? Deal with the crosshair, to be honest, chat. Ah, okay. I don't know how these two are connected, but okay. So, oh no, hang on. No, that's taken that from the reservoir. Oh, fucking hell, man. Oh, this is... Oh, yeah. Depends on where you need to drain and where you need to fill. Yeah, I'm struggling to understand, because what I need is a pump that's got a pipe going in one side, and I want to pump that way or that way, not a pump that's got pipes coming out and all different, but there's always an up and down. And I thought the up would be filling the tank that it's connected to, but yeah. Placed a small piece of masking tape on your screens for a crosshair. I do that sometimes when a game doesn't provide. I'm pretty sure you should be able to get... I think you can get plugins that allow you to overlay a crosshair. NVIDIA overlay crosshair. Does not have built-in crosshair overlay feature. It's GeForce Experience overlay, but you can add some third-party software like Crosshair X or Crosshair V to these programs. Yeah. Okay, so you can. It's possible. but I don't want to fucking download something, to be honest. I mean, maybe I should. Maybe I should fucking just get it. Crosshair V2. I think I might have this, you know. I think I've seen this before. I've seen this before. I'm not sure if it's part of my Steam library. But yeah, it's just, yeah, when I'm trying to click on things, it's so annoying. Personally, I don't think solving this puzzle this early is worth the frustration you're hitting ATM. So, I mean, so let me just clarify. Can I drain the pool, the pool in this room here? Can I drain it and there's an item in the under the water that I can get or something? Or am I completely wrong there? Because if we can drain the pool and there's an item, I mean, in that tile, I can see that it looks like there's a coin, but I'm going to lose it anyway, I suppose. But yeah. If we can drain the pool and that does something, then yeah. There is something, yes. Okay, so yeah. So I know I can get one, because obviously these are full up to the point where, you know, and obviously the trick is to figure out how to fill up this overflow tank, but I can't find the... so don't hover in the doorways because it fucking costs you something. Okay. Swang. Bit early for this puzzle. Okay. Draining it is possible, but the timing may be off. Oh, okay. Okay. As of November 4th, all work has been suspended and all domestic staff have been placed on an extended paid leave. In accordance with the instructions, see Mrs. Babbage for more details. Okay. Cool. You're right, but what you get is rather arbitrary and randomized. Okay. Okay. So it's not worth stressing about. Right, because I see a vault, and I see some other rooms that we haven't created yet. But I don't know if there's anywhere else we could go. We don't have any... Oh, we've got one key to unlock a locked door. So if we were to go to the commissary, we could unlock a door. So to get to the commissary, we go across the foundation, up the gymnasium, and then to the... Yeah, okay, so that's 1, 2... So... Across here. And then we go into the dining room and turn right through the courtyard patio. Okay. We've got a key. So a laboratory. Yep. Yep, that would be good. Food. Oh, we could do with some steps. We could do with some steps, but that would lock us off. So it's going to have to be a laboratory. Now we can pump to here and do this puzzle. From the boiler room, not the pump room. Okay. No, not the pump room. It's the boiler room. Oh, this. Broken lever. Okay. So the red ones are lies. Motherfucker. You motherfucker. Okay. We haven't got enough steps left now, I don't think. We haven't got enough steps left. Damn. So is this the same? Yeah, this is the same. Okay. So yeah. So push 3 after 9. Yeah. Right, so from here, I think that's it, chat. I think we're screwed. I think we have to just fucking call it a day. See what happens in the next cycle. Frustratingly. How the RNG gods get you. Yeah, well, it's giving me a fucking lever for something. A broken lever, but, you know, I don't know where I'm going to put a broken lever. Is there something in the foundation? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we can make it. So down the patio. And then in the courtyard, we need to go to the pool. Kind of enjoy that about this game, the fact that not every day is as productive as the rest, but it's okay because you always get to try again tomorrow. Yes. So the pool has been drained a little bit, but not all the way. And in classic video game fashion, we could step in that water without drowning, you know, even if we can't swim. So... from the pool. Oh, no, shit. I've got to go fucking... Oh, no, it's not the pool I want to do. Shit. Oh, I just wasted some steps. I want to go through the dining room. Gymnasium. Oh, no! It takes 2 in the gymnasium. Oh, okay. So, yes or no, the lever, does that go in that room? Because there's a lift. And it looks like there's something you're supposed to push inside the lift or interact within the lift. But I couldn't get to it in time. No, okay. Shovels are super nice. Yep. Digging up random bits and pieces in rooms, definitely useful. Never mind. The hell is this? Get that missing detail later, okay.
You really are the most devious bastard.
Devious indeed, my dude. So we
City.
can get a freebie to the... we can use a spare room to get to there. Because there's a... an elevator up there with what looks like a button. That's still turned on, okay. So, from here... which way does this go? Bad. So I'll take a parlor because of the puzzle. And it's also going in the right direction afterwards. Oh, excuse me. And clicking outside the game. Right, so statement on the white box is true. There is a second wind-up key in this room. This box and the white box are both empty. Means... ooh. There's a second wind-up key in this room. Is that a false statement? I think that's a false statement, chat. Excuse me. So, that's false. This box, sorry. There is a second one, so that's false. That's false. So this must be true. Because if there's already two false statements, there's got to be at least one true one. What? So that was true. Okay. Fucked it. Excuse me, chat. I fucked it. So... hallway is free and gives us options. That's a lie. Ah, doors in the West Wing are more like... so the West Wing isn't as bad as we thought. Okay. I'm still not 100% on how it chooses which way up to put the tiles. Excuse me. Still not 100%. Emma and I ran through enough days that at some point we started just randomly picking one of the boxes and moving on. Yeah. Well, yeah, I suppose, yeah. At a certain point, once you've kind of seen it all, you're just waiting for the RNG to give you the rooms you need to get to the end, I suppose. But yeah, obviously it gets more difficult and the RNG gets a little bit more rude. The maid's chamber, less likely to find items laying around in your house. Oh, okay. So I don't want that. The chapel is going to cost us a coin. But it does allow us... oh, it goes straight on, doesn't it? Whereas that would go... yeah, do you know what? Do you know what? Fuck it. Oh, you motherfucking bastard. So not only have I just fucking sacrificed items in the house, but the fucking door was locked anyway. The day we all dreaded has finally arrived. It is with unprecedented sadness that we inform you of the death of our benefactor, employer and master, the Baron of Mount Holly, H.S. Sinclair. Any staff who have an interest in attending services may contact Mrs. Babbage for details. In following in following the instructions left by the Baron himself, effective immediately, all work at Man's is to be suspended. All living staff will have 1 month paid leave and must vacate the premises Friday, November 6th. Okay. This is Miller. Okay. The maid is called Miller? Yeah. M-I-A, yeah, Miller. Okay, Miller. Miller? Called Miller? It's fucked me so many times. Seems like such a good deal, right? It's just a left-hander. But now there's less items in the... unfortunately, we have to backtrack now, which is going to fucking burn a bunch of steps to create another... So, we're going to have to go this way. So, the foundation... Can't remember if that was an electronic door over there. Oh, no, the hallway. We can go straight over the hallway, can't we? Can we go this way? Oh, you motherfucker. That's an electric door. Sounds almost like the Zelda fairy music. So, yeah, we want to go left, don't we? Go left. Da, 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 da. So that would connect to the den. As with that, that's a breaker room. So I want to go straight across, to be honest. Damn. Do we want a laboratory? Don't know what that does, but we'll find out. So I coat check. I haven't got any items to yeah, we've got nothing that I can actually okay. We are cooked. Because yeah, we're cooked. Might as well save the steps for tomorrow. If we're allowed to carry them, which I don't think we are, but never mind. So seriously, sadly, I can tell you why till you progress a bit more in the game. Ah, okay. So we always get 70, okay. Mate, I bet the speedrun of this is fucking insane. I bet there is an RNG out there that allows you to do this game really quickly, but fuck yeah, it must be fucking rough. Why would you turn that way and not towards the foundation? This is the thing that I don't get, chat. Is that sometimes they turn the way that you want them to, and sometimes they don't. And it's not about the orientation of how they're displayed here, because it flips it anyway. So I bet the speedrun is just the most perfect RNG you could imagine. So hallway, again, it goes the wrong way. So I'm going to have to go, I'm going to have to do a corridor, go this way, and then hope at the end of the corridor we can go to the right or the north, whichever way you look at it. Always wants to go down, doesn't it? Okay. So I think we close that off, which means the entrance hall, that can be a closed off door as well. So yeah, let's do that. Let's do this to get some resources. Oh, chat. Games at 120 hertz is fucking so smooth. 1080p 120 needs to be the standard for console next year. So yeah, this door can be a dead end. Because we've got a coat check. No, we don't. Because we were cooked on that one, weren't we? So this could be a dead end, but what kind of dead end do we want it to be? Do we want it to be a coat check? Yeah, do you know what? Because I might find some cool items. So let's make a coat check. So when we leave, we can put the things in here for the next day. And let's start going this way. How did you find BB being 30? Bloodborne being 30? Is Bloodborne 30 years old? Brent had the world record speed run for like 48 hours. As of today, he's third with a time of 2 minutes and 59 seconds. 2 minutes and 59 seconds! So that must have been the most goated RNG. It's just corridor, 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 all the way to the antechamber, surely. If not, thereabouts. It will be before we get GTA 6, but no 30 FPS. Yeah. Oh, did you mind Bloodborne being 30 frames a second? So I didn't mind. I didn't really mind it being 30 frames a second because I played it for the first time on a PlayStation 5. So I was playing at a locked 30 where it wasn't that bad. On a PlayStation 4, I imagine maybe it might have been worse. But I think that of all the things that game does incredibly well, the frame rate is kind of one of the only really negative parts about it. There are other things that I've spoken to people about, and yeah, we agree that's not the best way of doing it. You know, the lack of lamp-to-lamp travel, you can't fast travel, and you have to hit 2 loading screens instead of just 1. That fucking sucks. The rally system and the limited heals, it's not everyone's cup of tea. I don't really mind it because I think rallying is a very fun mechanic and I really enjoy using it whenever I play a video game. However, if people are very cautious and they don't rally their health back, they will run out of vials very quickly and have to farm, which is obviously not a great outcome for the player. But no, I think frame rate wise, I played it at a locked frame pacing 30, which is not as anywhere near as bad as 30 with a bad frame rate, bad frame pacing. Because if you have a frame every single fucking bang on, it sort of smooths out and you can kind of get used to it. You don't have quite as much visual information to work from, but your inputs versus the delay to something happening, if that's smooth, you can kind of get used to it, which is why I think Bloodborne is still so popular, even though it's got, you know, a really sort of low frame rate. When I played the game at 60, it didn't transform the game. It looked kind of weird, but I don't feel like it made the game better, if that makes sense. Now, I know that the patch that Lance put together, I think, is only rendering the frames at 60 FPS. It's not actually doing all of the calculations for the hitboxes and physics and collisions and everything, which is why there's a bit of jank at 60 FPS. And I think some enemies behave a bit differently because sometimes things will be happening every other frame when they need to happen every frame, or they'll be happening every frame but at twice the frame rate they're supposed to happen because it's 60 not 30, which does fuck with some of the enemy behaviors. There's definitely some jank, and I played it at 120 with the emulator and I was running, and then just the game was like the environment around me was like not moving properly and smoothly because my character was doing the run animation and I was moving forwards at 120 FPS. It was calculating how much distance I'd covered, but it was getting confused. So it completely fucked it. So yeah, the V-blank 60 FPS is kind of the limit. Until we're able to like import the entirety of the game into like Dark Souls 3 or maybe even Elden Ring as an engine. If someone could decompile Elden Ring or Dark Souls 3 and find a way to run Bloodborne's animations, bosses, scripting and everything in Dark Souls 3, you might be able to get it to run 60 FPS on PC that way. But yeah, the only other thing that works is using a PS4 Pro to play 720 60 with a jailbroken PlayStation 4 and you patch the game, or a PlayStation 5 you can patch the game to run at 60 at 1080. But obviously I just did it through the emulator, to be honest, 'cause I didn't want to jailbreak my PlayStation 5. It's a bit risky. Quite literally insane, I imagine. Yeah. Not played it yet, but I do agree stability is more important than higher frame rate. Yeah, this is it. If you've got a frame rate, I mean, I imagine it does tail off. I imagine once you get above 200, 240 or 300 FPS, it could probably go up and down quite a lot and you're still going to not notice, because I think there is a limit with how much you actually notice. I don't think, you know, these 360 hertz monitors where you have a 360 frames per second on the game, I'm not too sure how necessary it is for the, you know, because I don't know how many frames the human eye can really see. They used to say you couldn't notice above 30, but it's obviously not true. 60 and 120 are definitely, but obviously the difference you feel from 30 to 60 is massive. Then from 60 to 120, it's a little bit better. From 120 to 240, it's a little bit better. So it's, I feel like it tapers off to the point where if you had 300 FPS, but it dropped to 240, but went back up to 300, and it was bouncing like 60 FPS difference all the time, you wouldn't notice it, because 240 FPS, your minimum FPS, is so fucking quick that it doesn't matter anymore. So yeah, I think there's obviously like a threshold where it is going to taper off at some point. But yeah, I think that when you're working at 60 FPS, yeah, it needs to be, you know, 30 even more so, but even 60, it needs to be an even frame pacing. There needs to be a pretty sort of tight tolerance on how many milliseconds you can drift away from that 13.33 milliseconds before it just starts to feel jank. And it depends on the kind of game, because when people are like, oh, Last of Us and Uncharted, they're 30 FPS, so it's like, but those are slow-paced story games. They do have action sequences, but it's never like, you know, you're not trying to like track targets or anything. It's much more slow-paced. So I think that if the game suits it, it should be 30 FPS so that it can look better. And I think that there's so many games that came out that looked so much better than they should have done. Bloodborne's kind of one of them. I think that when you look at Bloodborne and people say it needs a remaster, it doesn't need a remaster. It needs a frame rate patch. It needs the frame rate and the game engine patched to run natively at 60. But it doesn't need a fucking remaster, because that game is so much more detailed. So many people just have never fucking forced the camera up against the character or a wall and just looked at like how much fucking detail there is. And a very good friend of mine, you know, stream that I love going to, Moonlight Ghost, she's taken the free camera mod that Lance made and taken the camera to all sorts of places to get like screenshots of things. And there's just a fucking immense level of detail. There's so much detail. Like if you've got an armor set and let's say that the shawl or the cape is like a chain that links them together, that chain is modeled. It's not a texture, it's modeled links of a chain. And like the pistol that has the repeating wheel on the top, that wheel is modeled in geometry. There's so much fucking detail in that game, and that's why it had to run at 30 FPS, because it's just a fucking ridiculous amount of polygons. There are a couple of textures that could do with a bit of love, but with the emulator, with the emulation scene going at the moment, there is a creator who I will take a moment to mention, because they are doing God's work right now. They are remastering and adding all sorts of mod cons to Bloodborne, and basically creating can I see, I mean, they're doing it with most of the Souls game, but they've gone through and they've added a shit ton of detail to a bunch of stuff, and the videos are quite long, but that was 3 weeks, yeah, that's quite recent. Yeah, but any design that I do in your software belongs to you because it's free. But yeah, they've gone through and they've updated and tidied up and sharpened and turned on parallax occlusion, and They've just basically gone through and turned up a bunch of things in the engine. Yeah. It just basically makes the game look incredibly sharp, incredibly clear, and you can play at 1440p. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that pretty much wrapped up and finished for us to try out. I think you can get patches for it to try out on the emulator. But yeah, like for instance, they went through and they added a dynamic light source to all of the candles in one of the areas, and I was like, holy fucking shit, dude! So they're actually shadow casting, and I was like, that's fucking such a fucking ridiculous amount of effort. But yeah, so yeah, people like FromSoftServe and a couple of other people are doing work in the background. So I think the future of Bloodborne is interesting because yeah, now that it's on Shad PS4 and people can mod it, you know, the Shad PS4 Discord, I've been in there for a while, and there's people modding. Obviously CJ got modded in. Somebody modded in one of the Dragon Ball Z characters, and instead of like a sword, they've got a lightsaber, and someone's done like a reshade color pack of the mod of the HUD. They've modded the HUD to be different colors and stuff, which is kind of interesting. But yeah, it's now sort of because Sony slept on it for so long, it's now kind of like, you know, in the hands of the mod scene by way of it being on the PlayStation emulator. So do I want a key or a gem? I think I want to go for a gem. GTA 6 but no 30 FPS. Well, the thing is, like I say, GTA 6 is going to look absolutely ridiculous, and they are releasing it on console first, so it was always going to be 30 FPS. Their games have been 30 FPS on console. I mean, Red Dead Redemption 2 to this day is 30 FPS on console. Even though it released on PlayStation 4 and you can play it on PlayStation 5, there isn't a patch to make it play at 60 on PlayStation 5. Which is a shame, because I think that, you know, the amount they milk their games, I think they kind of owe it to the community to do that sort of stuff. But, you know, they also did just fucking sack about 30% of their workforce or something. Or was it 30,000 or 3,000 jobs? I can't remember. This box is the black box, is a lie. The box that claims to be the black box has gems. This box is the blue box. So they're both lies, so this must be the truth. The box that claims to be the black as the gems, so this must be the gems. Not played it yet, but I do agree stability is more important than a higher rate, for sure. From SoftServe, hell yeah. Yeah, good dude. Studying what people do for no reason other than their love of the games, for sure. Yeah, this is why I wanted to give the guy sort of a mention, you know? Because, yeah, you know, they're doing something off their own back with their own time and their own effort. And yeah, what they're going to achieve, hopefully, will be, you know, the sort of remake, remaster that, you know, because the thing about remakes, do you know what? I might actually cave in and make a YouTube video. I might make a short little video essay YouTube video about remakes and why they never work and why sometimes it's not a remake of a game that you want. It's something else. You think a game will do it, but it's not. But yeah, I don't think Bloodborne needs a remake. I think that just a patch to make it run at 60 would probably be everything that it needs. Just to keep it alive, you know? They get a lot of free passes that would be hammering other companies for. Yeah, well, yeah, and, you know, obviously, I have a feeling that there's definitely something to do with the rights, who gets the rights to sort of make, you know, the follow-up or the remake or whatever. I think there might be somebody out there that's, you know, that doesn't want anyone else to touch it, but refuses to take the time to do it themselves. So it's kind of in purgatory. But by the same token, I mean, I don't think this is still true these days, but back in the day, Japanese studios, when storage was expensive, once the game was compiled and shipped, they used to just delete everything and just make space on the servers for the next game, which is why games like Resident Evil and a few others, remastering them and porting them was such difficult work. They had to use AI upscaling because they couldn't re-render all of the backgrounds because they just burned them all because it took up too much space. And it's fucking wild, but back before remakes were really a thing, you know, when they were just making games new and then moving on to the next game, to save money on storage, they didn't back up and archive, you know, an entire project's worth of source code and models and everything else, despite all the work being done. But hopefully that's not the case anymore. But I don't know if Bloodborne is, yeah, falling into that, if Bloodborne fell into that trap. Because yeah, if they just burned it all, then we're pretty fucking screwed. So a passageway would be pretty good because it gives us options. We've still got that hallway there as well. So yeah, I think a passageway is a good shout. In my opinion, a lot of people who want remake don't want the game. They want the way they felt and the experience things. Yeah, for sure. That's what the video would be about. It would be, you know what, you don't want a remake. You want to feel like a kid again. I'm sorry, but a game ain't gonna do it. Rockstar gets. Oh yeah, Rockstar. Well, yeah, this is it again. Rockstar. Yeah, granted, they've earned their fandom. Like they haven't fucking, they didn't fucking slack. They've earned their fandom. I don't have a problem with their fandom at all. I think the games get glazed a little bit, but they are also one of a kind games. And the problem with the fucking crosshair staying on the screens, but obviously that's a good thing. I just fucking got rid of it. For fuck's sake. Yeah, I can't buy anything, can I? Oh no, this stuff is today the sale. Oh no, for sale today. Okay. Funny enough, there are some games when you go back to remaster and they can't figure out how they did things for the first. This is also it. There's also kind of like techniques that were used because of hardware, and actually that hardware doesn't exist anymore, so you've got to try and find a way to recreate it, but without recreating it on the exact synthesizer or the exact kind of like code. It's more difficult to sort of, because sometimes the way a game was made, the code that was used had libraries that were super, super handy for doing certain things, and therefore the game lent into those things to make the game better overall. But in the modern world, prime example, PhysX is gone. The 50 series doesn't have PhysX capability, so you can't use PhysX in modern games. And if you do, it tanks the frame rate. So like, the Batman Arkham games, Mirror's Edge, that's a PhysX kind of game. The fucking frame rates are fucking dog shit, even on a 5090. But if you put a fucking 2050 or 2060 that has a PhysX chip, and then you dedicate the PhysX chip on there to do that, it runs fine. But why the fuck should you have to fucking put an old GPU in your machine? So yeah, if you've got an old card that's PhysX capable, don't get rid of it. Because yeah, they've actually, at a hardware level, they've got rid of that. So yeah, it's time moves on, obviously. Time moves on, and things change. But without a replacement for PhysX, it means those games kind of aren't playable. And people will say, but there's a software layer you can use, but the performance is absolute dog shit. So obviously, to save money and to save space on the logic board, they've removed it. But yeah, it just means that there's a bunch of games locked. No. Oh, we're getting pretty fucking close, chat. I'm not going to lie. We're getting pretty fucking close. We are getting very close. Very close. There's a pizza. 20 steps, additional 10 if you have the furnace in your house. Have dinner, not yet. No, not yet. We don't need it yet. We're fine. Afix, welcome in. Fable 3 being one of those. Yeah, Fable 3, any game that uses PhysX will be now basically like, not unplayable, but it will have serious performance issues because the hardware level calculation of physics by a PhysX chip is no longer doable. Yeah, of course. Right, where are we going to get a key from? Of course. So, where are we going to get a key? So we can go back down to the passageway, and anything that gives us a key is needed. So I think is the closet going to be 2 items though? Is one of those 2 items going to be a key? Because we've got other doors here, so yes, we've got other doors here. Oh, it's a dice, but it means we can re-roll for something that might have a key. So let me grab that gem. So we can go through here, and then we've got one. They're both locked. That one off the den, is that locked? If not, never got to the foundation, unfortunately. Coat check, we can go and put the dice. No, we can't. Okay. So we have to use the dice. Yeah, so we've got to go up here, and we've got to try all these doors, and then hopefully one of them will not be locked. You motherfucker. You motherfucker. Oh, chat, it's got me. Right, you can't buy keys from the commissary, can you? Compass, salt shaker. I can't even afford anything. I haven't got the fucking... Okay, so that hallway and that passageway were both locked, I think. That's locked. Damn. We got screwed, chat. We got fucking screwed. Of course. Next year announcing the Batman remasters, new compatible with the 50 series. Well, I mean, it would make sense for them to go in there and sort of, you know, do a patch, or maybe they're going to re-release the games. I'm not sure. Speaking of this, I actually had issues running Dawn of War 2. I had to download some software to turn legacy mode on for my CPU. I'm sorry to hear that, dude. Hopefully the patch fixed it. When Microsoft and Xbox Live went away, so did the way that we play that game. Yeah, well, I mean, I got this on Game Pass, and I realised I signed up to Game Pass and said, right, Lies of P is on there, and that means that if I get Game Pass and play that game, that saves me £60 buying it somewhere else. So for 6 months, I'm still quids in, because I wanted to play Lies of P, and I would have paid 60 quid for it on PlayStation or Steam or whatever. But it's probably been 6 months since then, and I wanted to play something else. I don't know how much this game costs, but it's probably worth a month's subscription anyway. So, even though it's being very rude and completely screwing it. So the chapel had a door here as well. Okay. 2 bedrooms, boudoir. Connects us to the foundation. Observatory would be a gem, but we might get an item. That doesn't connect us to the foundation. I could redraw floor plans. It's a breaker box. Oh, okay, that's worse. Now I can't even fucking connect to the foundation. Oh, more fucking north-facing plans? Yeah, great, cheers. Oh, excuse me. More north-facing plans? Yeah, great, cheers. Where am I going to build them, eh? You fucking locked the doors on me. But yeah, I swear, I've seen that crosshair thing before. I might have it on my Steam already. Well, we can go and check this compass for the next playthrough. Cool. Right. So we've got another ad break coming up, chat. I do apologise. I have to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. Please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. Some take a break as well. But yes, it's as you get up the board, you're doing well, and then everything's locked. It starts giving you really bad fucking tiles and everything. So yeah, it's interesting how it ramps up the sort of RNG and difficulty as you get further up the board. And obviously that teases you. You get really close and then you get stuck. You think, okay, I'm going to try again. And obviously you're just going to keep trying until you win. But yeah, there's not as many puzzles as I thought. I thought every room was going to have some sort of unique puzzle in it, but sometimes the room is just a way to get to. It's just a means to an end. But I suppose laying out the rooms is kind of a puzzle with some RNG involved. But yeah, anyway, the ad's going to start in a second. I'll pop you guys over there. I'll be right back.
Stupid shitty room where you belong. Please don't one-shot me though, I really can't emotionally handle it. No!
Oh my god!
He input read me. I charged R2'd him from behind and he input read me.
Oh my god, I watched it happen as well.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
That was so personal.
Nico, you are such a prick.
From spawning those who haven't played, are you going to do a different ending this playthrough?
Yeah, I suppose, because I mean, I thought that if you gave them your heart, the very next day they'd throw. No, I thought if you gave them your heart, that would just end the game, and you know that was an ending. Stealth. Stealth. All I got to do is not crash, and that's definitely an iconic weapon. So I wouldn't have sold it, would I? Sit and wait for $2 grand to sit and wait on a bench. What is this, England? $2 grand to sit on a bench. Fucking capitalism, dude. See, what is it doing? What is it doing? Why is it taking off? Why are you flying? How is that fair, game? What the fuck? So, apparently it can fly. Perfectly fair. Perfectly fair and balanced game. For fuck's sake. Oh. Finished him up by stabbing him in the anus. We'll take it. We'll take it. You got to take what you can get, even if it is in the anus. The thing is, like, the level design is kind of cool. Ah! Okay, that works for them as well. Get real. Welcome in, dude. Thank you so much for the raid. Fuck, Bambi. That was for you. Sorry, that was for Bambi. Fucking hell. Oh, that may have overlapped a little bit. I do apologise. Right, run and there. Oh no, I've got a health. I can't make that jump because I've got no health. Excuse me. Here, but I feel like I can do that fucking gun parry in Bloodborne. When an enemy lunges at you and you gun parry them, oh my god, it's so fucking cool. So fucking cool. Yeah, it's one of the best things in gaming for me. Giant, great big enemies like, and then you fucking bang, and they go, ooh, you fucking visceral. It's so fucking cool. It's risk reward, it's timing. Yeah, it's so fucking cool. And there's several bosses where, like, yeah, you there's a massive attack coming, but if you know the timing, you can gun parry them and then turn it into your advantage. I fucking love it, dude. I fucking love it. What I'm not loving is this video game lo-fi, because it's not quite as lo-fi as I'd like. So I'm just going to type in lo-fi and see if we can get a lo-fi beats to relax going. Shit. Just leaving the mansion counts as one step. Because, yeah, there's some carved stone archway things here. Makes me think this door might take us over there. And there's another door over there somewhere. We can't get a lantern, so it gets a bit too dark in here. But I imagine at some point we may get something. That will allow us to see where this goes. But yes, it's interesting that Microsoft seems to be kind of stepping away from the home console market and trying to get into the handheld market with that ROG Ally thing that just dropped. Which is a strange place to go because Nintendo's had that market cornered for like forever. And yeah, there's a massive, a huge console release in that space just happened. So it's not really the best time to sort of get ahead of the field and release a handheld before the Switch 2 comes out. You've missed that boat now. But yeah, they're still sort of seemingly moving towards playing games on a handheld or just streaming games to phones and stuff. I mean, it doesn't work. I've seen it. I've tried streaming games, and there's some games it's okay, but yeah, a lot of the time it isn't. But yeah, it seems like a strange move because, I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, Microsoft has been on the back foot for a couple of generations now when it comes to like consoles. But yeah, it's strange to see them kind of pulling out of the console market. But then again, they did. Yeah, and it was even stranger is I can see how they would pull out because they spent a lot of money and they can't really afford, how much they spent. But having spent all that money, you'd want to crank out another couple of consoles with some exclusives on there to recoup costs. So I'm very, very confused by this sort of shift that they're making towards, just being a streaming service. Because obviously Xbox Live is, a subscription service and everything. But like I say, the handheld market, they're sort of going after with the ROG Ally. Not only is there the Switch 2, which is kind of the handheld market's main player, but you've got the Steam Deck, which means that the Steam Deck is kind of covering the handheld PC market. and now Valve is moving into making the GameCube. They're making a home console which plays PC games off Steam, so that's going to sort of de facto just replace the Xbox. So yeah, Microsoft seems to be losing that share of the market, and Valve and Steam will be competing with Sony and Nintendo, which is, yeah, a strange one. Mold in my hands, eyes don't work as well, so I have zero interest in handheld gaming. I think that depending on how much you travel, I think there's an argument for it, but at the same time, yeah, I just staring at a little screen that's obviously not going to be as high quality as this TV or my monitor over there from my work computer where I do my design work and stuff. You know, it's not going to compare. And obviously, gaming on the go, I'm just not sure it's as big of a market as Nintendo thinks. But I mean, obviously, a lot of the marketing was like, you know, you can play with your friends and blah, 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 blah. It's like, okay, cool. I have never in my life since that advert seen people playing a Switch as a group of people on a park bench or a cafe or anywhere for that matter. If I see somebody, it's one person on their own playing on a plane or a train or whatever just to fucking distract themselves. So yeah, I think some of the functionality of the Switch kind of just doesn't make a lot of sense. Handheld, you either do Switch or Deck. No room for Microsoft One. Deck can do their... Well, yeah, this is it. This the Steam Deck, not the Stream Deck. The Steam Deck will play Steam games, which, you know, means that PC games, yeah. So yeah, there's kind of no point in having a ROG Ally, unless the ROG Ally has significantly better specs. Because I think the ROG Ally, I mean, what people used to do was they used to buy Switch games, but then emulate them on a ROG Ally, because the ROG Ally, even with the translation layer, was better than the Switch. But how that changes with the Switch 2, I'm not too sure. But I remember someone saying, hey, look, you can play Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom at 60 FPS. And I was like, yeah, that should have always been the case. I'm not buying a whole nother fucking console to get what I should have got with the first one, you know? They chose to make a giant, great big open world game, and they put it on their most underpowered system they've released in fucking decades, you know? It's just, you know, why did you make the Zelda experience a giant, great big open world game, which was going to be resource heavy? And why did you design that for the fucking platform that is the most underpowered console you've released in years relative to what, you know, people expect? It's fucking crazy. I mean, don't get me wrong, I fucking loved Breath of the Wild. It was fucking brilliant. The frame rate was fucking painful. It was fucking painful. Sometimes the frame rate was so fucking bad in places, and I saw past it because I'm lucky I can do that. You know, if the frame rate sucks, I can be like, okay, and just keep playing the game. I don't have to go on the internet and fucking bitch about it and say that gaming is dead because a game is 30 FPS. When I'm fucking typing this on a computer, because that's the other thing. People are like, man, why would you buy a console in 2025? Look how good this game looks. I'm like, okay, what are your specs though? And they tell you the specs. I'm like, motherfucker, you're playing everything at 1080p dynamic resolution on medium settings anyway. You are a console gamer. You just bought a PC. You know, if you buy a PC that can play games at fucking 1440p 60 FPS locked on high settings, then yeah, you can shit on console. But a lot of people don't have that kind of spec. You know, a lot of people don't have that kind of build, but they love jumping on the console hate. And it's like, mate, like when you look at like the average, you know, I mean, Steam tells us the average resolution is 1080p. So if a PlayStation 5 is hitting 1080p 60 FPS most of the time with a little bit of resolution scaling here and there, but it's optimized to get the most out of the detail settings, it's no wonder people are turning over and buying a console, because they're sick and tired of fucking around with PCs. Also, the thing is, I think they both have a use case. I think that certain video games that you can play reclined on a sofa, you can just play a cozy game with a controller, and a console is fucking perfect for that. And if you want to play a game with several friends in the same room, a TV and a sofa lounge setting, sitting room setting, is perfect for that. But by the same token, when I play some games on a console, and I'm like, well, fuck's sake, I wish I had a mouse for this, and fuck's sake, I wish I had a keyboard for this. I could just push 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for all this stuff, and I can have WASD and shift and control for that, and then space for jump. This would be so much easier to control when I'm playing it on a console, which clearly just doesn't suit the control scheme. but sometimes it's the only choice, right? But other games, when I'm playing them on PC, I'm like, damn, this would be really nice to just recline in a nice comfy chair with a drink, with a controller, the cat curled up on my feet, and just, you know, that would be a better way to play this game. Fuck the graphics, it'd just be a better experience. But yeah, you know, some people play everything at a desk with a mouse and keyboard. And if you hate controller, you hate controllers, you know, it's whatever. But I agree, some games, it's just better to play with it's better to play in a console setting. I think the setting is important, because sometimes when I play a console game, I can't read any of the fucking text on the screen. Like, for instance, I'm playing this, which is a mouse and keyboard game for a PC. Some of the text is too small to read because I'm playing on a TV that's the other side of the room. Death Stranding 2 Director's Cut, Death Stranding 1 Director's Cut. You could tell that they ported the game to PC with Decima. They then ported that version back to PlayStation 5 as the Director's Cut, but all the menus were way too small. You couldn't see anything from the other side of the room because the menus were too small, because it's designed for a PC where you have a smaller screen that you sit closer to, but text can take up more space that way. Or it could be easier to read that way in terms of real space. So yeah, that was a bit of a shame. You can feel that, but yeah. Kids are always going to need handheld gaming, so I get a Switch. It's harder for me to understand the Steam Deck. Also in the era of life where if I'm traveling or out in public, I want to be aware of my surroundings. I want to be bored. I don't ever even listen to music when I go for a walk anymore. Really? Okay. Because I listen to music whenever I go anywhere. Like, even sometimes when I'm just in the house doing chores, I listen to music. My most polarizing opinion is that I prefer PC over Mac, and I used Mac for 30 years. Yeah, and I used Mac from, I don't know, probably for the last 20 years. And the thing is, I didn't have a PC for a really long time, and I've built this one, and it's so much worse than it used to be. All the bloat and the data tracking and all the shit you get and everything going wrong all the time. I was like, oh yeah, PCs, you know? Yes, everyone designs software for them, but that means that everyone designs viruses, and there's people not agreeing with each other on how something works, so there fucking is inconsistencies with how things work and everything. And whenever I go back to my Mac and I install something and it just fucking works, you just drag and drop the application, you use the application, you delete the application, you keep the archive on a backup hard drive in case you need it in the future. There's no bullshit. And you can tell. It's funny when a piece of software that's primarily a PC software gets a version for Mac, and they're like, hey, can we run this in the background? And you can just, on a Mac, you can just say, no, you're not allowed to run anything in the background. Nobody's tracking anything. And everyone's like, yeah, but Apple tracks you. I'm like, yeah, so does Microsoft. But other people can't track me because Apple stops them. Yes, Apple tracks me because it's their product, right? But they won't let other people track me. So it's kind of, in a strange kind of way, you get tracked less using an Apple device. Apple is definitely tracking you, but they stop other people from tracking you, which is, kind of nice. And I must admit, I was very impressed that whenever they've been taken to court and the government of America has demanded them to backdoor their own system, they've refused. And I've been like, damn, they're saying that they're not going to backdoor their own system for the government, So actually, yeah, they're tracking us, but they're also incredibly secure with the data. So, it's kind of like, it's the lesser of two evils, I suppose. Like BluePrince in console settings so I can write in my journal. Yeah, that makes sense. But I can play Night Rain on my console TV setup because I get motion sickness. Ah, okay. So you get motion sickness on one type of setup rather than the other. That's interesting. Used to be like that. Music is so important to me, but so is creativity. And I found I forced myself to be bored more often. My creative work benefits exponentially. Yes, I think boredom and the silence and the stillness it creates can sometimes be a very, very good platform for creativity. I agree. I think having a chance to sit down and to sort of organize your thoughts without any stimulus might be very beneficial for you. And that organization and that sort of, planning that you can do will then obviously allow you to sort of be more productive creatively, which is a good thing. distance from the TV, size of the TV, speed of movement of vertical, and night rain doesn't do. I can't do a console plus TV for. But obviously, if you sit close enough, so your peripheral vision. So maybe it's because your peripheral vision isn't, because your TV is obviously surrounded. Your peripheral vision, you can see that everything is not moving, but on the screen it's moving. So maybe the contrast between your surroundings not moving. When you're on a PC, your peripheral vision is much more sort of aligned to the screen, the edges of the screen. So therefore, you don't see that difference in the background not moving and the screen moving. Because I can't remember who was doing the research, but that's why those glasses that create like a horizon that changes as you move in the car, and that helps you maintain your understanding of the horizon and the way you feel, because you're moving, but the car itself is not like it's stationary, but your body is feeling the movement. Close to a 24-inch monitor, like 1.5 feet, 2 feet from it. My TV is 58 inches and I'm about 6 feet from it on the couch. Yeah, I mean, mine's 55 and I'm about... in feet. It's probably about 3 meters. So it's probably about 10 foot. I'm probably 10 foot away from the TV, which is, it's a little bit too close. It should be an extra foot. So the sofa, if it was a bit further back, the TV is up against the wall. It's like a couple of inches off the wall. So I've got the maximum amount of distance. But if the TV was any closer, my camera and my microphone and everything would start getting in the way. I've got it set up so that if I close this eye, the plug on my camera is just touching the edge of the screen. But when both eyes are open, it sort of polar axes everything, and sort of I can see the screen, and the camera is just to the side. And then obviously my chat monitor is just to the left there. Are you far-sighted? I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm not too sure. I've never really sort of checked which one I am. But I work at a desk about 2 feet away from a monitor, but I think it's like a 36-inch monitor, so it's pretty big. But there's a block of flats I can see out of my window pretty far away. So I try and every 45 minutes I look at that block of flats and I make my eyes focus really far away, and then I look back to my screen and they focus back. And apparently as I get older that will slow down. I won't be able to just look. It will take a couple of minutes to adjust. But if I keep doing that, I keep reminding my eyes of the full range of focus they can do. Apparently. I don't know. I haven't got to 80 yet and seen if I'm blind, so do you see more detail at a distance or up close? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I know that one thing is when you have to hold something at arm's length to be able to read it rather than just doing that. I know that might come along at some point in my life. Can I see more detail at distance? Okay. That's you. Okay. But yeah, I love that fucking meme. It's Winnie the Pooh. Can I click on the website? Is that allowed? Stop, shut the fuck up. But like, she does the exact same thing in the picture. It's a meme of a meme. I love it. So I suppose a pantry would be the best bet. And then a nook will go up and give us a key. But yeah, at this stage in time, I'm not sure. I don't know which one I'm better at, long or short. But I did go and get my eyes tested because it was free through my work. And yeah, because I sit at a desk all the time, I think they have to give me a free eye test. And yeah, I went and it was 18. No, it wasn't free. It was cheap. It was £18 rather than 50 something. And yeah, I put my little chin on the little fucking thing, and this thing went and blew in my eye. No warning. They didn't tell me it was going to happen. I was like, just put your face right there. I was like, what the fuck? And they were like, don't worry, that's normal. And I was like, okay. I mean, it's not nice. You know, you could have said, we're going to test your eyes by blowing compressed air in them or something. Don't worry, it's not painful or something. But yeah, it was kind of like, I was like, what the fuck is going on? And they tested my eyes and then said, yeah, they're fine. And I was like, oh, okay. So I didn't need to spend the 18 quid then, did I? But it's just the way it goes, isn't it? So, the den allows us to keep going. Gives us a gem. Use the key. I should have done a fucking parlor. Oh, okay. So that would allow us to keep... Yeah, that allows us to keep going. Okay. So we'll do an observatory. Oh, 2. Pair of chests has been added to the entrance hall. Bunk room, greenhouse, bedroom, I think. Oh, no. Yeah. Okay. Look at this. So much more room for activities. Hello, friend. They got a little hamster in here. The hamster's got a bunk bed as well. Are you fucking kidding me? Let's go. I love it. I love it. Check him out. He's running, chat. I got a wigwam. Oh, look at this little cozy study nook. Today is a good day because Simon is at camp and he is not as much fun as my friends. I will not have to share my toys and I will not have to share my room and I will not have to share my snacks. Having a younger brother is not as much fun as they told me it would be, but today will be a good day because he is at camp. Herbie is a mean and really stupid, and today is a good day because I threw away his aeroplane. I also had much more fun at camp than he has had in his entire life. Today is a good day because I got my brother in trouble for reading my private journal without my permission and writing mean things in it too. He also threw my model aeroplane in the bushes outside, but I got it back, and if he does it again, he will not get to go to the park on Friday, and I will make sure he gets no presents for his birthday. I love the fact that because this was written by a child, there's 0 punctuation, so it's all just one long sentence. That's actually really cute because that's exactly how children talk. I don't need any presents because I have my brother's book because he won't stop writing about me, and today is a good day because I know he cries when he can't find his book. Even though he is older, he is a crybaby. Today is a good day because my brother returns from college and I get to finally return to him the book I took from him for a long time ago. Hopefully you find it as hilarious as I do. Honestly, I have no idea how we survived sharing a room. All the things we said. I need a magnifying glass, don't I? I wouldn't have it any other way. I still would rather have a sister. Congrats on the diploma. Welcome back home. Okay, so they signed off nicely in the end. So there was a bit of sibling rivalry, but they all went to college and chilled out. So that was locked, wasn't it? So back to the lobby where we've got 2 trunks, but we haven't got any keys. Three gems, parlor. So I think parlor would go to the right. Yeah. So would a commissary, but if we can solve this puzzle. This box is the middle box is untrue. Gems are in the middle box. This box is the middle box. Okay, so we got 2 lies. So this one must be true. Oh, we have to build a chapel, I suppose. No. Oh, it's dead ending us again, chat. Right, key. Okay, we've got some running shoes. And also, if we make the coat check, we have a brass compass as well. It's going to have to be a security room, because everything else would just fucking close us off, wouldn't it? Because, yeah, we need a key. Ah, storeroom, which means we can get a key, which means we can go through the spare room. The storeroom. Because that means we can go through the pantry all the way up to there. Okay, cool. We're getting some logic there in the end, chat. But yes, I have considered moving all of my streaming setup to my desk to make it a bit more tidy and a bit more organized. But yeah, like I say, when I'm playing some games, I'm like, I couldn't play this game at a desk. But I do spend a long time streaming, and obviously this chair is not super good for my back. But I spend a lot of time at my desk working, so I don't know if I want to make it into a gaming space as well. But yeah, I think maybe if my desk was where I played games and streamed from and kept all the cables and wires all in one place. But yeah, it would be a shame to not be able to play games on my TV. But yeah, it is what it is, I'm afraid. Because I need to hide some cable. If I could hide those 2 cables then. But anyway, this is my problem, not yours. Bedroom, because we're going to have to keep going in this direction. No goodies. Yeah, I think once you get to these 2 rows here, you're just going to find locked doors. You just got to have keys. You've just got to have keys, basically. Because, yeah, I think that's us cooked, I think. Because that door's locked. Man. This door over here is locked. Oh, it's not. So we can make one more room. And then, yeah, I suppose if there was a key in here, You're more likely to draw red rooms. That doesn't help us. The laboratory doesn't really help us. Guest room doesn't really help us. So, well, yeah, the laboratory, the door just it's rotated in a way so that the fucking door just goes to a wall, so that cancels it out. So that's not another opportunity later on. So, yeah, I think we're fucking cooked, chat. I think I've got a shovel. So yeah, unfortunately, we've got 2 trunks we can't open because we haven't got keys. Keycard access secured is more likely to appear in the higher ranks of the estate. Likewise, as a redundant security measure, normal doors in the estate will be more like, yeah, they're more like, yeah. So this is it. The RNG slowly ramps up as you get further north. So that is unfortunately it. Have we got a commissary anywhere? No. It'd be nice to spend this money before we call it a day. But I don't think we've got a way of doing it. That's a shame. It's a shame those 2 trunks just get fucking lost. Yeah, trunks without keys are useless, so I need to remember that for next time. There's no point spawning more trunks if you haven't got the keys to open them. And obviously opening a trunk rather than opening a door is probably not the best move. So, but yeah, we've had a few good cycles, but yeah, we still haven't got past. I don't think we've got past the row that we're on here on that, where that bedroom is. Don't think we've got any further than here. Obviously the antechamber looks like you can access it from any side. Obviously not this one, but yeah. Because storerooms and, you know, closets and stuff, yeah, it does definitely limit your options. So need to be very careful about building closets or storerooms unless you've got another door in that room. The problem is when you click on a door, you can't check if any of the doors are locked. If you click on a door and you have to build something, you have to build something, which is kind of interesting. But speaking of calling it a day, it is almost 8 o'clock, so that's probably long enough for me today. I could probably carry on, but I need to stop doing such long streams. It's not good for me or the stream, so I will call it there. We'll save and quit here and pick this up again next time. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for being here, Gat. I appreciate you guys. Right, let's jump over to the raiding screen, hang out over here for a second. Get you guys the raid messages. We'll save our notes for next time. That can be closed. That can be closed as well. That can live over there. But yes, YouTube. Unfortunately, we can't raid out on YouTube, so anyone that's hanging out on the YouTube, I'll end the stream here. Thank you for hanging out. Please don't forget to like and subscribe and do all that social media nonsense. Thank you for hanging out on the YouTube, everybody. I appreciate you guys over there. It's nice to have the ball rolling and have a sort of a second platform to stream on because Twitch is kind of sketchy right now. So I haven't got a whole lot of hope for the future of Twitch. So yeah, getting things going on the YouTube is handy. But yes, YouTube, I'll call it there. Thank you for watching. I'll see you guys next time. Next time will be Monday, 5 p.m. UK time before I finish. And obviously the Twitch stream will be live then as well. But yes, YouTube, thank you.